McClunky. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in Matawan, New Jersey. I'm Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming, here with my co-caster for the morning, Mickey D. Mickey D, how are you doing?
Doing great. I'm excited to watch some Planetary Qualifier coverage today. Shout outs to McClunky Gaming and shout outs to new sponsor of the stream, Metal Fab. Any of the Metal Fab dice and tokens and life pucks you see today on the stream are provided by them. So big shout outs to them. Yeah, I'm excited to see. We've kind of had a settling of the meta a little bit. Green Hero is everywhere. We saw Anakin break out at Beatle, and then in response, these Yoda Data Vault decks have come out, and kind of waiting for the next punch if one is going to come. Do you expect a next step today, Grumpy, or are you gonna? Do you think it's more going to be more of the same?
It's a great question, Mickey. It was a question that I was going to ask you, but now you've put it on me to think first. I'll take a quick step back. I think you're right. I think that when a new set comes out, there's sort of two phases of deck building that players and teams go through. The first is to identify the sort of immediate, strongest threat. And I think part of what we saw at in Atlanta a little bit ago was Anakin Data Vault coming out as just a strong, consistent mid-range strategy that relied on the new powerful hero green cards paired with some powerful hero red cards to have the ability to go long, to have the ability to go fast, and just be consistent despite the drawback that Data Vault sometimes presents. So that's sort of step one in deck building. And then step two is, okay, we have a new deck that presents powerful cards and new threats. Are there strategies that can counter that, potentially giving up some sort of ceiling topside, but nonetheless able to stop what the most powerful deck is doing? And from that, we saw Yoda Data Vault emerge, which is not necessarily a deck that sacrifices anything in raw power. It's also playing those top end heroic green cards, paired with the really incredibly powerful blue removal, paired with Yoda's incredibly powerful leader flip. And it turned out that deck can offer almost as much as a punch of Anakin. It has the ability to go long against hard control decks, it has the ability to restore to fend off some early aggression. And so we now have two really powerful mid range plus decks that really rely on their core on this heroic green suite. I know that you wrote an article recently sort of bemoaning the fact that a particular aspect pairing has grown more powerful than the rest of the field. And so step two didn't necessarily answer step one. Anakin Data Vault certainly still exists, has been putting up impressive numbers at PQ, but it did add another contender. And so now decks trying to do step two plus or step three are trying to figure out, can we stop both Anakin and Yoda? And I think, Mickey, that's where the problem comes in.
Hmm.
Anakin does such a good job shutting down really aggressive strategies. It has Jedi Starfighter in space to take care of pesky X1s. It has the ability to really pull a number against Sabine using the +2 to make favorable trades and make sure that the board stays clear early. And so with Anakin keeping Sabine largely in check, the decks that would keep Yoda in check, namely Sabine and more aggressive strategies, have a difficult time getting off the ground. And then if you wanted to go the other direction, if you wanted to go higher, sometimes say, well, if people are playing a mid-range deck, I'm going to play a control deck. The problem is this hero green suite has the ability to generate unit after unit after unit, things like Caloran Beck, things like Queen Amidala, things like Home One. And so our traditional one for one removal, Power of the Dark Side, Fell the Dragon, Takedown, is starting to feel less impactful than it once was. So all of that to say, Mickey, I'm I'm not worried per se, but I'm not optimistic that in this phase of the PQ season, we're going to see new decks emerge, decks that we haven't seen before that find a new angle. I think what we will see, because it's a PQ, is a large number of decks played by pilots who know their decks incredibly well. And I think part of who rises to the top can just be a function of the chaos of Swiss rounds, right? Who did you
Hmm.
match up into? Did you get a good Swiss pool for the deck that you've chosen to bring? What do you think of that question?
I pretty much wholeheartedly agree there. I think there is almost a weird triangle in the meta right now of the green hero decks. The Yoda data vault has shown to be pretty favorable into the Anakin data vault. The Anakin data vault is good into these aggressive style decks, like you were mentioning. But in some testing, there has been some success of strategies like Hantu ECL specifically into these Yoda data vault decks. And so it's
Mhm.
really a question of where do you want to be on the meta? What kind of bad matchup are you willing to accept? And where do you want to be favored? And right now, I currently think I want to be favored into Yoda Data Vault as much as possible. I expect
Mm.
that to be by far the most played deck. The problem is, like you had mentioned, any deck that at least I have found that's good into Yoda Data Vault is usually pretty weak into Anakin. And there's no one size fits all. The only way I think you could get that style of deck is if you played Yoda Data Vault but teched for the mirror. And that is certainly a viable strategy as well. If you're comfortable with the mirror matches, if you're willing to, put in the reps on what many would probably consider the best deck in the format right now in Yoda Data Vault. Um, the big issue with the green hero cards as well is they have a lot of quote unquote free answers to some of their weaker matchups traditionally. So things like the hard control decks used to be at least somewhat tricky for these green hero decks. They didn't have as many tools, but now they always had U-Wing reinforcements in home one, but with Kelleran Beck and other big threats, that matchup gets a lot easier. And space aggro is another weakness that green hero used to have. They again had some answers like Bright Hope, but Blue Leader really kind of puts the sting out of that kind of matchup. So they get to cover a lot of different kind of matchup spreads within their main deck, and so it's hard for them to be super weak into any one thing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many Green Hero decks we see featured over the course of the tournament. Green Hero pairing incredibly well with pretty much every other color combination. Blue with Yoda Data Vault, red with Anakin and Han 2, as you say. And then a deck we haven't mentioned that also has been performing quite well is the original Han 1. Han 1
Hmm.
green, foregoing that extra 3 health of Data Vault for the little bit additional consistency of seeing resupply more frequently, but then pairing that Green Hero with the cunning aspect. I see a question in chat. How many players at the tournament? A good opportunity to cover a little bit of quick logistics. We are at an exact 64 players registered, which means if that holds, we will be looking at 6 Swiss rounds over the course of the day. A nice clean 6 to match the perfect 64 players that have registered, after which we will follow up with a top 8 cut. The winner of this tournament then receiving those coveted 100 qualifier points to immediately qualify for the Galactic Championship in Las Vegas next July. Players 2 through 8 receiving a smaller number as they try and accrue that 100 needed to qualify, and then various prizes being distributed thanks to FFG and also to Red Seal Gaming, our host for this planetary qualifier in Matawan, New Jersey. Another thank you to MetalFab. Mickey mentioned that MetalFab is a new sponsor of this stream for McClunky Gaming. We're really delighted to work with them. We've had a great relationship with them in the past. If you were watching our coverage from our last PQ, we have a new McClunky Gaming Sabak token that was produced by MetalFab that folks can use as a hand marker or as an initiative token. And we're also going to see a number of other MetalFab products featured on stream today. And then, as always, a huge thank you to Tim and Claire, our fearless leaders here at McClunky Gaming, who do incredible work to make sure that we can bring you this commentary and coverage for the tournament. And with that, it looks like players are starting to head to their seats, likely having their round 1 pairings, which means we are going to be back with you very shortly with round 1 of this planetary qualifier here at Red Seal Gaming. All right, and here we are with our matchup for Swiss round one. On the right, it looks like we have a Han 2 ECL, one of the decks that Mickey and I were just chatting about, looking to take a slightly more aggressive approach with those powerful hero green cards. And on the other hand, we have what looks like, is that, Mickey, the new Admiral Yularen from
I
set six
believe
paired with a
so.
red base? A nice showcase there to highlight a nice pull. Admiral Yularen being an interesting leader, one that's found some success in limited in this
Mhm.
format. A 4/6 leader that deploys for 5 with the ability to action cheat, similar to Leia Organa from set 1, but instead of focusing on the rebel typal strategy, focuses on the cost of your units. So using Admiral Yularen's leader ability, you'll be able to attack with a unit and then attack with another unit right after, so long as that second unit has a lower cost than the first unit. On deploy, I believe Admiral Yularen on attack, having a cost of 5, then lets you attack similarly right after with another unit that has cost less than Admiral Yularen, which means it looks like this player may also trying to be taking an aggressive strategy. Could
Mhm.
find some success because our Han 2 player has limited his base health to 25 to get that powerful ECL. The Yularen player may be trying to end this game before powerful ECL threats come online, threats like Poe Dameron, threats like Wrecker. And so if Yularen can put enough pressure on the base using those double attacks paired with, I'm imagining we'll see some high power units coming out, maybe something like this new 3/3 dark trooper that villainy gets access to, maybe something like Knights of Ren, a 4/4 for 3, just to put in enough chip
Mhm.
damage so that even if the Han 2 player is able to take control of the board, it's not enough. But here we're seeing actually, I don't recognize this card.
I
Mickey,
don't
do you know
know the
what?
name of it, but it is a 2/2 for 2. When defeated, create a spy token. So
Okay, followed up by Han
creating
2 playing a traditional start, a Grogu. But this 2/2 for 2 create a spy token, not stats to write home about, but suggesting that this Yularen player may be attempting to do some kind of swarm strategy. Something to get a wide board such that he's able to nonetheless maintain action efficiency using Yularen's ability and making sure that he always has threats to go into base. And we're seeing it right here. This 2/2 is going to go into Harrison's base for 2, 2 out of 25 damage already done. And then if Harrison says, that's fine, I'm going to use my Grogu to throw 2 damage onto your unit, well, Quizno's just going to have another unit emerge. That spy token is going to come from that unit. And we've seen this kind of nesting doll strategy work in Hero Green, and so we may be seeing the villainy attempt at this here with this Yularen deck. Harrison going to follow
Mhm.
up with an Obi-Wan Sentinel for the turn and the ability to turn that Sentinel back on if he plays another Force unit in later turns, and then Quizno coming out with that Knight of Ren, that 4/4/4/3. So just trying to present stats and bodies. Looking
Yep.
at this start, Mickey, who would you say is favored to win this race?
So Grogu really helps with the board control on the Hantu ECL side. However, it is not a very powerful unit. So the fact that that 2/2 left behind a body, it is a little interesting in a Yularen deck. I actually really like that addition because as a token, it has a cost of 0, so it will always be able to be attacked with the Yularen ability no matter what. And so it lets you maximize Yularen's ability and make use of it every single turn. That's the issue with these Yularen style decks is you don't really get to use your leader and starting until like turn 3 or turn 4, but being able to ensure past turn 3 that it's always online is really important.
Yeah, so the Yularen sent 6 to base using that ability, attacking with both units. Harrison responds by putting a General's Blade on Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Jedi, which means he'll get access not just to that +3/+3, but also to the 2 discount, meaning Harrison will be able to play another 3-drop this turn or another 4-drop if he wants to use Han's ability. Quizno follows up with a Fett's Fire Spray, dealing 1 indirect damage to Harrison. Usually we see the Fire Spray paired with that Boba Leader from set four, but here Quizno happy to just deal with that 1 indirect damage. Harrison able to take care of Quizno's ground presence using the Obi-Wan into the Knight of Ren, using the Grogu to clean up the spy token, and then takes advantage of that discount from the General's Blade to play a Mina Bonteri. So just like that, we're on the 5 resource turn. Harrison has pretty commanding control of the ground. He's got the 6 power Obi-Wan Kenobi, able to hold that Yularen leader hostage. He's got Grogu to throw 2 damage around. He's got Mina Bonteri for restore, restore. And Quiznos says, you know what? I am not afraid. I am going to flip my leader, my 4/6, because I have access to this plot mechanic. I'm going to throw a sudden ferocity for Jar Jar for +3/+0, and I'm going to throw a Jar Jar for +2/+2. So unless you can ECL something like a Poe, you're not going to be able to take care of my leader. But it turns out actually that +2/+2 not going on the Yularen leader, going on the Fet's Fire Spray to throw 6 into base, which does give Harrison the opportunity to take out the Yularen leader with his Obi-Wan. Mickey, if you're
Mhm.
Harrison, what do you do first? Do you do 6 from the Obi-Wan into Yularen leader, or do you try and do something to stop that Fet's Fire Spray in space?
I think that Fet's Fire Spray is gonna get through no matter what. It's hard to imagine any kind of ECL target that can answer it. I would be dealing with this Poe one way or this UR one way or another. It looks like he's going to be doing the ECL Poe option, which is another powerful option. It leaves you that Obi-Wan in play. You can discard a card to get rid of the Sudden Ferocity upgrade, so the Poe doesn't even trade with the UR, and it's a straight kill. And then you can also deal 2 to the Jar Jar Binks if you want to keep dominant control of the ground. Deciding just to go for the upgrade kill, but I like this play a lot from Harrison. He's fully dominating the ground, forcing Quizno to win through space if he's going to win this game.
Yeah, that Grogu right there, able to throw 1 damage on the Jar Jar Binks, so no need to lose another card from your hand. The 1 damage, sort of a negligible amount, given that Quizno's base is currently still at 0. That being said, Quizno's gotten Harrison up to a quick 14, and when we're talking about ECL, that leaves just 11 life to play with. That said, that Mina Bonteri is going to start chipping in for a little bit of 1 restore. We don't yet have the Han leader flip. But Quizno has put Harrison on a little bit of a tight clock. If Quizno is able to continue to deploy another space threat, that Fet's Fire Spray is going to bring him to 17. Next turn, and a quick Yularen ability. I see something like a Ruthless Raider in Quizno's hand. Yularen to attack with a Ruthless Raider to attack into a Fet's Fire Spray is threatening another quick 8 damage. So Harrison doesn't have long to get in this game. But that being said, Poe Dameron's ability to attack for 8, 6 plus a 2 from discard is 9. That Obi-Wan Kenobi still hanging around with General's Blade. That's going to be another 6. So that's 14 just between those two. Harrison actually may be looking at lethal as soon as this turn based on the board math.
Yep. Hantu ECL is very, very good at turning the corner. It turns the corner very fast. But we're kind of seeing the power of, or potentially the power of this Ularn ability, where if Quizno goes to base, gets Harrison up to 17, plays something like a Ruthless Raider, that's presenting check. With the Yularen, that's 8 damage in one attack. Attack with the Ruthless Raider, then you attack with the Fet's Fire Spray. So not the line going for it, but potentially showing the power of the Yularen ability and why it could be an interesting option in this meta, being able to put your opponent in check so fast.
Yeah, Quizno having to take a slightly more defensive route now, using this open fire to clear the Podameron and save 8 to base. The Obi-Wan Kenobi still got in for 6, which is going to let Harrison play something like an 8 drop this turn. If he were playing something like a home 1, he'd be able to do that. But instead, Harrison deploying his leader, chipping in base, getting that restore from Mina Bonteri. It's going to leave Harrison at 18. So something like, an out of aspect surprise strike, which Quizno is almost certainly not playing, would be able to close the game. But even if this game 1 doesn't go Quizno's way, still demonstrating some of the explosive power that that action cheating Yularen can provide offers. So cool, fresh take on the meta. We were talking about, will we see new decks? Here's a potential new deck that a player has chosen to bring. Harrison ambushing that blue leader into that Fet's Fire Spray, throwing the damage on it with Grogu, which means when that buff from Jar Jar expires, which it does at the end of the phase, that Fet's Fire Spray is going to die from that 5 damage. So now Quizno left with just a singular Jar Jar on the board, facing down 4 units from Harrison. Harrison with 7 health remaining, Quizno with 9. Looks like this turn is going to be the end of game 1, one way or another, but my guess is it's going to go to Harrison.
Yep. Although we're very close here, it looks like Quizno might have a Devastator hiding out in hand, which I believe we're 1 resource short of anyway. But with a Jar Jar attack to the base plus a Devastator would be 24, which is not 25, but it is quite close. And so really showing the power of these green-red strategies. But I do want to point out that General's Blade Obi-Wan Kenobi has been around since the beginning of the game. And that's really a weakness that you can exploit in both Green Red Hero and Green Red Villain. They don't have a lot of targeted removal. A lot of the removal is damage based or unit based. And so dealing with just a big body, which the General's Blade on the Obi-Wan Kenobi provides, is really difficult for these kind of strategies.
I think that's a good point. Those colors really have to rely on upgrade removal for the most part. They do have access to things like disabling Fang Fighter and Outer Rim Constables, but a lot of players choose to put those cards in their sideboard. And so a brave player, game one, can just slam a General's Blade and say, if you don't have the upgrade removal, I'm going to get both this damage pump every turn of the game and this resource cheating. That's going to be a wrap for game one. Quizno was able to put a Ruthless Raider on the board to bring Harrison up to 22, but with that, his resources were spent and his offenses had been stalled, and Harrison was able to bring through the victory in game one. So that is game one to Han 2 ECL over this Yularen red deck. I'm reminded though, Mickey, of a deck that won a PQ. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but we saw Captain Phasma green, Captain Phasma 30 win a PQ, which suggests, right? And here we have a Yularen red, that this red green color pairing may not be limited to heroism, right? We've got the Hantu
Yeah.
ECL, we've got the Anakin Data Vault, but that these powerful cards, right, unlocking things like the Ruthless Raider, things like the Devastator that you mentioned, um, has the ability to also push through damage through things like board clears, and so potentially a color pairing that's worth more exploration if this style of deck continues to show up and do well.
Yep. And people often, or maybe not oftentimes, but sometimes forget that back in set one, Green Villain was considered to be the best color pairing. Had cards like Darth Vader, Overwhelming Barrage. You got to take advantage of resupply back then as well. And even into set two, we got cards like Maul. And so it is a historically strong color pairing. And Green Red Villain as a tricolor combo hasn't seen a ton of historical play, but Red Villain also has a bunch of good cards. You mentioned the Ruthless Rare, that's a big one, but things like Devastator, all these
Yep.
top end kind of big spaceship burn threats to close out the game. And so it could be worth exploring if these green red villain decks can fight blow for blow in the mid-range battles with these green hero decks, green red and green blue, while also having a bit more reach in the late game and a bit more of a quick finish. Maybe that can be enough to take over the green hero meta.
Yeah, one thing that folks often talk about when deck building, when brainstorming deck ideas, is what kind of curve out can a deck present? And a card that we've not yet mentioned, an absolute all-star in these command villainy decks, has been Overwhelming Barrage on 5. And
Yep.
all of a sudden, if you can get that five resource deploy turn with your leader, whether that's a Yularen or a Captain Phasma, you are looking at a potential Overwhelming Barrage into a Ruthless Raider, into a Maul, into a Devastator. That is a clean 5, 6, 7, 8. The Overwhelming Barrage able to potentially regain board control if you've had a close early game. And then that Devastator, or that Ruthless Raider Maul Devastator combo, each of those three plays having the ability to add damage on base from hand. The Maul with that Overwhelm Ambush, the Ruthless Raider with that 2 ping when played, the Devastator with that 4 indirect damage that you get to distribute as you choose. And so showing that this kind of curve, right, has the power chops to potentially play in this powerful value based meta, right? And so with
Hmm.
25 HP on Harrison's base, that Raider into Maul into Devastator could close the game, even if, as we saw in this game one, Harrison is able to get some board control back after, turns 2 or turns 3. So I'll be interested to see if Quizno in this game too, maybe there were some sideboard secrets that he had, some silver bullets against this Han matchup. Maybe he just needs a slightly more explosive draw. But the question will be, can he put out just a little bit more aggression? He didn't need a whole lot. He got Harrison pretty close, but a little bit more
Yeah.
aggression to get to that 25 before Harrison can fully turn the corner.
And we've historically seen these green red villain strategies in the past, stuff like Piet, and even Bosk Data Vault or Bosk Green 30 back in the day, even Bosk ECL. These types of strategies have been favored into the 25 HP bases, in my opinion. The Piets, especially, just because they have so much reach in the top end, it doesn't take much early damage to put them in check early. And Yularen really helps with that as well. If you get your opponent to 17 and then you just play a second spaceship, your opponent might have to claim early. So I I think this is a very interesting matchup from the Ularn side of things. We saw him not quite get there in the last game, but that was with Harrison having almost an ideal curve out on the ground and dominating the ground so early. It was really just that Fett's fire spray chipping in for as much as it could, and then a little bit of extra reach. And we were only 3 damage away from Quizno taking that game one.
Yeah, that Fetch Fire Spray, a powerful card, though most powerful, obviously, when unlocked by having a Boba leader so that you can deal 2 indirect damage when played and on attack. But highlighting for me one of the weak points in the curve, not just for this Yularen deck, but across the game, right? This Yularen deck could start with something like a 3/3 for 2 in that Dark Trooper, or a 2/2
Mhm.
create a Spy for 2, could move into a Knight of Ren, a 4/4 for 3. Then by the time we get to 5, we get that powerful Overwhelming Barrage, Ruthless Raider, Maul, Devastator curve. But the question for a lot of decks in the current metagame is, what can I play on 4 resources? And Heroic Green has a nice strong answer from the new set in Captain Typho. A little bit of a pushed new Sentinel, that 4/5 for 4 that has the ability to restore when it's attacked if you can disclose.
Mhm.
Something like a Han 2 deck can solve that problem by saying, I don't need a 4 drop. I can play my 6/6 for 5 Poe Dameron for 4. I can play a 5/1 Queen Amidala for 4. Right? I can cheat out something a turn early. But I do think from the villainy perspective, unless you're playing Boba Leader and can play that powerful Fet's Fire Spray for 4, that is a little bit of a hole in the curve for this kind of aggressive Yularen deck. I don't
Yeah.
know if something like 2/2 drops that turn would be powerful. A strategy that I've liked in Anakin has been to do a 3 drop plus a 1 drop, something like a Bounty Hunter's Quarry. But
Yeah.
that's a question for decks that are trying to be aggressive, is how do you not lose momentum on the 4 resource turn? You have powerful plays every turn leading up to it, but inevitably, based on the way that this game has been designed so far, it can feel like the 4 resource turn is a bit of a letdown. But with that, we're going to go into game 2. This is an Outer Rim Constables from Quizno. Not the start that he'd love to see, just a 3/1 for 2, not able to defeat an upgrade, followed by a 2/5 from Harrison, that Gungi. So that Gungi's going to be able to make quick work of the Outer Rim Constable. The Outer Rim Constable's, though, going to have the opportunity to throw 3 damage onto Harrison's base, starting that race for Quizno.
Yep. This is obviously not the ideal for Quizno. You're getting the 3 damage on this base, but the Gungi can come in and just trade with this Outer Rim Constable, especially with the Bounty Hunter's Core being put on the Outer Rim Constable, most likely another unit coming alongside it. Not ideal, but following up with the Knight of Ren 4/4, not a bad follow up given the weaker start.
Yeah, and you can imagine, right, that 2/2 from game 1 would have also died to this Gungi and triggered the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. But had Quizno been able to start with something like that new Dark Trooper, that 3/3 that's only matched in Green Heroism by the Battlefield Marine vanilla 3/3, that 3/3 would have survived this attack from Gungi, which would have put off the Bounty Hunter's Quarry for another turn. That being said, Harrison now going to start developing his board, going to bring out this Cobb Vanth from the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and is still going to have 2 resources to play with. That's a potential 3 for this Han 2. So something like a Grogu from hand could come down damage, a 1/4, and potentially force this Knight of Ren to take a turn off of base. Here is the Grogu, going to have 2 damage on it. So we'll have to see, is Quizno still saying base is the place, or is he going to take an action off to use this Knight of Ren to take out the Grogu before the Grogu can just present commanding control of the board by adding chip damage to anything that Quizno plays?
And this is my fear with the strategy. Like you, Lauren, in this kind of meta, these green hero decks, Anakin especially, but even Han 2 and Yoda, are just so good at keeping the ground clear and the board clear in general, but especially the ground, that it gets really difficult to utilize that Colonel Yularen ability. You're oftentimes stuck with 0 or only 1 unit in play.
Yep. And we're seeing here, right? Quizno forced to make this choice with his only unit, has to send it into the Grogu to prevent that threat from getting out of control. But that opens the door for Harrison to send his Cobb Vanth into the Knight of Ren. Those units trade, but because of Cobb Vanth's ability, Harrison's going to be left with another unit on the board, able to choose something that costs 2 or less and play it for free. There's a Gungi. Not necessarily the ideal choice because he has another Gungi on the board, but this Gungi likely going to be sacrificed to this new Knight of Ren to clear the way for a fresh new Gungi from Harrison's discard.
Yep, and this is kind of the strength of these green red hero decks. We saw it initially with the Anakin Data Vault deck, but Hantu ECL kind of adopting a similar strategy of between Cobb Vanth and Bounty Hunter's Quarry, you just get to see so much of your deck that oftentimes you're going to have the right answer for the right problem, and you get to utilize these toolbox cheaper creatures such as blue leader, outer rim constables, these things that answer specific threats or are just universally very good. And the deeper you dig, the more often you're going to see them, and the more consistent your deck is going to be, either being even more consistent than normal with the ECO, or kind of mitigating that inconsistency that data vault can give you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And the other key synergy that Cobb Vanth has unlocked is the ability to pull what might be the best two drop in the game at the moment, Karis Nemec. Karis Nemec, a
Mhm.
3/2 for 2, but when it dies, has the ability to create a spy. And so you can create this what feels like an infinite chain of unit into unit into unit. You have Bounty Hunter's Quarry into Cobb Vanth, you have Cobb Vanth into Karis Nemec, you have Karis Nemec into a spy, and it means you're just able to present this endless stream of units, either for offense if you're trying to take a more aggressive route, or for board control if you're trying to take care of whatever your opponent has played.
Yeah.
So interesting. Harrison choosing to play a blue leader from hand, a 5/3 ambush. That blue leader is going to trade with the Knight of Ren. And so instead of throwing away his Gungi, just uses that Gungi in the discard to refresh his Gungi. So Harrison now left with a 2/5 for 2 on the board. Harrison's base at 3, Quizno's base at 2. Neither player making much progress in the base race, but both players going into their leader flip turns now, hoping to start pushing through damage. That being said, Harrison delighted to arrive at this point because last game he was able to take care of that Yularen leader with an ambushed Poe from hand. So Quizno always has to move with a little bit of trepidation. If I flip my leader onto what feels like an open board, is it just going to die immediately?
Yeah. ECL is a very scary base. It's been scary to play against since set one. I will say, however, if Quizno can get to the late game at like a relatively low damage on base total, like in the low to mid teen range, I think that's a pretty good place for Quizno to be. Between Ruthless Raider and Devastator, he gets to close out the game very fast with a lot of burn and big space units that Harrison doesn't have a lot of interaction for. So I think Harrison really needs to take advantage this turn, which it looks like he's going to do with that ECL Poe you
Yep.
mentioned, to turn the corner quick and fast before Quizno can get to those big space threats.
Yeah, Quizno started this turn off by throwing an open fire into that Gungi. Unfortunately, because of Gungi's powerful stats, a 2/5 for 2, the Gungi survives, which means it's just sitting there with 1 health remaining, making that open fire look like not potentially the best use of resources from Quizno. Quizno then forced to flip Yularen. And Harrison had the answer. That Poe Dameron from hand, throwing itself into the Yularen leader and surviving. The one silver lining for Quizno will be it looks like he has a Ruthless Raider in hand. That Ruthless Raider is going to be able to come down on 6 now and do that last 2 damage to the Poe Dameron, finishing it off, leaving Harrison with just a 1 health Gungi and a 3 health Han Solo to Quizno's 4/6 ship in space.
Yep. And Harrison's going to get to put 5 damage on Quizno's base this turn, but only at 9. If Harrison doesn't have a big follow up, either a big unit or potentially going wide with something like, a 4 drop and a 3 drop cheated out, Quizno could start to stabilize this game with something like an overwhelming barrage into a devastator.
Yeah, here's a Poe Dameron pilot unit being played at a discount with Han 2. That means it's going to come into play with 2 damage, but because of the Poe Dameron ability, it's going to be able to hop onto that X-Wing that it created, essentially healing that damage, giving Harrison a nice 4/5 token unit just for 3. Harrison then following it up with an Obi-Wan Kenobi. So not necessarily an incredibly powerful play. We could have seen something like a Kelleran Beck cheated from hand, but nonetheless developing Harrison's board. That said, this is where things like an overwhelming barrage could come into play, clearing that Han leader, clearing that Gungi, pushing through 6 to base. Or look at this, this is a planetary bombardment for 12. Because Ruthless Raider is a capital ship, that planetary bombardment's going to go up from 8 to 12. That being said, there's a lot of health running around on Harrison's side of the board. He's going to throw 4 damage each onto that Obi-Wan Kenobi and onto that piloted X-Wing. That's going to leave 4 damage remaining. Some of that's going to go to base, potentially some of that's going to go to the Han leader. Nope, the remaining 4 is going to go to base, bringing Harrison up to 9. But to Harrison, it doesn't really matter whether his units have 1 health or 5 health. They're still going to get it into Quizno's base. So that's 4 from the
Mhm.
X-Wing. It'll be 3 from the Obi-Wan to 16, 3 from the Han to 19, 2 from the Gungi to 21, making Quizno need to have something like a Devastator from hand to be able to clear out some of these units or an overwhelming barrage next turn. Otherwise, again, Harrison's going to be presenting a pretty fast clock, ending the game as soon as next action phase.
Yeah. This is a lot of damage. I believe that Gungi is a replacement Gungi. So yeah, I think Quizno
Yeah.
caught it there. But just replacing the extra health. I like this from Harrison going wide, putting a bunch of extra health on the board. The way you lose this game as Harrison is if you go all in on one extra threat and your opponent has something like an overwhelming barrage or a devastator, like you had mentioned, to clear the board. Another game where it looked like it was pretty close from Quizno's side. He was missing one critical piece in that barrage in the last couple turns there, but the power of these burn and big ships really putting a lot of pressure quickly onto Harrison's base. But I think Harrison's just going to squeak over the edge before Quizno can stabilize.
Yeah, I think that's right. Part of it probably goes back to that unfortunate start, having that outer rim constables immediately answered by a Gungi, leaving Harrison ahead on board going into the second turn of the game. Harrison able to capitalize on that by adding a Bounty Hunter's Quarry to the board, just getting a really wide board and preventing Quizno from ever getting a foot into the ground. Quizno attempts to get back in this game by buffing up his Ruthless Raider. That's going to be able to let it chip in for 6. Would have been needed to be followed up by something like an Overwhelming Barrage, but without that, Harrison able to put Quizno in check. This attack from the Obi-Wan going to go to 28, and pretty much nothing that Quizno is able to play is going to be able to fend that off. This Mina Monteri going to come through for the last two, and there is the handshake. Round one done goes to Harrison on Han to ECL, but Quizno bringing a very interesting, fresh new take on this meta in this Yalaran red deck, trying to find that angle that some folks have found success with from Captain Phasma. Can a red-green villainy deck find a footing in this meta that is dominated by green heroism?
Yep. And you mentioned one of the weaknesses of green red villain over green red hero being the 4-drop slot. And I think another less obvious weakness, and like there's less disparity between the two color combinations, but the green red hero color combination, we saw that game just gets to dominate early with its 2 drops between Gungi, Karis Nemec, Mina Bonteri, even Phoenix Squadron A Wing if you want a space option, or the Jedi Starfighter if you want a more board controlling space option. Green Red Villain has some decent turn one plays in things like the Imperial Dark Trooper, Warrior Clan Ordo is another 3/3, but it doesn't have nearly the power in the 2 drops that Green Red Hero does.
Yeah, which is part of why this is potentially an early game design decision from FFG. More aggressive approaches have traditionally been the domain of heroism decks, and we've seen villainy decks really shine on that control end. Things like blue-green villainy, things like red-blue villainy. That potentially starting to shift, right? Villainy getting
Mhm.
that access to a 3/3 for 2 that we've seen. Heroism starting to get more powerful top end things like that Bo Katan unit, the ability to provide a pseudo board clear, giving -3/-3 to everything on your opponent's board. So it's potentially we're heading into something like a convergence where
Yeah.
those aspects will start to mellow out. We've seen potentially aggressive villainy styles emerge. The introduction of pilot leaders, Vader, pilot leader in particular, having a potentially aggressive focus in space. So as the game becomes more developed, as sets continue to come out, we may see both heroism and villainy able to play sort of both sides of that deck building curve. But as you say, we're at the early stages of that potential convergence. Things like those 2 drops still very much a soft spot for these villainy decks.
Yeah. I'm excited to see in the future, especially in the Eternal format, because we also saw decks like Django be potentially a more aggressive slanted villainy deck. And so with the Eternal format that was coming back, but even into set 7 and beyond, more different archetypes being explored in aspect combinations that you're not used to. So something like a blue red villainy deck, normally seen as these hard control strategies, with things like Kira, Tarkentown, and like these new additions from set 6, maybe we start to see that converts to more of a grit-based aggressive strategy. So,
Yeah, it's possible, and I think it is something that, the doors can open a path to those kinds of decks if FFG chooses to print cards at a power level high enough to play in a meta with these other powerful cards. But unless and until that happens, we're going to continue to see aspects like Green Heroism really set the bar for what a deck needs to be able to do. Just these powerful value engines say if you can't keep up with this kind of value through the duration of an entire game, not just early game, not just our 2, 3, 4 drops, but also late game going into the 5, 6, 7, 8, then you're not going to be able to keep pace at a big tournament like this PQ at Red Steel Gaming, or at an even larger tournament, something like Sectors or Regionals in Arizona and Wisconsin come the new year.
Uh, real quick, we want to give a shout out to the Metal Fab McClunky Initiative token giveaway. If you join the McClunky Gaming Discord server, there is a giveaway currently going on. You saw it in the game there on the table, that initiative token that the players were using, sponsored by Metal Fab. Uh, I believe they're giving away 5 of these new tokens. If you join the Discord, all you have to do is hit a little emote on a post that Titanic or Tim has posted in the Discord, and you'll be entered to win one of these 5 really cool initiative tokens.
Yeah, super easy to enter, hopefully super easy to win. This really incredible token designed by Tim and Claire in collaboration with Metal Fab, a Sabak token from the Star Wars universe, silver, featuring a little bit of gold accents. And if you do enter that giveaway and you don't win and you're incredibly sad about that, McClunky Gaming will be launching a website. Either we already have it live or we'll be launching it shortly, where you will have the opportunity to purchase one of these collaboration tokens. And so then you can get your hand token or initiative token and rep the McClunky Gaming brand that way. That said, thanks so much for tuning into our coverage of round one. That's going to be a wrap for our coverage of that match. There's looks like about 24 minutes to go in this Swiss round, after which we will be back with you to bring coverage for round two, as well as the remaining rounds of this planetary qualifier here at Red Seal Gaming in Matawan, New Jersey.
Welcome back to the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier here in Matawan, New Jersey. I am Mickey D. I am joined by Grumpy Elephant on the mic. How are you doing, Grumpy?
Hey, Mickey, I am well. We had a fun and interesting match one. Excited for some more Swiss rounds. And in between round one and now, we got some information about the meta breakdown at today's planetary qualifier. There's 64 folks competing again for those 100 qualifier points plus any additional prizing. And there's a pretty wide breakdown. This is a trend that we've seen across many PQs. Although there is a sort of strong core pillar to the metagame based around these hero green decks, there's nonetheless an incredible amount of deck diversity. And so we'll show a slide either shortly or in the future today. But the information that we have based on melee deck lists submitted is that the leader in today's tournament, out of 64 decks submitted, 7 players have chosen to bring Anakin Skywalker Data Vault. Again, a strong deck based on the combination of red green heroism. Followed up in second place, we have 6 players who have chosen to bring Han Solo from the original Spark of Rebellion set paired with Command 30. So 7 Anakins, 6 Han Greens. Then coming in third place is going to be 5 Admiral Piet's Red. Admiral Piet Red is a deck that really has been on the radar for quite some time, but has emerged because of its potentially powerful matchups into both Anakin Data Vault and Yoda Data Vault. Yoda Data Vault then coming in at fourth place with 4 players playing. Fifth place rounded out is going to be Han Solo Energy Conversion Lab with 3 players. Everything after those top 5 will be played by 2 or fewer players in the tournament. So we've got a nice 7-6-5-4-3. But a thing to note, all 5, Mickey, all 5 of these
Mm,
top 5 decks are playing Command as an
yeah.
aspect, and 4 of these top 5 decks are playing Command Heroism specifically. And
Mhm.
looks like we've got 3 of these top 5 decks are playing Command Aggression, right? We've got the
Yeah.
Admiral Piet in Command Aggression Villainy, and then we've got Anakin Skywalker and Han Solo in Command Aggression Heroism. So, although there's a large number of decks being played, the number of overall strategies, right, to the extent that these decks differ from one another, may be slightly
Mhm.
smaller than the sheer number of leaders suggests.
Yes. This top five doesn't surprise me if you ask me to pick a top five most represented decks. Yeah, I think it would be these exact five. Probably not in this order. I think I would flop Yoda to the front and then probably push everything else down. And then that'd be about what I expect. But I think a pretty standard expected metagame, Anakin being the top in this local scene makes a little bit more sense given that it's kind of a McClunky Gaming Center hub and McClunky Gaming is a little bit more prone to Anakin Datable, I would think. So that makes a little bit more sense to me. But as you mentioned, the meta is pretty homogenous, even with these various leaders being played. It's a lot of the similar cards, and that goes to a point I had talked about on a different forum somewhere, where back in the force throw meta, force throw was definitely like ubiquitous and overbearing and a little bit powerful, but force throw enabled different styles of archetypes. So you had like Hantu Blue playing a more mid-range game, Quinlan Tarkentown playing a more tempo game, and Kylo 5 playing this more like control combo-y game. But with these green hero cards, they all lend themselves to the same sort of strategy. So
Mm.
you back in force throw, you kind of had to play the force throw, but you could still tailor it to your play style. Whereas here, if you're not playing Green Hero, or if you're not more of that mid range style player, it's a little bit tough to find your niche in this meta.
I think that's an interesting point. I think one thing that distinguishes the meta, though, a little bit further, potentially in favor of the current breakdown, is in the force throw meta. Yes, there were different flavors of decks, but many games simply devolved into who drew more force throws. So
Yes.
whether you chose a more aggressive route or a more controlling route, ultimately it was who sees more copies of their incredibly powerful one cost card. Here, although
Yeah.
there's more convergence in deck styles, there's nonetheless more cards being played and more individual cards that can have a bearing on the result of the game. But that being said, our next matchup for you, we have what looks like it's going to be an interesting one. On the left-hand side, we have a sort of tried and true control staple, Palpatine from the original Spark of Rebellion set, Palpatine has been paired with a number of colors and bases over the duration of this game, but today T-Case has chosen to pair his Palpatine with the deck Colossus, getting 5 additional health at the cost of 1 starting card in his hand, potentially hoping to make up for that card disadvantage through the card advantage engine that Palpatine's ability can provide. And on the other hand, we have DDA. DDA choosing to bring a Cunning base paired with, is that the Padme Amidala leader, Mickey?
Yes, from Twilight of the Republic. For those who don't know what this leader does, I do not blame you. It is oftentimes touted as one of the worst leaders in the game. So DDA really going for a wild strategy here. It has coordinate, action, tap, and pay 1 resource. Search the top 3 cards of your deck for a Republic card, reveal it, and draw it. And then on flip is a 2/7 deploys on 5, restore 1, and then on attack coordinate the same effect as the leader side. So very much a card advantage engine, but relies on having coordinate. That is a really tough thing to do, both in this meta in general, but also just as a leader ability. And we talked a little bit about it with the Colonel Yularen and how part of its weakness is that it isn't turned on. You can't really use his leader ability until turn 3 of the game. And Padme is very, very similar in that you need to be able to develop this whiteboard before you even get to utilize her ability.
Yeah, the words that jumped out to me most from your description, Mickey, was card advantage. We are in the space of a meta where, right, Yoda Data Vault is not looking to end the game anytime soon. The decks that have been sort of emerging, things like this Palpatine Colossus, things like Iden Data Vault, things like Kira Data Vault, those decks are not looking to end the game anytime soon. And so DDA may have come to this tournament and says, let me find a fresh way to make sure that I can go long in colors that are often traditionally more aggressive, right? I can play this more aggressive slanted command, cunning, heroism combination with a leader that, although she's not powerful sort of in her own right, will nonetheless guarantee that I have access to cards throughout the game. And then we've seen these new cards like Queen Amidala, like Keller and Beck, right? Later in the game, they can make turning on coordinate quite trivial. Queen Amidala enables coordinate by herself because
Yeah.
she brings in those 2 spy bodies. So I'll be curious to see if DDA is choosing to make this Amidala deck sort of more aggressive with the coordinate just to give him a few cards in the late game, or whether he's trying to make this game go long, use the restore from Amidala, use the card advantage engine from Amidala to just churn out late game threat after late game threat, things like home one that will keep the coordinate live.
Yeah. I expect to see a double 1 drop into the sanctioner shuttle strategy. That is kind of my instinct seeing this for the first time. You want to activate your coordinate, double 1 drop really leans into activating your coordinate, and then if you get the coordinate early, sanctioner shuttle is a really powerful card to pair with that.
Yeah, your instinct would be spot on, but instead we see a Night Sister Warrior from TK's followed by an R2D2 from DDA. R2D2 seeing play in Han 1 green because it gives the ability to dig 3 cards deeper for a resupply. Not sure if
Mhm.
DDA is going to be trying to ramp in this deck or whether he, as you suggest, is going to be trying to get enough units on the board early to start turning that Padme Amidala ability to draw cards live.
Yep, and also just a well-statted Republic unit that you can find off of Amidala's ability, probably at a premium in this style deck. I don't know how many good statted Republic units are out there. Maybe more than I'm anticipating, but R2 probably the premier 2 drop for this style of deck.
Yeah, so we see resupply from TK's. Followed originally, it looked like an attack into base by the R2, but DDA thinks better of it and chooses to send that R2 into Night Sister Warrior. I like that because one of the things that these Palpatine decks can do very easily is start to get an unbeatable card engine going. And so even
Mhm.
though TK's gets to draw a card off of the Night Sister Warrior being defeated, he's not going to get to draw a second card from sacrificing the Night Sister Warrior to Palpatine. DDA then following this R2 unit up with an Anakin Skywalker, a sort of underplayed unit from the new set that really, really shines in any sort of Padme deck. It's a
Yep.
3/4 hidden, but if you have Padme Amidala as a unit or a leader, it gets raid 2. So all of a sudden, DDA got an additional power boost to his board. He's got that 2/4 R2, and he's got the 3/4 raid 2 Anakin. But look at this, TK is going to take that Anakin from DDA with a traitorous. Says, your Anakin is mine now. The Anakin then does lose, I believe it's raid 2 because it's
Yes.
controlled by TK and not DDA. But nonetheless, TK is able to use this Anakin to clear the R2. And now all of a sudden, the board looks relatively even with TK's 1 resource ahead.
Critters is a really interesting card in the current meta. It is very, very powerful. You can counter a lot of strategies right now with it, specifically the Han 1 commands. They go turn 1 Falcon, turn 2 Chewbacca, but there's a lot of upgrade hate hovering around in main decks. People are main decking Confiscate. Anakin is running the Outer Rim Constable's main. So it's a very high risk, high reward card, but when it pays off, like in the current situation, it can oftentimes swing the game in your favor.
Yeah, very similar to openings with General's Blade, right? If it goes unchecked, you just get an unbeatable advantage engine. But if your opponent answers it, all of a sudden you're quite far behind.
Yep.
DDA developing his board to march towards that coordinate. We've got a Mina Bonteri and a Bail Organa. TK's choosing to throw this Anakin away into the Bail Organa, leaving it alive with 1 health, but that means it's 1 Palpatine ability away from dying. GDA choosing to use now Spark of Rebellion to take a look at TK's hand to find the most threatening card and discard it. Looks like he's got 4 options. Of these, Mickey, which would you choose to take?
There is a lot of interesting options here. I think I'm not looking at Night Sister Warrior at all. You can't really pick apart the removal in this hand. There's a Vigilance and a No Glory. If you do pick a removal option, it is probably Vigilance. I might have taken the Super Laser Tech there, just because you can't keep your opponent off of removal, so you might as well slog through it with some of your spy tokens and just stop your opponent from ramping. But with this Sanctioner Shuttle capturing the Super Laser Tech, leaving it in hand makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, TK's at 6 resources. That super laser attack, if it had died this turn, either to an attack or being sacrificed to Palpatine's ability, would have brought TK's to 7, which means it would have been 1 resource away, simply another resource phase resource to then flipping Palpatine, at which point looks like it would be a very uphill battle for DDA. DDA able to stall that additional ramp with the Sanctioner Shuttle. TK's then throwing down a Night Sister Warrior. It's going to sack that Night Sister Warrior to both kill the Bail Organa and then draw 2 cards. So even though TK started this game 1 card down with Colossus, even though he lost another card to that Spark of Rebellion, he's holding on to now what feels like a fistful of cards. He's got, it looks like 2, or that's 1 no glory only results. It might be a super laser blast that he's drawn into, and then a timely intervention, which he's likely going to hold for something like a reinforcement walker or a Vader if he's playing that card. But and it looks like there was 1 card I couldn't see. So this is 4 cards already going into the what is now a 7 resource turn. So we are 1 turn away from the Palpatine flip. Padme has joined the fray on DDA side of the board. So we've got a Padme, Mina Bonteri, and Sanctioner Shuttle hanging out. But at the same time, Tikis is at 8 health, which means he has 27 health remaining, and there's only 6 power on the board for DDA. This turn, DDA will be able to get TKs up to potentially 14, and then all of a sudden we're facing things like Super Laser Blast. We're facing things like Palpatine Flip. And this is where the Palpatine deck really comes alive if it can hold on into the late game, which means the question will be, can the card advantage engine that DDA has from Padme Amidala be enough?
Yep. And this Padme deck has a lot of the tools that you kind of want in this style of matchup. I imagine Faith in Your Friends is probably lurking out somewhere here. Mina to cycle cards, Bail to present multiple threats. Padme gives you the card advantage and the leader. But my worry is, do you have the staying power? And we've seen a lot of staying power in Green Hero. And so potentially the answer is yes. Stuff like Keller and Back and Home One can be in this strategy. But Palpatine can just go over the top. And what makes Yoda a little bit more interesting in these style matchups is your flip is so much more potent. But with Padme, it's going to draw you a couple cards, but it's not going to impact the board nearly as much. So I'm curious to see how well Didier can stay into the late game.
Just like that, Palpatine is live this turn. A takedown from T-Case takes out that Sanctioner Shuttle, freeing the captured Super Laser Technician. Palpatine able to throw that Super Laser Technician to damage the Mina Bonteri, bringing T-Case up to 8 HP. DDA is able to respond by throwing down a Queen Amidala. This is going to make the board quite wide for DDA. That Coordinate active means Padme Amidala is going to be able to get a Caloran back off the top of the deck. So even though T-Case is able to flip, he chooses not to because he would only be able to take that Mina Bonteri. He's likely going to want to hold that flip for something a little more impactful. But that being said, all of a sudden DDA is presenting quite the board. He's got 9 power from the Queen Amidala and her spies alone, plus 4 more. That's 13 total from his other units. TK's starting to look like if he's not willing to flip his Palpatine early, he's going to need something like a Super Laser Blast to clear, reset the board, and then potentially use Palpatine to steal whatever DDA plays as an attempt to rebuild.
I think I there's at least one blast. There might be two or even three blasts in TK's hand here. There is a lot of that board wipe removal here. However, a lot of the power in Green Hero comes from the ability to rebuild a board from relatively nothing. Stuff like that Queen Amidala can present a bunch of threats. Ewing Reinforcement, which we see DDA reveal here. Keller and Beck. All of these cards are kind of army in a can cards where it's one card present 2 to 3 threats, which is really hard for these blue green villain decks to deal with, and can oftentimes eat out these super laser blasts early and just mow through them from your opponent so your opponent has none of them left, and then you can really present a wide board and win the game from there.
And we're seeing that right here. DDA going to respond to the Super Laser Blast first by drawing a card off of Mina Bonteri, and then by playing a Ewing. We know that DDA also has a Kelleran in his hand, but the reason I like this Ewing is you're presenting worse threats for the Palpatine to capture. One, you're able to present 3 threats onto the board instead of 2. So here we see another Bail Organa, another Mina Bonteri, and another Anakin Skywalker, all of a sudden still presenting 9 power with the ability to generate additional threats from that Bail Organa, discarding a card to create a spy token. TK's not really delighted about capturing any of these 3 units with his Palpatine. If DD had played something like a Keller and Beck and TK's had been able to damage that, well, now you're looking at capturing a 7/7. That feels impactful. That gives you the ability to really keep the board clear. But whatever TK's chooses to damage here, DDA will be able to attack with it, and then Palpatine flipping will capture essentially an exhausted, relatively weak unit. So DDA doing a nice job of keeping pace with this removal from TK's, presenting the right amount of threats and the right power level of threats to make TK's options a little bit awkward. TK's could choose, if he has it, to do another blast here, but then DDA will choose potentially to refill the board again, and we get this back and forth that Green Heroism is all of a sudden able to do, present threat after threat after in response to multiple board wipes, and in particular to leave Palpatine in an awkward position. Here's the Super Laser Blast. Here's another board wipe. DDA going to draw another card from that Mina Bonteri, and the question will be, how will he refill the board after that?
Yep. And this is the perfect place you want to be if you're DDA. That Super Laser Blast traded for just a Ewing reinforcement, and you got a card off of Mina Bonteri. This is a this is the exact level of pressure where TK's is kind of forced into Super Lasing Blast, but it's almost beneficial for DDA since he went up a card in that exchange.
Yeah, and DDA says, okay, you've cleared my board. Do you want something to steal with Palpatine? How about this favorable delegate? How about this 1/5 that if you steal it, all of a sudden you're going to have to discard the card when I defeat it? DDA does follow it up with a Queen Amidala, but Queen Amidala, very nice because although she's a 5/3, potentially strong enough for TK's to steal, TK's can't damage the Amidala because DDA can simply choose to sacrifice a spy token instead of preventing and able to prevent the damage to the Amidala, which means TK's again in a really awkward position. DDA now with 4 units on the board. That ability from Padme able to draw the Depa Balaba. One thing that I'm learning, Mickey, is a lot of the
Mhm.
powerful cards in Cunning Command Heroism just happen to be Republic cards for Padme
Yes.
to draw.
I hats off to DDA if you are listening to this after the tournament. This is masterful deck building. Like looking at this deck, I am very interested and almost want to sleeve it up and play it for locals myself. It is, I don't know if it's super high power level. We're gonna find that out today, it seems, but there's a lot of moving pieces that work really well together. Reminding me almost similarly to that Anakin data vault where a lot of these interwoven pieces just link together perfectly.
Yeah, and this might be exactly the kind of matchup DDA was hoping to go into. I wonder if the cards that DDA can play can match up to the value engine of things like Han, Yoda, and Anakin, right? Because
Mhm.
the card advantage engine is really shining here against this incredibly slow blue-green villain deck. So Palpatine Colossus is almost the perfect showcase for this Padme deck to shine because DDA is able to continually refill the board. Even this ambushed Vader from TK's able to take care of 2 units, one spy token and the Amidala herself. But using most of TK's resources, and again giving DDA the chance to push a little bit of damage to base. He's got 3 power. That's not nothing. It's going to bring TK's to 15. And because he's been drawing card after card, he's got a full grip in his hand. We could see something like a Keller and Beck. TK's might choose to steal that, but he might need to sack his Darth Vader in order to damage it. Or again,
Mhm.
multiple smaller threats that this Darth Vader, short of something like an overwhelming barrage, is not going to be able to deal with.
You know, this deck is in a way, kind of reminding me similar to the Akbar Data Vault deck that kind of broke out in set 4 and set 5, where it's this green yellow hero value pile that uses the leader ability, paying a resource to increment value over time. For Akbar, it was creating 2/2s. For this Padme deck, it's drawing cards with the Republic and the Coordinate ability, and just kind of grinding out into the late game. And the more I'm thinking about potential cards in this deck, like I'm looking at favorable delegate, I'm thinking, is there two sides in this deck to, give you my favorable delegate? I'm going to take control of your biggest threat, things of that nature. So we've seen this sort of strategy before a little bit, but it's really cool to see it in play.
Yeah, DDA here deploying another Anakin Skywalker, a Captain Typho for Sentinel, and then with that one additional resource, drawing another Captain Typho off of the Padme Amidala ability. We're now at the 9 or 10 resource turn for DDA, and he has the largest fistful of cards I think I've ever seen a green yellow heroism deck have at this phase of the game. Usually,
Mhm.
even value decks that are playing things like Keller and Becks and Home Ones are down to top decking at this phase of the game, or maybe have one or two cards to choose from. It feels like DDA has sort of option after option after option. Does he want to play multiple small threats? Does he want to play one large threat? Does he need a Sentinel? Does he need to search? And that's just the Palpatine deck has given this Amidala deck enough time to draw exactly what she needs. So although this Darth Vader is going to take out the Typho not even needing to disclose anything because DDA is still at 0 damage to his base. You can see his Metal Fab life puck not even on because it hasn't been registered yet during this game. And instead, simply developing another threat, able to attack with this Anakin Skywalker at +2 because
Mhm.
of this Republic Tactical Officer. That's going to all of a sudden hit TK's for 7. TK's now at 22 damage, facing 4 tiny little guys on DDA's side of the board. Palpatine still hasn't been flipped, and there's still not really a compelling target for the Palpatine deck to angle for. GDA has done a nice job of holding his heavy hitters in reserve, right? We know he has multiple Keller and Becks in hand, but he hasn't needed to deploy them because he's never been under any serious threat of losing significant board control to what TKs can provide.
Yep. And this is kind of the balance that you need to strike against Palpatine of presenting medium to medium large threats that your opponent doesn't necessarily want to take, but you're putting up enough pressure that they're forced to take it. And the second they flip their Palpatine, you slam your Kellorans, your home ones, your big stuff. Or you get to a point where you've done enough pressure where you can slam the big threat. And even if the opponent takes it with the Palpatine, it's too little too late. You have enough pressure on board where you can finish the game, even if they take your biggest threat.
Yeah, this vigilance from TK is able to heal a little bit of the bleeding, able to bring him back down to 18, but the onslaught from DDA is not going to stop. There is an entrenched on this Darth Vader. That's going to leave the Darth Vader with 8 power. I do think what TK's is going to need to get back into this game is something like an overwhelming barrage. An overwhelming barrage to clear multiple threats and leave damage on any remaining units. That looks like he's close to potentially stabilizing control of the board if he can clear multiple of these units. DDA going to end with an Admiral Yularen of his own, that 2/5 that's going to now boost the toughness of all of his other units. That's the other thing I'm taken by. All of DDA's units have so much health. They're all
Yeah.
1/5s or 1/4s or 3/4s or 2/5s. And so this +1 is going to give his other units 6, 5, and 5 health respectively. TK's potentially saying, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to sacrifice my Super Laser Technician to throw 1 damage onto this Yularen, and we might be seeing a Palpatine flip. Here comes an Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's going to put a Sentinel out to protect the rest of DDA's units, in particular the Anakin Skywalker, which is hitting for 5. And TK's is really has a dilemma now. Do I give in and steal a 2/5 restore 1 that's going to remove the buff from the rest of the units, but I won't then even be able to kill this Obi-Wan Kenobi with my Palpatine without sacrificing one of my units? Or do I wait another turn? He says, I've had enough waiting. Here's the
Mhm.
flip. Give me that Yularen. I gotta see what I can do to get back in this game.
I think I agree with TK's here. At some point, you just kind of have to get it over with, especially with the super laser blast waiting out in hand. The idea is, your opponent has some Kelleran backs. He's been showing them to you with these Minamontary discloses, and so you flip your Palpatine, take whatever threat you can, start to clear the board. And now your opponent thinks the coast is clear. They've seen two super laser blasts. They start to overextend into the board now that you flipped your Palpatine. And maybe you can catch them off guard with the third super laser blast, or like you mentioned, something like an overwhelming barrage. Barrage is going to be tougher because of all these high health units, but maybe trying to get DDA to overextend as much as possible and waiting on a super laser blast in hand.
Yeah, that being said, this is the first turn of the game where it feels like Palpatine has a board advantage going into the start of the turn. Both players had 3 units, but Palpatine had that buffed up Darth Vader because of the entrenched, the Palpatine leader, and a Night Sister warrior. DDA just had 3 relatively small units, but going to come in with another tactical officer. That's going to let Anakin swing in for 7. DDA saying it's time to close this game. I think I've probably lost board control, so let me push through as much damage so I can get to the point where something like a big Kelleran Beck from hand can threaten to put you in check. TK's now going to have to solve the puzzle of how do I clear enough of these units and save myself from getting in check, because his choice is to either clear the small units that haven't attacked yet, things that are threatening to chip in for 1 damage, or spend resources and time clearing things that have already attacked, things like the Anakin Skywalker, to prevent an attack from 5 or 7 next turn. But that opens the window for those small guys to get in for 1, bringing them to 26, then 27, and all of a sudden we're dangerously close to a Kelleran Beck for 7 coming from hand and threatening to end the game in 1 action.
Yep. And as we get into the late game here, honestly, an issue for DDA is, do you have enough cards in your deck? You've been drawing so many cards, you're seeing so many cards with Ewing Reinforcement and Caloran Beck, and you're not a data vault deck, so you could be running more than 50, but ideally not that much more than 50. With your opponent running Vigilance as well, that is a real concern. Are you just going to get bled out of threats? Now, I don't think that's going to be an issue to be concerned about for a while. I know you have 2 Kelleran Becks in your hand at the very least. Some number of home ones might be waiting out there, but something to keep in mind for DDA, and part of why I think he's starting to pivot to try and finish the game quickly, is just so that he doesn't run out of threats.
Yeah, now I do see a Snoke in hand for TK, and it looks like there's going to be a timely intervention into that Snoke. And what I really like about this Snoke is DDA has shown you so many of his threats have 1 or 2 power. And so this
Mhm.
Snoke says now, unless you can play something like a Kelleran Beck, you're not going to be able to put any damage on my base at all. He's going to ambush this Snoke to take out DDA's Anakin Skywalker, one of those units that could present damage to base. And now this Snoke is going to make it very difficult, except for this, there's that choose sides we were talking about. DDA going to give his tactical officer to TK's in exchange for this buffed up Darth Vader. I like this trade a lot because the
Yep.
Darth Vader, although it is going to still be weakened by the Snoke. It's going to have just 7 power after the Snoke -2/-2, or no, just 6 power from -2/-2. That's enough to kill the Snoke and survive, which is all
Hmm.
then going to sudden reopen DDA's board to be able to rebuild it again with smaller units. It looks like he's got 2 resources left, so he might play something small. And he's still going to have a buffed up Darth Vader. The Darth Vader is going to have multiple health, except look at this. TK has an entrenched of his own. That entrenched of his own means that the Snoke is going to survive the Darth Vader hit.
Yep. And this is Snoke is a very tough card for these green yellow hero decks to deal with because they don't have a lot of permanent removal. Oftentimes, the best ways they have to deal with this is something like a waylay, which is more temporary, and sometimes that can be enough if you have enough of a board presence. You punish your opponent for tapping out for the Snoke and can push the lethal points of damage that turn. But in a situation like this, where TK's is starting to stabilize, he's not really threatened in one turn for lethal, that waylay bouncing the Snoke to ham really just means it's gonna be skipping the turn, and TKs can just replay the Snoke, and DDA can't really make any forward progress on the board.
Yeah, now it's T Case with the fistful of cards as Palpatine has arrived at the true late game where he's got enough resources and enough cards to play what he wants. We've got a Devastator in hand. I believe we've got an Avenger in hand. This Snoke doing a nice job of stalling the board aggression. This Devastator going to take out the Darth Vader and return it to T Case's discard. And all of a sudden, it looks like the door might have been closed permanently for DDA.
Yep. This game was pretty in the balance up until I think that entrenched on that Snoke. And if you look at the top of the screen, time is going to be an issue in this side of the matchup. This has taken about 20-25 minutes of game time here. And this looks to be a more protracted game. So it's starting to think maybe it's time to consider going to the next game to make sure if you want to win in 3, you have the time to finish those
Yeah.
games.
I think DDA may be saying I have one last offensive. I've got this double bounty hunter's quarry. If I have a way to clear this Republic tactical officer, something like a Kelleran Beck that survives to attack, then I can search the top five for two, three drops, maybe get something like a blue leader that I can give to experience two that's going to hit for three, even through the Snoke. So he's going to say, I'm going to hope T Case has a terrible hand. I'm going to try and kill this tactical officer. I'm going to start by doing three damage with this Depa Balaba. Just kidding. DDA probably thought the Depa Balaba would be lethal, so the three damage
Yes.
not enough because of that minus from Snoke. He'd need something like a Han Solo unit. -2 from Snoke would still be four. Give it one more action phase. But if that's not enough, at some point as DDA, you have to say, I still am going to need to win two games. I might need to concede to preserve time because this Palpatine deck has shown if I can't beat it quickly, it's going to go quite long. DDA still at zero damage to base. That'll go by relatively quickly with a Devastator swinging for 10 every
Yeah.
turn. But nonetheless, this game could go on for several more minutes that DDA just might not have.
Yep. These Palpatine decks can turn the corner quite quickly. Once you slam a Devastator on a relatively safe board state, oftentimes something like an Avenger is going to follow suit, and the game will be over in 2 to 3 turns. But those 2 to 3 turns can take upwards of 3 to 5 minutes, and that's time that in these tight control games is a very valuable resource.
Yep. Very, very difficult position for DDA to be in because he has gotten T case to 26. And that is close enough to feel like victory is within your grasp. Surely there's a way to get through another 9 damage, right? This Keller and
Mm.
Beck threatening to hit for 5. Short of an overwhelming barrage, will be able to hit with either the Keller and Beck or the reduced Plo Koon. If we can just get coordinate active, the Plo Koon will be hitting for 4 despite the Snoke reduction. So you're so, so close, but that's exactly where these blue-green villain decks thrive. They say you've gotten me close, but not quite close enough. And TK is likely to have all the options. Starting with this Vanquish to turn off the Keller and Beck, DDA could hit for 1 with this Plo Koon, but it's likely not going to be enough. And so I worry for DDA now. Every second that he takes is going to be a second that he's not going to have for games 2 and 3. That being said, DDA still thinks he's in it. So he throws the Step of Balaba into the tactical officer. Let's see what he gets from his 2 bounty hunters quarries.
It's like there's a Mina Bonteri. Okay, and that's maybe the only option, but decides that's what he's going to take here.
Yep. Second 5.
Uh, Obi-Wan
There's an
Kenobi.
Obi-Wan. That Obi-Wan's going to have Sentinel, which is going to protect the Plo Koon from the Snoke, which is actually a nice start because it means the Plo Koon's going to be able to hit for 4 unless TK's has something like an overwhelming barrage.
Yep. And this is a situation where, as DDA, you kind of can't really play around anything. In order to win this game, you have to hope they have nothing. And so just playing out your board and then praying your opponent's hand is somehow a combination of cards that does nothing in this board state. Very low chance, but in these kind of games, if you're going to play them out, you got to play to win. And just, if you can't beat anything, don't try and beat anything and just play your cards.
And here's going to be the no glory. It's going to save that 4 damage from the Plo Koon, but that's going to relatively exhaust TK's resources, which means DDA is going to be able to hit for 3 next turn with a Deepa Balaba. But look at this. He has enough resources to play another Plo Koon from hand. So now he's got 2 threats that are presenting a little bit of damage. A Plo Koon threatening to hit for 4, a Deepa Balaba threatening to hit for 3. The question for T Case is, do I take the actions to use this Snoke to clear the Obi-Wan Kenobi to throw 10 into base from the Devastator and then play something like a Power of the Dark Side? I like that because it turns off the coordinate for the Plo Koon attack.
Mhm.
So all of a sudden it's just the Depa Balaba hitting for 3. But nonetheless, right, DDA showing there's still a narrow angle for him to get back in this game.
Another alternative line, if you're TK's here, depending on how many resources you have, it looks like the hands. I This is a bit scary because DDA, I believe, still has so many cards in hand, but there is a Super Laser Blast and a Power of the Dark Side in hand. Now, I think the Snoke is too valuable to throw away to that, but you could try and set that up.
Yeah, the danger of the power of the blast would be you're going to lose 8 resources and it's going to be followed up immediately by something like a Keller and Beck into something like a Queen Amidala. And all of a sudden, without another Snoke, and even with another Snoke, you're very much on the back foot. But TK's choosing to claim, saying, I don't want to risk any attack from either that Depa Balaba or that Plo Koon. Um,
This could
Dangerous,
mean
as
that
you
he
say, because of
he
the cards
plan
that he has.
he might be planning to try and attack the Plo Koon or the Depa immediately, just removing that Sentinel by passing the turn also allows you to potentially top deck to that overwhelming barrage. So don't necessarily hate the claim there either. Um, it is potentially a little bit riskier. You're going to leave your opponent with one threat,
Ooh.
but
This is I like this though. He has a timely reinforcements from hand. He's going to ambush this reinforcement walker. That's going to let him heal 3 when played. It's going to be able to take out the Plo Koon, taking only 1 damage in return, and it's going to let him heal 3 more damage on attack, bringing him down to 20. That's now 15 damage that DDA needs to get through, facing a Snoke on the other side of the board with just a total of 4 power, represented by that reduced Obi-Wan and the reduced Depa Balaba. The question is that enough for T Case or for DDA to give up this game? This looks like this is a spare the target. This spare the
mhm.
target actually very nice response to all of the resources that T Case used because it's going to bounce that Snoke back to hand. And now all of a sudden DDA has gone from 4 power on the board to 10 power on the board. 5 from the Depa, 3 from the Obi-Wan, 2 from the Mina Monteri. So that's threatening to get TK's back up to 30. TK's going to throw off this power of the dark side. It's going to take care of the Mina Monteri, letting DDA draw a card. But all of a sudden, this game still feels like it's got some spark to it.
Yeah, this is definitely a really tense back and forth because now DDA can commit more threats to the board because your opponent's going to want to keep their units on board. Hotshot Blaster pushing an additional 2 damage, really like putting the Stepa into potential check range with a surprise strike.
Yeah.
Um, but your opponent doesn't want to super laser blast here, so you can kind of overextend into the board a little bit. Your opponent hasn't played an overwhelming barrage, so you can assume that they don't have that because that would be kind of a slam dunk card. Plus, Palpatine oftentimes doesn't play overwhelming barrage anyway. They don't have a lot of early threats to play it off of, so very very tense game right now.
And I wonder if TK is forced to claim, and he does because he's worried that a second hotshot blaster from that Depa Balaba would be lethal. That gives DD the opportunity to just deploy additional threats. DDA back up to 3 on the board with another Yularen joining the field. Uses that Amidala ability to get a Bail Organa. And now we might have to see an Action 1 blast from TK's.
Hmm.
Which will again let DDA flood the board for the 4th or the 5th time this game.
Yes, I think we've still only seen one, maybe two Caloran backs, so there's probably a second one lurking out in DDA's hand here. Great way to refill the board post blast. That can get a home one, that can get any number of big threats. And TK is sacrificing a lot of his own valuable units here, but this Super Laser Blast feels forced.
It does, and notably, TKS has had this Devastator on the board for multiple action phases, but it has not been able to get a single attack because of the unrelenting pressure from DDA. TKS
Hmm.
also, a couple turns ago, I commented on how large his hand was. He's now down to just 4 cards in hand, so his options feel like they're starting to dry up, while DDA has been able to continually keep his hand filled because of that Amidala ability. Here's the blast. It's going to be the board reset. It's going to use 8 of TKS's resources, and that's going to open the door for DDA to slam down something powerful, likely a Kelleran back to start.
Yep. Leftover with, oh, but that is a very, very small deck, so DDA might just
Oh,
barely cross the finish line.
we were worried about T Case running out of cards, but DDA starting to run out of cards, which means if T Case can hold on just a little bit longer, DDA might run out of threats. That being said, T-Case with just 5 life to play with, and DDA able to deploy multiple additional cards this turn. Actually, just one. It's just a Bail Organa. So it's a Bail Organa and a Kelleran back with us now an empty deck for DDA. DDA's got all of the threats he's ever going to have this game. Can T-Case answer them? This Kelleran back threatening to be lethal. T-Case needs to answer it immediately.
Even Snoke's not enough. It's got to be something like a hard removal spell pointed at that Caloran Beck. Vigilance can stall you enough time healing that damage, but kind of putting you in the same situation you are in this turn into the next turn. Maybe get you a redraw. Something like a surprise strike could be lethal as well off of this bail.
There's a Vanquish. DDA immediately looking for another Hotshot Blaster that's going to throw 4 to base from the Bail Organa. I would be expecting him to throw a card away to create a spy token because at this point, all the blasts are gone. You're looking to present
Hmm.
as many threats as you can. T-Case down to just a few cards. What does he have?
This might be DDA just barely squeaking through with the last
Yeah.
remnants of his deck. It's hard to see TK unless you can draw some sort of Sentinel or an overwhelming barrage, which we haven't seen in the past few turns. Plus, you'd have to set up a big unit for it. Any unit that sticks is lethal. The Snoke isn't enough because the Bale still attacks for 2 because of the Hotshot Blaster.
The Avenger would
Mhm.
just lead the Spy to being sacrificed, which leaves the Bail Organa still on the board. So he claims and he's got to draw into something.
Another Vigilance would do it, being able to kill the Spy heal 5.
But that just buys you a moment because the Bail Organa will hit for 4 and create another spy token. And in the meantime, DDA saying, you don't have another blast, so here's a Depa Balaba. Now all of a sudden you need to deal with multiple threats.
Depa huge here too because it has Saboteur, so now a Sentinel doesn't do it. And I think this is the first damage we've seen on DDA's base as the life puck not turning on, and first damage, of course, is to mill. But it doesn't
That
matter.
is going to be it. T
My
Case is going to
goodness.
scoop. So props to DDA. We had lost faith in him as commentators. We said surely this blue green villain deck has gotten to the point of the game where it's going to thrive. But even though it took the entirety of DDA's deck, even though he took 6 damage from drawing, attempting to draw, and not having cards to do so, he was able to just get there through 3 super laser blasts, through an entrenched Snoke, through an ambushed Darth Vader, through an ambushed reinforcement walker, through a devastator in the space. This Padme yellow deck had the long enough game to get the Colossus base to
Mhm.
35. Props to DDA. And now all of a sudden, when you're T case, you have 19 minutes left. You are not going to be
Yeah.
winning 2 games against almost any deck in the format. The question will be, can he win 1 game to force this Swiss round 2 into a draw?
Hmm. And I had mentioned before with that Snoke within Entrench was really hard to get through, but those waylays are kind of your one answer, or those spare the targets as a yellow deck. And DDA found the perfect time to spare the target, the Entrenched Snoke, after TK had tapped out for a timely intervention reinforcement walker, which looked like a good play at the time, and I agree with it. Healing that 6 damage, preventing some of the Plo Koon and the Depa from pushing any amount of damage, but that open the door for DDA to waylay or spare the target that Snoke and push the rest of the damage. And TK's never found a good opportunity to land that Snoke again.
Yeah, I think that really highlights one of the skill points in matchups like these. When you get to those crucial turns, a big part of navigating the matchup is finding ways to make your opponent spend resources first. The
Hmm.
first person to commit resources, significant amounts of resources, is the first person to give up options for the rest of the turn. So even though TK's had, as you said, a very powerful play in ambushing that reinforcement walker, healing a total of 6 and feeling like it was stabilizing him, that narrowed TK's options for the rest of the round. Specifically, DDA potentially holding on to that spare the target for multiple turns was no longer afraid of the Snoke immediately being replayed. The fact that the Snoke was then off the board for the rest of the turn allowed DDA to push enough damage such that even a replayed Snoke wasn't enough to stabilize for TK's. So really masterful pacing there by DDA. He knows this deck. He knows which threats to play. We saw him hold on to those Keller and Becks until the Palpatine had been flipped to make sure that the Palpatine was never able to steal anything
Hmm.
impactful. Not just clever deck building, but I think clever piloting of a clever deck as well. Exactly
Yep.
what we love to see here in the second round of Swiss at this PQ.
Hmm. And this is a really, really cool deck build. And it's still the command heroism, so a lot of the same cards are there, but a way to answer this format. And is this the way you go over top? Is those green hero leaders or any leader really that let you draw multiple cards. And we saw it in that game. One of my biggest fears with this style of strategy is you don't get to play Data Vault. And in those mid-range grind fests, Data Vault can matter just because having more threats than your opponent has answers is a real valid strategy. Sometimes you go down to 20, 10 cards left in deck, and if that 20 and 10 becomes 10 and none, it can be hard to grind through those games. But maybe you grind faster than your opponent, which is a weird way to put it, but you get those cards in your hand quicker and you can overwhelm the board before your opponent gets to draw their removal for all of your threats you're presenting at once.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see how DDA does over the course of the tournament. The one thing I might be anxious about for his deck is I'm imagining it running up into something like an Anakin Data Vault, where all of a sudden, if you're spending a resource to draw cards, that means you're developing your board less. It looks like DDA really didn't have any space threats this game. We saw, I believe, a
Mhm.
blue leader, but we didn't see anything like a home one, which means he's going to be playing largely on the ground. He's going to be playing a 2/7 leader. He's playing lots of 2/4s for 2, and those are the kind of stat lines and approaches that I think Anakin Data Vault just feasts upon. And
Yep.
so my guess is DDA chooses to bring this deck because he thinks that he has a plan. Anakin Data Vault, the most represented deck at this PQ, to be able to make that top cut, he's likely going to run into one. Maybe he's saying, if I run into one and I don't win, that's fine. I can still make top cut. But to win the whole tournament, he's potentially going to run into multiple. So I'll be curious to see what that plan is.
Yep.
Starting off game two with a Mina Bonteri from DDA, that 2/4 that's going to let him draw a card, and no play at all from TK's. Simply a claim followed by a Power of the Dark Side. Mina Bonteri showing really the power of these new 2 drops against 1/1 removal. Yes, it gets defeated, but a simple disclose from DDA replaces that card in his hand, and now
Mhm.
TK's 1 card down from the Colossus to begin with just had essentially a 0 for 1 trade using that Power of the Dark Side, letting DDA replace it. DDA responding with an Anakin Skywalker.
That's one of my fears playing a blue villain deck right now is power is oftentimes not the only reason, but a big part of the power behind these decks, as we see TK's going for a second one here. And power is the worst it's ever been right now between Karis Nemec, Mina Bonteri, a bunch of spy creation. It feels terrible to go a turn one pass, turn two, power the dark side into these strong 2 drops of the format.
Yep. TDA now getting a Yularen on the board, sort of just presenting at least one threat at a time. TK's responding to a takedown. One thing that's happening though is potentially we're seeing TK's respect the coordinate ability of Padme Amidala, saying, I don't
Hmm.
want to let you draw cards, but here that Amidala unit showing no matter how hard TK tries, he will not be able to stop this coordinate action. The flip from Padme able to get that free draw on top, and here's a Depa Balaba. The DDA engine has started, and we are multiple turns away from either a Super Laser Blast or a Palpatine flip.
Hmm. And we're really seeing the strength of Queen Amidala. It was noted to be like the strongest legendary card, but people were still a little low on it, calling it, you want this to be the fifth or sixth best card in legendary in your set potentially, but over time we've really seen the strength of this card shine in decks like Anakin, where it can trade up for 7 and defeat the spy. Yoda, when you can cheat it out early with a resupply or You're My Only Hope. And even here in this Padme Amidala deck, which I do love that Queen Amidala works really well with Padme Amidala, being able to instantly turn out that coordinate and let you start to draw those cards. Really powerful effect.
Yeah, this Vigilance going to be a clean answer for the Queen and mill 6 cards from DDA's deck. TK's potentially remembering DDA ran out of cards, so going to help that along. But showing the power again of Queen, she's still left behind 2 spy tokens, still 4 power on the board from that card, and still leaving the coordinate live for the Padme leader.
This Batman now has drawn 2 cards, and while the body isn't great, the restore one does matter in some matchups. And on attack, draw a card with your leader, being able to get that off twice. That's a really potent effect, especially in this meta, which is a lot greedier. We see a lot more mid range and control decks. Drawing cards is really valuable.
Yeah, and short of something like a Maul on TK's 7 resource turn, there's almost nothing that's going to stop this Padme Amidala from drawing a 3rd card next turn. DD
Mhm.
adds to the board by adding a Depa Balaba, now with 4 threats, now with 11 power on the board. TK's having yet to play a single unit this game, just trying to stop the aggression with 1/1 removal after 1/1 removal, but DDA still able to enter the 7 resource turn with
Mhm.
4 units on the board.
DDA also, both through strategy and through play, forcing TKs to take time off to use removal every turn. This is really mitigating the power of Palpatine. If TKs isn't playing units, he's not being able to sacrifice those units to cycle through his deck and deal damage to your opponent's units, and that means you don't have a good flip setup. And so DDA putting pressure on through the threatening ability of Padme and coordinate, as well as just through strong units. Forcing them to be removed, really mitigating Palpatine's power here.
That's exactly right. This entrenched on Depa Balaba, stalling at least one threat, but that Amidala leader getting in again, drawing another card. And so T-Case is going to need something like a blast to reset. Plays a Night Sister Warrior at least, giving him the ability to draw a couple cards off of Palpatine, searching for that blast. But even when he does blast, there's going to be the ability by DDA to refill the board. That being said, I like this here, sacrificing the Night Sister Warrior to throw damage on the Deepa Balaba. The Entrench stopped the attack this turn, but now when TK's flips, he'll be able to get that powered up Deepa Balaba next turn and start to turn the corner. Unlike in game one, where he was not able to capture anything powerful with Palpatine, he has constructed an incredibly powerful scenario. He's going to be capturing an 8-10 Deepa Balaba. DDA playing this Spark of Rebellion to take a look at what he's going to be facing down, chooses this Devastator as the thing that's going to help TK cement board control a few turns from now.
Mhm. Going back to what you said about being able to flip and steal a Depa Balaba, that's why a couple action previously, if I'm DDA, I like trading one of my spies into the Night Sister Warrior. Sure, your opponent gets to draw a card, but they're going to be able to sacrifice it to draw a card anyway, and you keep the damage off of your Depa Balaba, which, even though it can't attack, is a really threatening threat for your opponent to steal and start threatening you with. So,
Yeah, we saw him take that line in game one when he chose to send his R2 into the Night Sister Warrior instead of into base. But game two, he has chosen instead to throw more damage into the base. But that does open the window for TKs, as you say, to now have a powerful flip. That being said, that flip is going to be answered by a 6 power attack from Plo Koon. So the question is, does T-Case have enough to slow this down? He's going to start actually with a condemn on the Plo Koon. I like this a lot. DDA is
mhm.
not at risk of being able to attack with the Depa Balaba, so it's going to be there for T-Case to capture whenever he wants to do so this turn. This condemn on the Plo Koon means that he's saving that 6 damage and gives himself a little bit more time to play this turn at a pace that's comfortable for him.
Mhm. Finding a Kellerman off of the Padme, this is going to be a great follow up. Although T Case is setting up a position where he doesn't have to blast here. So DDA might have to overcommit, which then opens up T Case to be able to blast at a more powerful time. And at this point in the last game, T Case had already burnt through 2 of his blasts, but he still has all 3 left. So,
Oh, but the spare the target a clean answer that's going to throw the Depabalaba back to DDA's hand. The other thing to note is T-Case's hand is not large. That Condemn does powerful work, but sometimes players do not have the disclose requirement to give the -6/-0. The Condemn itself will at least turn off the raid 3 on the Plo Koon, but DDA is probably going to start testing T-Case's hand. We're going to see him potentially start to attack with the Plo Koon and see if T-Case has the appropriate disclose. T-Case forced to throw this traitorous on a spy token. 5 resources to take a 0/2. If you're DDA, you probably just throw your own spy token into the captured spy token to prevent T-Case from doing the same thing.
yep. And we're seeing how weak traders can be in this kind of matchup. Sure, it's very powerful early, and it's great at stealing like an Anakin after you ramp, like we saw in the previous game. But into the mid to late game, oftentimes the threats you're taking aren't gonna be able to fight for, the Queen Amidala's and the Kelleran Becks that are hitting the board. You can steal stuff like the Anakin still and the blue leader, and it's not a bad enough card to cut, but it is a very situational card, and we just happen to see a situation where it's not at its strongest.
Yep, here's the test attack here. TK showing that he does have the vigilance villainy card required to turn off the attack, but DDA now having information about 50% of TK's hand. You're at the point of the
Mhm.
game where TK's hand is quite small, and so getting that information is going to help DDA craft the most impactful turns. He sees, I think it was a power of the dark side, and says, I'm going to respond to that by deploying multiple threats of my own, a bounty hunter's quarry onto your leader, and a pair of 2 drops. It's a Bail Organa, and that might be a Padme unit, I believe.
Yes. The 1/4, I believe it's 2 drop 1/4 coordinate on attack, give a unit -2 -0,
Yeah,
or
an
something
interesting
similar.
inclusion. I wonder if that's for more aggro matchups. Doesn't he doesn't need that Padme text to turn on his Anakins because he has the Padme leader. TK's taking a look to see what exactly does this card do.
Mhm.
Maybe it's simply just a Republic card for the Padme leader to draw.
My guess is 2 drop Republic that is acceptable.
Yeah.
Um, I know my teammate Lego Pizza had tried some early Padme builds back in set 3 when that card was first released. It can help
Yeah.
with trading. Maybe it's interesting for the Anakin matchup if you can shrink units, almost negating the Anakin ability, but um, it seems a little slow for that because you do need that coordinate online.
Yeah, that being said, D-Day is going to try and take down this Palpatine to claim that Bounty Hunter's quarry. So starting with that minus ability from Padme is going to soften up that Palpatine for his other units, for example, his Bail Organa to potentially crash into and survive on the crackback. That being said, here's a reinforcement walker from TK, healing to 3. And although DDA has gotten this engine going, he's got a number of cards, he's got threats on the board. TK is at 14, now 16, and we're approaching the higher end. Phases of the game.
Hmm.
Again, this feels. I would say this game feels like it could start tilting into TK's favor, but we saw from game one that DDA was nonetheless able to claw a victory. And with just 5 minutes left on the Swiss clock, ultimately it doesn't matter whether DDA wins or whether the game stalls to a draw. We need to see a TK's win in this game to change the ultimate match result.
Yes. And DD has so many cards in hand. Now, it's different because TK's has more access to those super laser blasts and those big board removals than he did last game. But DD just has so many cards in hand. Even with 3 left, it's hard to imagine TK's can ever fully clear the board without DDA having a response and threatening the board again.
Yeah, look at this. Here's a Kelleran back into a Queen Amidala into 2 spies, and even something like a Super Laser Blast, although it stops the aggression from DDA, it also stops any chance that TK's has of putting any damage on DDA's board. Again,
Mhm.
DDA's life puck still completely turned off for this game too because TK's has not been able to push a single damage to DDA space.
And we're in a situation where TK's almost has to blast again. DDA doing a good job of presenting just enough threats where you're forcing TK's to blast, but it's still this time not as much so as last time, but almost favorable for you. If TK's blasts, that bounty hunter's quarry is going to go off, and DDA is going to get to dig for 10 cards to find a 3 drop, as well as the rest of the cards in his hand to present another board that TK's almost certainly has to immediately answer again.
Yeah, I think he does have the blast in hand there. I see it. Looks like there's going to be the 8. Here comes the blast. It's a full board reset. But here's the thing, Mickey, that blast is going to trigger the bounty hunter's quarry, which is going to
Yep.
develop DDA's board for him.
Hmm. And whatever else threats he has in hand, I'm sure he's going to develop 2 other units. Maybe this finds an Anakin or even just a blue lead or something. A Falcon would be crazy. Obi-Wan is totally fine here. Just we're gonna see 3 more threats, and it's gonna force TKs to blast again, and then we're probably gonna see a Ewing or a Kelleran. And this kind of play pattern really favors the green hero strategies, and it's part of why we see green hero dominance is it's just head and shoulders above what these blue green villain decks are trying to do in terms of removal.
Yep, here's the Ewing. It's going to develop multiple threats, and crucially, it's also going to let DDA draw another card off the Padme leader. So not only is he refilling his board at the cost of a single card, he's also replacing that Ewing reinforcement by drawing off of Padme. Here's another Queen Amidala and another Mina Monteri. That Queen Amidala is going to create 2 more spies, and despite being blasted seconds ago, DDA is going to have a total of 5 units for a total of 14 power on the board to TK's nothing.
Yep. And at this point, time is really going to become an issue for TKs. I don't think there's going to be a way he can clear the board and then turn the corner and then win this game
Oh, in
with
2
2 minutes
minutes, I
left
think
in the
not.
round. Yeah. So it's not necessarily locked in for DDA to win this specific game, but I feel like he's pretty locked in comfortably to win this match. I don't see a way where TK's turns the quarter, wins the game in 2 minutes.
And so major props to DDA for saying, I know my deck enough. I think that I can turn the corner in this game one, right? We were saying, is it
Hmm.
time for him to
Hmm.
scoop? Had he done so, he would be in the position that T Case is in, which is, can I win a game two before time runs out? Instead, he chose to risk it. He won out an incredibly close game one. His deck was completely empty. And now he's in the power position for game two. Another blast from T Case, answered by a Keller and Beck from DDA, again getting multiple threats on the board. Um, with TK's having very few resources left. This time
Yep.
it's a Keller and Beck into a Plo Koon.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting deck. I'm excited to explore this more and look at it more after this tournament. see how well DDA does here. At 2-0 start, that's a very strong start in a stacked field with some of the best players, with some of the best decks. Obviously, it has some legs as a green hero strategy. It's hard not to right now, but attacking it from a different angle, which I'm really excited
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, the question I would say I'm interested in the deck now if he can show that he can beat Anakin's and if he can show that he can beat things like Yoda through Bo-Katan's,
Hmm.
then I will build it on Sweetie Bee and
Yeah.
give it a try. So we'll have to see how the rest of Swiss pans out for him.
Yep. I've had a similar thought to this style of strategy. I was thinking about that Akbar Data Vault deck again,
Hmm.
because it lets you go to space to fight the Anakins. But you had mentioned it. My issue was, oh, Bo-Katan's a card that exists. Creating 10 2/2s for your opponent to put 10 XP counters on their Bo-Katan doesn't seem like the best idea.
Yep, here's a third blast in a row from T-Case, and we're about to see a third rebuilding of the board from DDA. This time it's a Depa Balaba into a 3-drop, into an Anakin, into an Obi-Wan, and time is likely going to be called. It looks like our rounds timer is going to be out. These players are going to be very quickly approaching the point where they're going to have 2 additional action phases. And with 2 action phases, I don't think that there's anything that a Palpatine can do to do 30 damage on a base. The only question for T Case is this game going to be a 0-2 or 0-1 loss to DDA?
Yep. And he had done a better job of bleeding through threats this time. I think all of the Queen Amidala's are gone, 2 of the Kellorans are gone. With this timely Vader, we're seeing him clear up a lot of this board, but I'm still not certain he's favored in this style of game. There's a lot of cards in hand, a lot of threats remaining from DDA still. We saw choose sides last game, so has a lot of options here. It's definitely closer on TK's side, but close or not, there's just not going to be enough time to finish this game.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would be interested to see who would win if it does get played out fully. We might get pretty close with these additional rounds. DDA going to be pushing 5 damage to base now with this Obi-Wan Kenobi developing a Captain Typho. But we're at the point of the game, as you said, where the threats are starting to get smaller. The Kelleran Becks are gone. The Queen Amidalas are gone.
Yeah,
That
I
being
think that's
said,
right. I
time
would
has
be
been called.
interested to
T-Case is going to give the fist bump, and that's going to be a 1-0 win for DDA on this exciting and potentially fresh Padme Amidala Cunning deck against this tried and true Palpatine Colossus.
Really excited to see a new style of strategy here. Hopefully, it does really well. I'm rooting for this deck. I'm rooting for DDA. Very interesting strategy, tackling the meta in a new way. And that's kind of what you have to do when there's these sort of dominant strategies at the top that people haven't been able to answer for a while. You look to these less observed leaders, these less played leaders, and these less seen style of strategies. And try and tackle the meta in a new way. And sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it works hyper specifically against certain decks, but folds to, your Sabine ECLs of the world. But sometimes every so often you crack it and you can find a new top deck in the meta. And while I'm doubtful it's quite that powerful, DDA showing us that there's some strength in that Padme deck.
Absolutely. So that's going to be it for our coverage of round 2 here at the Planetary Qualifier at Red Seal Gaming in Matawan, New Jersey. Another shout out to our sponsor for the stream, Metal Fab. If you like the life pucks that you're seeing on stream, if you like the metal tokens that you're seeing on stream, take a look at their website, metalfabtokens.com. If you like the McClunky Gaming token in particular, go over and take a look at our Discord. You can join the Discord. We'll be giving away 5 of those tokens over the weekend to people who enter the giveaway on the Discord. And if you don't win that, you'll have the opportunity to buy them from the McClunky Gaming shop very soon. But with that, we're going to take a little break and we'll be back with you for round 3 in just a moment. All right, and after a very short break, after a long and exciting Swiss round two, we are back for coverage of Swiss round three here at Red Seal Gaming in Matawan, New Jersey. I am Grumpy Elephant, joined with Mickey D for commentary on this McClunky Gaming Gaming stream. Mickey D, what a round two? What did you think?
Yeah, that was a really exciting round too, and that's the kind of thing you want to see in this kind of more stagnant meta we've kind of locked ourselves into. A lot of Yoda, a lot of Anakin, some Piets to try and go over the top of these green hero decks, and DDI coming in with this really cool Padme Amidala from set three yellow strategy. Still the green hero cards, some of the best cards we have in the game, but churning through his deck and just finding a new way to tackle the meta. But as we come into the table here, we are going to see Tyler from McClunky Gaming versus Eric Hunter on Anakin Data Vault versus Han 1 Green 30. This is kind of a classic matchup of the format. This is what we saw two of the biggest decks at Seattle, at Atlanta, and kind of the basis of our meta before the Yodo Data Vaults came over the top.
Yeah, two decks that are very much taking advantage of the power that Green Hero has to offer in the metagame. But in this particular matchup, I think it's the Han player who's going to potentially have a little bit more of a choice. Han players have two potential strategies against this Anakin Data Vault style deck. The first strategy is that they can go heavy into space. They can do something like a Fast Falcon to start, followed by a Chewie, or something like that 4-5 for 3 spaceship to start, followed by a Han Solo pilot or a Chewie, and really try and push damage through in the space arena faster than the Anakin Data Vault player can stop it. Use the Han flip to sort of accelerate that pressure, get a little bit more damage on the ground, but most of the damage being through the space. The problem with that opening is this Anakin deck is playing that Outer Rim Constables, the
Mm-hmm.
3-1 for 2 that can defeat an upgrade, and does have some answers in space, things like the Jedi Starfighter, things like the Blue Leader, things like the Red 5. The other strategy that some Han players have been playing successfully is I don't need to rush you down in space. Instead, I need to rely on the ability of Han to advance my resources and to get to the 7 resource flip as soon as the third turn of the game. If I start with something like a resupply, then I'm able to get something like a Kelleran Beck or a Han Solo or an Enfys Nest, and I'm actually going to be able to out control your value engine on the ground. That can be answered if the Anakin player has some way to stop the Han flip, something like a Hu Yang or an unanswered General's Blade, or something like a Captain Typho if there's no resupply, or a Cham Syndulla, some combination there
Yeah.
that lets the Anakin player get board control even through the Han resource advantage. So it'll be interesting to see which route does Eric Hunter take in game one. Does it potentially change in games 2 and 3? And does Tyler have the answers? I think in this matchup, the Anakin Data Vault player is really going to be more responsive to what the
Yeah.
Han player is doing rather than trying to develop any sort of proactive game plan of their own.
What you just mentioned there is why I think I slightly favor Anakin in this matchup, just because it has answers for both of your lines of play, and you don't get to know what answers they have until you commit to a line of play. And so you kind of have to take a shot in the dark as Han. And sometimes you call right, but sometimes you call wrong. And there are those games where the Anakin just has both answers and you had no correct line of play. So interested to see that play out in this matchup
Here's
here.
the space start from Eric Hunter, a Fast Falcon, followed by a Sabine Wren from Tyler. This Fast Falcon is going to get some damage in, but the one tricky thing that this Fast Falcon can present for Eric, there's a nice synergy the turn it's played with Han because you can exhaust the resource that you're ultimately going to destroy. But when we get towards the later turns of the game, the 5 resource, 6 resource flip turn, it's possible that this Fast Falcon will jeopardize Eric's ability to play a 7 drop on the Han flip turn if he has to pay 1 to
Hmm.
keep the Falcon active, which means he's either going to have to push damage in space and then jeopardize his ability to play 7 drops, or ultimately call the Falcon back to hand. This resupply, though, is going to threaten a flip as soon as the next turn of the game. And so, with just the Sabine Wren and Red 5 on the board, Tyler's going to need something a little bit extra if he wants to prevent maximum resources from Eric. The question for Eric now will be he can flip on this turn. Is he going to pay 1 to keep the Falcon out? That's going to mean no 7 drop for Eric this turn because he'll have to spend 1 on the Falcon. Or is it time to call that Fast Falcon back to hand, which means he would have essentially spent a card and the first turn of his game to deal 6 damage to Anakin. If you're the Anakin player, that feels okay. Eric's saying, I'm going to spend the resource. There's going to be no 7 drop from me this turn.
I think I would have liked to recall the Falcon here just because of this line of play, the Anakin buffing the Red 5 to attack into the Falcon. And with that resupply line, being able to bounce the Falcon turns off that line of play as well as allowing you to play a 7 drop here. So I think I would have liked to recall the Falcon there if I'm Eric Hunter, but still flipping potentially with some blasters and some extra reach. This is going to be kind of the key turn for Eric. Can he get ahead enough on board to push those points of damage before Anakin gets through too threatening?
Yeah. We have seen some Hans adapting to people responding to Han Leader by playing more six drops, things like Depa Balaba, things like Large Falcon smuggled from row. So it's possible that Eric is still going to have powerful things to deploy this turn. The attack from Tyler into base says, I'm not planning to use the Sabine to damage your Han Leader on flip. This Kira is going to come out. Oh, this Kira is going to be powerful. It's going to shut down the Captain Typho.
Yeah.
It's going to make Tyler's turn a little bit awkward. For this reason, if you're Tyler, potentially it makes sense to start with the Captain Typho rather than the Sabine attack, although the Captain Typho then would fall to a blue leader from Eric Hunter for 5 being ambushed, but then that blue leader that's been ambushed would fall to the red 5 attacking next turn. So sort of tricky sequencing from both players.
Yeah.
Tyler then choosing to develop space with this blue leader and the Bounty Hunter's quarry, the Han flip coming out 4 to base for Eric Hunter. It's a pretty exciting game with both players have multiple threats on board, both players having some damage on base, but crucially, Tyler's still 1 turn away from that Anakin flip because we've not seen a Cham Syndulla to
Mhm.
try and match the ramp that Han presented.
And that blue leader is a cute play there. I was wondering first if you should play the Outer Rim Constable just to present 2 threats that can now use the Anakin ability to trade up into that Cure to get that Bounty Hunter's Quarry trigger. But the blue leader presents the third aspect for the Sabine protection ability to go online.
Mm,
So Eric couldn't attack his Han into the Sabine, leaving it alive. I still might have preferred the Outer Rim Constable, but maybe Tyler is valuing a potential answer for a Chewbacca down the line because you would have 2 damage on the Han and the Outer Rim Constable would trade for the Kira, but I think valuing the Outer Rim in hand to answer Chewbacca over
yeah.
the 2 damage on the Han, which makes sense.
Well, I don't think Eric was at much risk of trying to attack the Sabine on his own. He's probably going to be pushing base at this point. And Tyler, with initiative, able to throw that Sabine into the Kira. So Tyler potentially saying, I just want the ability to shut down space. I will eventually be able to get control of this ground arena. Although Eric can frustrate that if he's able to attack Han into base and then play something like a Kelleran
Mhm.
Beck or a Han Solo or an Enfys Nest. So the real question for this game, this is going to be Eric Hunter's first opportunity to play a 7. The Han 1 greens known for their powerful ability to deploy out 7s ahead of curve. It's going to be a Karis Nemec from the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. What 7 does Eric have, and is it going to be enough to be able to clinch victory in this game? The answer is no 7 at all. The answer is a Hotshot Blaster.
Yep. I think the 7 you're looking for here is Kelleran, just so you can go wide and hopefully, present enough ground threats that the Anakin player can't answer them all, and then those blasters can push for lethal. But probably doesn't have a 7, maybe valuing the damage over a 7 anyway with that blaster. Playing a Falcon, which is not terrible here since the Anakin ability has already been used, can't be used to trade into that Falcon.
Yeah, I don't love that attack from red 5 into base. I think at this point, because you've got the Typho as a sentinel on the ground and you are at 23, I would have preferred the blue leader into the Falcon with the red 5 into base after to finish the
Yeah.
Falcon, which leaves that blastered up Han on the ground, but that Han is not at risk of attacking your base, giving you the time to flip Anakin. Your Anakin's going to be flipping with 8 power, and all of a sudden, even though you're at 23 health, you are looking well positioned. Tyler now choosing to throw that blue leader into the Falcon. I bet wishing that he had reversed the
Yeah.
order of his operations,
And
the blue leader first.
now your red 5 is a little bit overtaxed because this Han most likely goes into Typho unless there's something like a Han solo unit. And now the red 5, if it goes base, can only answer one of Falcon or Han solo leader. So the red 5 probably has to go into the Falcon at that point to prevent Chewbacca and to prevent Han pilot. And now you're opening yourself up to getting punked out in space with something like a hauler
Yeah.
and or like a big Falcon or something like that.
And Eric Hunter choosing to throw his Falcon into the Red 5 to potentially save his Han from that. But that being said, the Anakin ability is now live. If Tyler wanted to take out the leader, Tyler says, no, this Sentinel is more valuable to me. I want to force you to have something. I'm going to throw my Typho into base. And all of a sudden, despite that potential sequencing error from Tyler last turn, things are looking okay. for Tyler.
Mhm.
He's going to be flipping an 8-power Anakin this turn. Eric playing an Obi-Wan, a Sentinel to protect his Han Solo leader, feels like a little bit of a defensive play. It's going to be answered by a second Bounty Hunter's Quarry for Tyler. Tyler potentially looking to start to go wide. The Han Solo into the Captain Typho, but Tyler doesn't need the red 5 to finish it off because he's got this Charactemic right here that could potentially
Mhm.
trade into the Han Solo. And if he has the Disclose, create a spy token. Although at this point in the game, Tyler's hand is not quite large enough to guarantee that he has this
Yep.
disclosed live.
And this is kind of setting up a situation. This Anakin's going to be very scary on flip. It looks like it's going to be 9 power plus potential upgrades and General's Blades and stuff. And this is kind of what I've experienced in this matchup is as the Han Green player, you either have to be prepared to answer Anakin after one attack, preferably one action that can look like setting up a Han Solo Spark of Rebellion unit with a Hotshot Blaster to trade off, or a surprise strike on any number of threats, or you have to be ready to win the game the first action after the Anakin flip turn. Oftentimes you can survive one attack, rarely can you survive a second. So being able to claim early and then with like a Chewbacca Falcon in space surprise strike for the last points or something along those lines. That's kind of the winning lines for Han in this matchup I've noticed.
That makes sense to me. Here's a red 5 from the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Looks like Eric has potentially been passing. He's got 5 resources. He might be holding something like a blue leader to ambush the spy. He is not. Here's a tech from the row. But crucially, Tyler did not have the Disclose, which means he's
Hmm.
potentially going to be
Hmm.
forced to throw this Anakin leader into the Han because something like another blaster or something like a surprise strike would be lethal. Tyler does have this Cassian Andor. Oh, no, there I misspoke. There was the Disclose apparently for the spy. So the spy is there. That's going to clean up the Han Solo leader quite nicely. The Anakin's going to do 9 to base. And all of a sudden, Eric Hunter's going to be the one in check because another swing from Anakin, this 3 from Cassian to 16, the 9 from Anakin to 25. Nope. Tyler, respecting the fact that the tech is there, is only going to do for overflow. That I'm not sure about. I think that players are being a little
This,
overly cautious of tech now because on an empty board, there's almost nothing that Eric can smuggle that will get him
yeah,
back in the game.
didn't end up mattering, but this could be a result of open deck lists, which we talked about in chat a little bit, but there was a mistake at the beginning where Melee GG had set deck lists to open, and so players are open deck lists to this event. They have some time to exchange deck lists at the beginning of rounds. I was peeking at Eric Hunter's deck list. I did not see it, but there is some rumblings of cunning in these Han 1 green decks, even in the main deck. Being able to tap 2 units and +4 oftentimes gives you that one action you need in these green hero matchups to win the game. And
Sure.
respecting the tech, if you kill the tech, you make sure he can't smuggle out a cunning game out of resource earlier on in the game. Uh, Looking at Eric Hunter's deck here, it doesn't look like he has cunning in the main deck, so not necessary to play around in that matchup, but something to be on the mind in that kind of
Yeah.
situation.
Although if I'm the Anakin Data Vault player and we're in this position and I have Eric Hunter in check, I'm at 25. A smuggled cunning would be smuggled for 8. That would be all of Eric Hunter's resources. The +4 on the tech would be 6. That's not enough to kill you. You'd be at 31. All of Eric Hunter's resources are spent. You can then just claim your
Yeah.
Anakin survives the 6 power from tech and you kill him first action next turn. So I think a cunning even there wouldn't have been enough. But Tyler choosing, I mean, I think the instinct with this Anakin deck is to keep the board clear at all times. And so
Yeah.
certainly that instinct worked out for him. Eric Hunter did not have the answer, facing down 3 units on an empty board for himself. Likely didn't matter either way. So game 1 goes to Tyler from McClunky Gaming, and we're going to go into game 2.
Yep. And that's about how I expect that matchup to play out. I think Eric Hunter needed to stick a threat a little bit longer. That red 5 on turn 2 from Tyler felt really important. That's the way you can lose this game early as Anakin, is just getting blown out in space. And Eric didn't have the answer for it. And something like a Han pilot, that could have been really good to hit the Falcon into the red 5, get a beneficial trade, take no damage on the Falcon, and have a big threat left over in space. As it stands, though, he pushed a fair bit of damage, almost got there, but Anakin able to clean up the ground well enough. And with no threats on the board, Eric Hunter wasn't able to threaten lethal, and Tyler won the game quickly thereafter.
Yeah. Yeah. Han taking really neither of those lines that we talked about. Started
Yeah.
out with some space aggression, switched to ground, but actually never played a single seven drop. Instead, at most, threw a hot shot blaster onto his Han. And what that meant is he was able to get Tyler decently high, up to
Mhm.
25, including some of the self pings from the Anakin ability, but without the staying power of either a piloted up Falcon or something beefy like a Caloran Beck to push through the remaining damage.
Yeah.
So you will see in these games, even if a game doesn't go well for a Han Solo, they'll likely be able to get a significant number of damage onto Anakin's base. But because of how Anakin leader operates, that's actually the sweet spot for Anakin. You want to end your game at 15, 20, even 25 damage because
Yeah.
that means you're flipping the 7, 8, 9 power leader and ending the game very quickly on your own side.
And I liked the pivot from Eric in that game, but I think where the mistake or the potential downfall of the pivot was made was not bouncing the Falcon and not having a 7 drop to be able to play on that flip turn.
Yep. Starting a game two with Karis Nemec, that powerful new 3/2 that creates a spy. Um, when defeated, and Eric Hunter going another space start, but a significantly worse space start, does not have the fast Falcon, instead has to spend a card from his hand to resource to just get a blue leader, this 3/3. And look at this here in Tyler's hand. He's got the Cham Syndulla this game too. So if
Mhm.
Eric Hunter goes resupply or Eric Hunter tries to advance his resources using Han Solo ability, Tyler will have the answer to get to Anakin one turn quicker. The players are going to trade 3 damage from base now, and again, it's going to be a red 5 from Tyler. Here's the resupply from Eric. Unlike in game one, Tyler's going to have a quick answer, likely in the form of Cham Syndulla.
Mhm. And that's a tough spot. I Tyler having the answers to both threats this game. We had talked about that at the beginning of the match, where if you go space, they have some red 5, they have the Jedi Starfighter. If you go the resupply into 7 drop, they have the Chams and Dula. Just so happened Tyler this game had both answers for either of Eric's plans.
And here's the gambit from Han going to 6, then hoping to go to 7. Tyler's got this Karis Nemec. He's got the Anakin ability live. And look at this. He's going to forgo the Cham this turn. He's throwing the +2/+2 on Hu Yang from Karis Nemec. This is one of the ways that Anakin players can stop the Han flip. And crucially, Tyler saw Eric Hunter defeat a waylay from his resources. Eric's going to need something like an exhaust, something like a sentinel, or something like a bounce to protect this Han flip. Otherwise, this Karis Nemec is threatening to hit for 7. This is why cards like Hu Yang and General's Blade, even if you don't have the response to ramp from Anakin,
Hmm.
can still hold the Han leader hostage. So really, really nice card lineup from Tyler in response to this ramp start from Eric Hunter.
You kind of hit on it there a little bit, but when your opponent defeats the waylay from the resource row with the Han ability, are you more or less likely to play around it? Because there's some mind games you can play there where they have one less waylay in their hand and in their deck, but does your opponent know that? Defeat the waylay, holding on to the second one, hoping that you think that. I think in general, it's smart to just play around the numbers game, but that is a fun mind game that you get to play with Han 1 in general.
Yeah, for sure. And Eric Hunter showing how these Han players have adapted to strategies that can turn off the Han flip. He says, I don't need a 7 drop. I have a 6 drop. The step of Balaba is going to take out the Hu Yang. It's going to free up my Han flip. But Tyler then able to throw his Karis Nemec into the depth of Balaba, does not crucially have the disclose needed to create the spy token. We can see there instead
Mhm.
of the heroic aspect, he's actually holding on to some villainy aspect into his hand, this overwhelming barrage, an interesting tech that some Anakins have added in recent weeks. But now Eric, with a second opportunity to play a 7 drop because this Han was able to get a clean attack in last turn, will attack in this turn again. Tyler, however, going to be able to play the Cham Syndulla this turn if he wants to then unlock the Anakin flip.
Mhm. However, this Anakin flip is like quote unquote unprotected, and what I mean by that is no ability to put any upgrades or Hu Yangs on it, no resources up to do that. So if the 7 drop that Eric plays is something like a Kelleran Beck or even a Han Solo unit, that's gives you the ability to trade with this Anakin and take it into the late game. If you can't push enough damage, I've noticed you just have to trade for the Anakin because Anakin can close the game too quickly. And 15 is about the point where you start to question it. But I think I want my opponent to be at about 20, maybe even a little bit higher before I Unless I have no other options before I really would just want to start racing the Anakin as opposed to dealing with the Anakin.
Yeah, well, and crucially, at 15, this Anakin is going to be flipping for 7, which means
Yeah.
whatever 7 drop Eric Hunter has, the Anakin will be able to deal with it. A Keller and Beck would have been a trade, but here we're going to see a flip from Tyler, and we're going to see that Anakin eat that Enfys Nest, have 2 health remaining.
I believe that Red 5 should be in hand. He might have put it in the discard from the Emphas
Mm,
Nest, so
that's correct.
we can potentially rewind that here if we catch it in time. But in the meantime, Anakin flipping and taking out the Emphas Nest. If there's a follow-up, like something like a looks like we got that sorted out. If there's something like a Han unit, this is starting to get a little bit scary from the Anakin side of things, having two big threats. Can't Anakin ability since the Anakin is deployed, but that requires a lot from Eric, having back-to-back sevens.
Tyler's also at the 7 drop stage of the game, so he's going to be able to start to playing powerful cards like Keller and Beck. There's not going to be a Han unit from Eric. It's going to just be an attack from Han leader into base, bringing Tyler to 19. The question is, does Tyler use this window to take out the Han leader, or his Anakin is still hitting for 7? It's going to be 7 to base. Tyler says, I'm at the phase of the game where I think I can race you.
I think I respect this from Ty. I would agree. I would put the onus on Eric. He didn't show you an ambusher immediately to take care of your Anakin, so if there is one, I assume it's something like a Han pilot that can ambush for 4. That isn't as valuable of a trade. So I feel like my Anakin is at least relatively safe, and depending on what you have in hand, I think you have the tools to race here.
Going to be a defensive pivot from Eric. Here's a Captain Typho 4/5 that's going to trade neatly with the Champs and Dula if Tyler wants to do it, or he's going to start with something. Oh, here's a Mace Windu, another piece of new tech that's going to eat the Captain Typho and ready itself. So now all of a sudden, Tyler with 10 ready power on the board, threatening to get Eric Hunter to 23. This L3 from hand for, or from Smuggle rather, for Eric Hunter, not going to be enough. Will be enough to take out the Anakin next turn, but not before he's at 23 this turn. And after taking out the Anakin with the L3, an attack from one of these 5 drops is going to bring him to 28. So just like that, this game has turned on a dime. Anakin, the absolute aggressor in this matchup, trying to close out this game before Eric Hunter can find anything to stabilize.
And if there's something like a out of aspect hotshot blaster, which some of these Anakins have been adapting, Tyler I know specifically has, it has to be a Sentinel. You can take care of the Anakin, but hotshot blaster is lethal. Even with a Sentinel, the overwhelm from Anakin is threatening, but it looks
And
like that's
there's the
exactly what we're
blaster.
getting.
You called it, Mickey. That's going to be 7 to base, a handshake for game 1. I really like this showing off some of the new tech that Anakin has. It's not a static deck. It's been evolving along with the meta. We saw a really powerful Mace Windu play, adding 5 more damage to the base, followed up by that hotshot blaster for 5 smuggle tech, able to push through 7. This Anakin deck looked like it was, at risk of falling behind. A Han Solo unit from Eric Hunter might have made the game unwinnable, but when Eric Hunter missed that window, 1, 2, 3, boom, the Anakin deck did not give it a moment to breathe and ended
Mhm.
this game in a matter of actions.
And I really like that Mace Windu tech. There's a lot of 5 health running around, specifically 5 health sentinels in the form of Captain Typho and Obi-Wan Kenobi. And if you're looking to gain points into the Yoda matchup, that's often how they stabilize. Now, it doesn't answer something like Village Protectors very cleanly, but if they land a Captain Typho or an Obi-Wan expecting you to have to trade and not push as much damage, being able to ambush that Mace Windu, ready it, and immediately threaten another thing, potentially either pushing a bunch of damage to base or threatening their Yoda leader flip, that gives you a lot of power and tools in that kind of matchup as well.
Yeah, and crucially, one other card that Mace does quite well against is the new Queen Amidala, because it can eat
Mm,
both of her spies, ready itself for a final time, and take out the Queen herself, all with a single card over the course of a turn. There's very few other cards can do that other than something like the Anakin Skywalker Legendary. If you've got
yeah.
both aspects in your discard, you can give the Queen -3/-3, and then a spy -3/-3. But Mace Windu, just a really powerful defensive card, and as we've seen here, a really powerful offensive card, and that is the kind of flexibility that these red-green value decks are looking to have.
Mhm. So we saw more of a standard style meta matchup there, but some evolution of the tech, both that was discussed as well as that we saw. We saw that hot shot blaster. We saw the Mace Windu. From the Hallwang green side, we have the potential exploration of stuff like Cunning or even just more tap effects in the main deck, as well as those 6 drops like Depa to counteract the threatening of your flip. And so While it's some more standard decks, we really see the evolution of the meta within those standard decks, trying to fight each other as best they can.
That is going to be a fast wrap up for round three for us, with Tyler getting that quick 2-0 victory over Eric on his Han 1 green. We are working to see if we can find a backup match for you, given that there's 31 minutes left in the round. If we can, we will be back with you for some additional Swiss coverage of this round three. So give us a couple moments and we'll give you an update either way shortly. All right, and we are going to be back with you for a backup match. Looks like we've got a Han for Tarkentown, that powerful space focused deck that can abuse the new plot mechanic using the Han Solo leader's ability to ready resources on deploy against a Sabe Cunning, a new leader from the Secrets of Power set with the ability to disrupt what the opponent is drawing by discarding cards from the top of their deck, and then on deploy, the ability to disrupt their hand through a repeated Bazine ability. Sabe able to look at your opponent's hand, choose a card to discard from it, and then they will draw to replace it. Paired with the cunning aspect, so playing double cunning cards like cunning itself, potentially like Cantina Bouncers, likely aggressive space darts. Both decks here looking to be potentially aggressive. Mickey, which deck would you favor in this matchup?
I think I'd favor the Sabe side of things. Sabe lets you pivot to ground, which Han 4 can have issues dealing with, as well as the cunning card that you mentioned being very, very powerful in a race. Potential bamboozles as well to answer the flip. But we see here Red Dragon from McClunky Gaming up a game, so at least took the game one against the Sabe player.
Yeah, against Spanish Alex, his McClunky Gaming teammate. The question will be, does Sabe have things like Bamboozle potentially? Were those Bamboozles in the board? And now that
Mhm.
they're able to join the deck for this game too, can potentially provide a free answer to Red Dragon's Han Solo leader flip. So potentially the dynamic will shift game two, but both players likely going to be crashing some quick damage into their base. My guess is this is going to be a fast and furious game, starting with this Faith in Your Friends, the incredibly powerful new 2-drop from the Secrets of Power set. In a double yellow deck, you're guaranteed to be able to hit the disclose so long as you have the two heroic cards that you need. And that's going to create two spies, 4 powers worth of value, plus a drawn card for Spanish Alex to start off this game,
Mhm.
too.
And I think this is your ideal start as the Sabe player. Don't let your opponent set up a powerful Tarkin town, force them to spend a lot of resources to deal with these spies, or if they don't and they just go space, 4 power on the ground against a 25 health base really allows you to push ahead in the race. So I think this is your ideal start. Also sets up Sanctioner Shuttle, just a very powerful card like you had mentioned.
Yep, and Spanish Alex disclosing as part of that disclosed cost another Faith in Your Friends to be deployed, potentially not on 3 resources, which would leave one up, but if he has two drops to play on 4, it'll get 2 more spies out there. Red Dragon responding with a Cartel Turncoat, a 2/3 in space, sort of a strong 1 drop space unit, and then using a Daring Raid from hand to clear out one of those spies. Doesn't need to use his Tarkin Town because the spy just has 2 health, but was ready to use the Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town combo to answer whatever Spanish Alex
Mhm.
played turn 1. The attack from the spy is going to trigger that Sabe ability, and it's going to take that aggressive negotiations from Red Dragon, one of those burst cards that potentially would let the Han deck finish quite quickly. That's going to be responded with a jam communications from Red Dragon that says, you want to throw off my draw, let me throw off yours. I'm going to be able to take either this Faith in Your Friends or this Cunning from your hand. Which do you take, Mickey?
A really close call. I like the taking of the faith just because it's the most powerful thing Spanish Alex can be doing this turn. Now, obviously, cunning is a very potent card, and so you gotta have to be wary of it and play around it for the entire game. But throwing off your opponent's play this turn and being able to potentially clear the board with something like that Boshek to set up a trade, or even the Han ability, I think I like this play better.
Yep, and this Boshek gonna draw 2 cards for Red Dragon, a mining TIE fighter, and a pilot Falcon. So refilling his hand does not have that aggressive negotiations. So that hand size potentially will just let him continually deploy threats. But Red Dragon gonna take a little bit of a defensive approach here. Instead of sending 3 to base, says, I know that I have the lower HP base. You've already chipped in 2 damage. Let me take this time to take the favorable trade here. I'm gonna kill your 2/3 ship, and crucially, that turns off the coordinate
Yes.
because Red Dragon saw the Sanctioner shuttle in Spanish Alex's hand, wants to be able to protect his piloted ship from that capture effect, which would have not just removed the pilot permanently, but which also would have drawn Spanish Alex a card off of the Cartel Turncoat's bounty.
Looks like we just go for the immediate cunning. This is about as low power of a cunning as you can get. It's gonna push a bunch of damage to the base, but this is part of why I liked taking the faith in your friends. It took away Alex's best play last turn. It turned off the Sanctioner shuttle for a turn, and it also is forcing Alex here to use that cunning in a less powerful way. So really sharp take from
Yeah.
the jam communications. Might instinctually take the cunning just because it's the inherently more powerful card, but using the context of the board state as well as the where we're how far along we're in the game to make a different call there.
One thing it does do, this Han leader ability, not going to be able to buff the Falcon because it reveals a 3, but it does remove 2 odd cost 1 unit, 1 upgrade from the board. We are going into the flip turn. Spanish Alex does have 8 damage on base. Sabe is going to flip and add potentially 4 more. 25 is not a lot, and you are limiting Red Dragon's ability to have an incredibly explosive Han flip. Right
Yeah.
now, the Han flip will be able to ready 3 resources. My guess is Red Dragon's going to be able to likely vomit his hand, and if there's something like a sudden ferocity plot in the row, we'll be able to get that as well. So still going to have an explosive flip turn, but the question will be is, has Spanish Alex put enough damage on base that he's going to be able to get to that 25 before Red Dragon can take advantage of his piloted ships or his buffed ships with sudden ferocity to get Spanish Alex to 30?
Yep. And especially if there's a sudden ferocity lurking, these Han decks can be quite explosive and deal a ton of damage and just present lethal so quickly. If you pilot the Falcon with the Han and then you add a sudden ferocity onto it, you deal 9 to base, that gets you to 12. I believe life puck is not used here, it's just that dice. And then something like aggress and negotiations could be threatening even more damage plus whatever extra damage you push this turn. So even though it's 10 to 3, it is a little bit closer of a race than it might look just because of the explosivity of Han's flip.
Well, and that Spanish Alex currently just has a Lonely Spy token. It'll be joined this turn by Sabe and potentially some other cards from hand. A Hotshot Blaster from Sabe means she would start hitting for 6 every turn. That could be powerful and present a strong clock. So, for example, a Hotshot Blaster on Sabe for 6, followed by a Surprise Strike for 9, could be lethal in 2 turns. So, Spanish Alex potentially has the tools to end this game very quickly. But as you've said, so does Red Dragon.
Yep. And I know the Sabe decks have been leaning into ascension cable lines, just ways to upgrade your Sabe, make her a more potent threat. Plus, with the disruption from Sabe with the on attack dealing damage ability, and we see the Hotshot Blaster line that you had mentioned, it helps Spanish Alex clear out the way of those potential explosive finishes. being able to nab in aggressive negotiations or whatever other pump or reach there is in Red Dragon's hand. So I think I favor Spanish Alex in this game here.
And now Sabe taking that sanctioner shuttle does suggest to me that Spanish Alex doesn't have the surprise strike. Because if he has the surprise strike, he wants to leave Red Dragon's hand exactly as it is because there's no answer to a claim and surprise strike. But instead deploying this Bail Organa, which will give Spanish Alex lethal on the board without a pump, 6 from the Sabe, 2 from the Spy, 2 from the Bail Organa. But it also gives the window for Red Dragon to push damage through. But we saw Ahan flip onto that A-Wing with no sudden ferocity from the row, just getting Spanish Alex to 11. And although Red Dragon now has a fleet of 5, no, that make that 6 ships, one of them piloted, it's seeming like he's going to need some form of disruption to prevent Spanish Alex from just cleanly taking this game over the next 3 actions.
Mhm. And Alex is going to be able to see whether that disruption is there or not first action with that Sabe attack. If it's there, you get a ticket and hope he doesn't top deck a second piece. And if it's not, the coast is clear and you get to finish the game off this turn.
Yep, and that Sabe is going to reveal that Red Dragon has just a C3PO. That C3PO alone not going to be able to do anything. So Spanish Alex says, that's all yours. The C3PO being forced to call something. Did he name 3? He did name 3, which is going to get the Sanctioner Shuttle. The Sanctioner Shuttle will be able to prevent lethal this turn, except for that Hotshot Blaster onto the Bail Organa. That's going to be enough for game 2, which means this quite aggressive head to head is going to go to a game 3.
Yep. A little bit surprised this is our backup match, honestly, with how fast this games have gone. The fact that we caught them after game one, would expect the match to be over here. But very interesting gameplay, and that's kind of how I expected that match to go. Just at least if you have the faith in your friend start, or even potentially Bail Organa, it helps you set up that turn two sanctioner shuttle. Lets you go wide on the ground, which sometimes the Han decks can have difficulty dealing with. Uh, and with the power of cunning, even though we saw maybe a weaker cunning there than you normally expect, still just enough to remove 3 damage from the board, push an extra 4 that turn, which really put the onus on Red Dragon to be having to claim early because you get into check so much sooner. So I think Spanish Alex has more tools here than Red Dragon, but this Han 4 deck, if left uninterrupted, can just be so explosive that it can steal any game.
That's very true. One additional point about cunning is very often we're used to seeing cunning played for 6. This is if cunning's played, for example, in the Han 1 green decks, or even for 8 if it's smuggled from a tech. And there you really want to be careful about maximizing the value. You want to make sure that if you're spending that many resources, you're having something that's really impacting the game. Spanish Alex able to play cunning for 4. And so I think he's a little more comfortable getting a cunning that feels useful but not game changing, because for
Yeah.
4 resources, defeating that Boshek pilot, bouncing the cartel, and getting 4 damage to base, that feels like a decent use of 4 resources, where it would feel like an underwhelming use of 6 resources.
And cunning for 4 is pretty good into the meta right now, especially with Captain Typho kind of running around everywhere. Being able to bounce the Captain Typho the turn it's played, plus pump 4 or even discard a card at random, probably not exhausting 2 units in that case, just the way the game plays out normally. That Typho isn't on the board when the exhaust 2 units mode can be used, but those kind of tempo swings are exactly why cunning used to be such a menace in the format. I've been experimenting with some Han1 yellow myself. This Sabe yellow is a very similar archetype, doing a little bit of different things just in terms of you're not cheating out those units early, but both abusing the power of cunning and how strong of a card it is just inherently, as well as seemingly how strong it is into the metagame currently.
Yeah, and Sabe being a 5 cost leader that nonetheless can hit for 4, we're sort of used to a 3 power baseline for 5 cost leaders, something like a 3/7 Quinlan. We even saw,
Mhm.
in round 2, we saw a 2/7 Padme. But the ability for heroism leaders to hit for 4, combined with the aggressive nature of cunning, means that this Sabe deck can present a pretty quick clock, while also having that built in hand disruption. I think some folks were sort of low on the impact of Sabe's hand disruption early in the set. But if your opponent has, a single card and they need a single answer, we saw what you said in game 2. If Red Dragon has the disruption, Sabe can take it. If it doesn't have the disruption, she doesn't need to take anything. And so it just gives you the information you need to craft the winning lines from potentially close games.
And I really like how the Sabe yellow deck is built to finish the game around the Sabe flip, because the Sabe leader ability, while strong, can be a little bit underwhelming. If you see two dead cards, you have to remove one of them and give your opponent a potential live draw. If you see two live cards, obviously you can't remove both of them. But it's the flip, the leader side, that's really potent. Being able to Bazine your opponent every turn is very, very powerful. And so building your game plan around that with the upgrades to make Sabe leader better, as well as just finishing the game while Sabe is still probably on the board, I think is the way to go with this style of deck.
Yeah, and here we're seeing a very similar start. This time it's going to be an A-wing from Red Dragon, followed by a Faith in Your Friends, followed by a Daring Raid, leaving the Tarkin Town up. But I don't think we saw Tarkin Town used at all last game. Red Dragon would
Mhm.
have preferred to see Spanish Alex start with just a single one drop, something that he could either kill with the Daring Raid, that Nubian Starfighter, for example, the 3/2, or something that he could have Daring Raided in Tarkin Town. But instead, Spanish Alex able to start pushing damage through from his turn one play that also replaced itself. This is going to be followed up by a Falcon from Red Dragon. So now we've got a fleet of two ships, potentially holding that A Wing in reserve to try and fend off a space play from Spanish Alex. This Falcon from Alex going to be answered by an attack likely from one of Red Dragon's units. It's going to be 3 to base from the A-Wing. That Falcon's going to crash into the Falcon. It's going to be finished off by Tarkin Town. And all of a sudden, it's not looking too bad for Red Dragon. There's still the spy token on the ground, but he's been able to stop Spanish Alex's turn 2 play entirely, and he's got 2 space threats going for him.
Yep. And that Han ability, most likely digging for a non 3 drop odd cost to be able to attack your own Fast Falcon into the opponent's Pilot Falcon and take that free trade. But we see Red Dragon there flipping the 3, deciding to push the extra damage and just using the Target Town as soon as possible. We saw, you had mentioned last game, Red Dragon had struggled to use it and it was still left unused by the end of the game. So just getting use out of it while you still can.
Yep, and a nice bit of flexibility there with the Han leader ability. You can look at the card before you choose what unit you're attacking with. So if he draws a 1, he attacks with the Falcon for 4 into the Falcon. He drew a 3, so he attacks with the A-Wing for 3 into base, and then has the Falcon plus the Tarkin Town to clean up Alex's Falcon.
Hmm.
2 into base from Spanish Alex. That's going to bring Red Dragon to 4 with that spy token. Red Dragon 1 resource down now, having chosen to pay 1 to keep his Fast Falcon in play. He's going to exhaust Han Leader. It's going to reveal a piloted Falcon for costing 3, and that's going to be 3 more into base from the A-Wing.
Developing a board on both sides. This is a much better situation for Red Dragon than it was last game. Spanish Alex had gone into the flip turn with a relatively empty board, just a spy, and the flip was enough to finish it off. Whereas here, Red Dragon answered Spanish Alex's turn 2 play, has a relatively strong space board, hasn't even played a unit left this turn, so the flip is potentially going to be more explosive and pushing a lot more damage than he was last game.
Yeah, Spanish Alex, though, deploying 2 drops this turn. So now all of a sudden he's got 3 units on board. He's got Coordinate Live if he has a Sanctuary Shuttle of his own. And Red Dragon potentially in an awkward situation. His hand looks a little bit rough. He's got something like a Bowshek, which he could use to draw some cards. He's going to spend 3 on, is this a Waylay? This is a spare the
Hmm.
target. It's just going to bring the 3/2 back. That does not feel like a, maximal use of the 4 resource turn. Would have preferred probably to advance another ship, something like that piloted Falcon he just drew. But it, was the cards that he had to play. We are now going into 5. This is going to be the Han flip turn. So this is the turn for Red Dragon to go off. He's gotten Spanish Alex to 9. How much damage can he push over the course of one turn? And does Spanish Alex have a form of disruption for the Han pilot, something like a bamboozle, something like a cunning, to shut off the attacks from Red Dragon this turn?
I wonder if part of Red Dragon prioritizing that spare the target there was also because he wants to really protect his spacer in it in this flip. And if that's the case, I would expect something like a sudden ferocity just to beef up this Falcon or this A-Wing as much as possible. And if that's the plan, you're kind of playing into the bamboozle and cunning, but those are hard cards to beat as this type of strategy anyway. So just if you don't have the jam communications to clear the way, potentially just making your opponent have it and not respecting it is the way to go in this type of matchup.
Yep, if you have a line that you think can win that's stopped only by a card or two, even top players will say, well, I'm going to make them have it. And if they have it, it looks like you've made a mistake, right? But there's no way to know in advance. So sometimes you just choose the winning line, cross your fingers, and oftentimes it will work out for you.
Hmm. This is a much closer situation on the flip turn than it was last game. Last game, it felt like Spanish Alex was pretty far ahead going into flip and just crossed the finish line pretty easily on the turn after the flip. But right now, we're in a pretty tight race. Pretty equal damage left on both players' bases and pretty equal damage presented as well. So,
Yeah, 16 health remaining for Red Dragon, 21 health remaining for Spanish Alex. Spanish Alex is going to be able to attack for 2 with that L3. The Sabe flip's going to be able to hit for 4. But Red Dragon has added a third ship. This means the Han Solo flip is going to count 4 odd cost units and upgrades. That'll ready him back up to 5. Something like a Sudden Ferocity. Would add significant power. Spanish Alex starting to spend his resources. Here's a faith in your friends that removes the ability to play a cunning this turn because it brings him from 5 to 3. And so now the options really are limited to, I suppose, a bamboozle from hand
yep.
would be if Spanish Alex has it. That can throw off Red Dragon, but he's now safe to go. I don't have to worry about the cunning. And Spanish Alex going to reveal 3 cards. That's one potential downside of the faith in your friends on this powerful flip turn because
Hmm.
Red Dragon has information now about most of your hand. You've talked before about, clever mind games could have held the bamboozle in reserve, right? Make my opponent think it's safe so they overplay their hand. But it does give Red Dragon more information.
Yes. And in these type of races, if the race is close, I think I would favor, regardless of cards in hand, like if we're not thinking about cards in hand and cards that can potentially be played, which obviously you should be considering those, but I think I would favor Red Dragon just because of how action efficient Han can be once he's piloted. And goes for any pilot leader, but being able to push 7 damage in one action is huge in these kind of racing situations. It means you can put your opponent in check sooner because you're presenting more damage in one action, as well as it lets you push more damage with like a surprise strike or any sort of pump and get surprise lethal sooner as well. So action efficiency really big in these kind of racing situations.
Yeah, Red Dragon taking a moment here to figure out which ship he wants to throw this leader on. It's a difficult choice because there's a lot of math going on. He knows Spanish Alex is at 9. If he puts it on the A Wing's going to hit for 5. If he puts it on the Falcon's going to hit for 6. And that one damage difference could make a difference between whether he can end the game in one action or two next phase. Here's the sudden ferocity. Is he going to respect the bamboozle? He is not. He's going to make Alex have it. It's going to go on the A Wing. The A Wing now threatening to hit for 8. That's 17. 3 from the Falcon is 20. There's the bamboozle. Spanish
Yeah.
Alex had it. That's likely going to be a blowout against Red Dragon because the 3 damage from the Falcon isn't going to be enough to close this game anytime soon.
I think I respect that line of play from Red Dragon. Your hand is weak enough. You saw 3 cards. If my opponent is showing me those 3 cards, I have a sneaking suspicion that they might be hiding a bamboozle, but there's not much you can do about it in this kind of situation. You just have to go for the line that wins you the game and push as much damage as you possibly can. Your opponent is going to win the race if you don't, and so go for the line that wins instead of the line that avoids losing.
Yeah. And crucially, one of the cards that Alex did disclose to Red Dragon was that Sanctioner Shuttle. So Red Dragon says, you
Mhm.
might have a bamboozle. You definitely have a Sanctioner Shuttle. If I put the sudden ferocity on the unit that I don't put the Han leader on, it will just get captured by the Sanctioner Shuttle, and then I'll lose the upgrade anyway. So then I would have at most one upgrade. One upgrade is not going to be enough to win this race on its own. I need the double or nothing, and I need to force you to have the bamboozle.
Mhm. But we're seeing this game play out and game 2 played out in the same way where even though Red Dragon won game 1, I think the Sabe player and double cunning decks in general just have so many tools for these kind of racing situations. Bamboozle, we saw this game, even if it's not against a pilot leader, being able to free tap something to swing the race, even 4 points in your favor can be enough. Cunning last game, being able to swing the race 7 points instead. And yeah, this game is definitely swinging in Alex's way. It's not over yet. There still could be some potential top deck draws, but
Yeah.
Alex ahead on board, ahead on damage on base. It's looking rough for Red Dragon here.
And this Sabe taking the aggressive negotiations is going to be a hard one for Red Dragon because he does have this Millennium Falcon that's possibly hitting for 5 right now.
Hmm.
That aggressive negotiations could have added some more, potentially turning it into, over the course of a couple rounds, sort of a 2 swing lethal. But with this fast Falcon from Alex bringing Red Dragon to 15, Alex has more than enough power on the board. In fact, he has 12 power on ground, 3 power in air. That's going to be more than enough, absent some sort of huge intervention from Red Dragon, to deal the last 10 damage that Spanish Alex needs to close out this game 3.
It did look like Red Dragon drew another aggressive negotiation, so does have that potential swing available to him, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think if it goes on the Pilot Falcon, this will be for 10, 5 cards in hand plus the 5 damage from the
Yep.
Falcon, getting Alex to 22 here, but not enough presented on the board. Plus, Spanish Alex can attack with Sabe, clear any potential reach that's left in the hand. Believe he has lethal on the board this turn, so should
Yeah.
be able to clean up the game.
Crucially, uh that's 3. If Red Dragon has double surprise strike, uh
Hmm.
and Spanish Alex for some reason does not clear one of those spaceships with his fast Falcon, that would be exactly lethal. But the Sabe is going to be able to clear potentially any sort of threatening interaction. I'd probably start with a Sabe attack first, just to get the information that you need. Spanish Alex saying, "I'm going to take no chances. I'm going to attack with this Falcon." Um, does that give a window? Probably not. It's going to be 3 to base from this A wing, and Spanish Alex is likely going to finish this game up on the ground
Yep.
with nothing in hand from Red Dragon. There's the hand display. That's going to be a scoop. Oh,
Yep.
nope.
I,
There's the hand display. That's going to be a take
from
uh,
Sabe.
from Sabe.
And this is really sharp from Alex. He saw the top card of Red Dragon's deck from the Han Solo ability, so knows that there's nothing threatening off the top. Daring Raid is the only thing that can impact this race. Didn't matter either way, but
Yep.
pretty cool interaction there.
And so that is Sabe Yellow taking games 2 and 3 to clinch this Swiss round 3 match against McClunky Gaming teammate Red Dragon. A neat sort of aggressive deck head to head. You can imagine both of these players sort of primed and ready to take down some of these more slow decks in the format, maybe something like a Yoda Data Vault, something like that Palpatine Colossus we've seen earlier. And when they get matched up into an aggressive mirror match, both of them having to adjust their play styles slightly to figure out, okay, who's actually the control in this match, because both of us can't just go face. Someone's going to lose that race.
Yep. And I think correctly identified that Sabe is generally the more aggressive strategy just because they have so many more tools in the race, like we were talking about earlier.
Yep. So that's going to bring us to a close for our commentary of Swiss round 3. We are going to take a short break, and that is going to be it for me, Grumpy Elephant, for today. It's been a pleasure commentating with you all. I'm going to leave you in the hands of our very capable commentators, Mickey D, and then TowerNumberNine should be joining for the rest of the day to bring you through the close of this planetary qualifier at Red Seal Gaming. Again, streaming brought to you by the fabulous leaders of McClunky Gaming, Tim and Claire, and now sponsored by Metal Fab, bringing you those incredible life pucks, those great metal tokens, and that incredible McClunky Gaming metal Sabak coin initiative token or hand marker, whichever you prefer. So that's it for me. Thank you so much, and we'll have more coverage for you in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in Matawan, New Jersey. I am Mickey D. This round and for the rest of the event, I will be joined by Tower number 9. Tower, how are you doing today?
I am doing great, Mickey. What is the most hype thing that's happened in this event so far, do you think?
So in round two, we got to see DDA play a set three Padme with the just a yellow 30 base and a really interesting game plan, still utilizing the powerful command heroism cards, but using stuff like Queen Amidala and Caloran Beck and those ways you can build coordinate very quickly to utilize the draw ability of that Padme leader. And a lot of the best cards that have been released recently have been Republic units. Stuff like Caloran Beck is a Republic unit. Um, there's some other ones that I'm blanking on currently. Plo Koon, I believe, is a Republic unit. Depablaba is a Republic unit. So it's not just drawing you some draft chaff; it's drawing you some real powerful cards. And it reminded me a little bit of like an Akbar Data Vault deck. That yellow green heroism, just grind them down through card advantage, whether that be through your leader ability making a 2/2 or through your leader ability drawing you actual cards. And so that was an interesting deck we saw, but as we are entering round four, you see on the screen here. This is what the breakdown of the meta game looks like. Top five decks, I believe, are about what you would expect. You have your Anakin Data Vault, Han 1 Green 30, Piet Red 30, Yoda Data Vault, and Han 2 ECL. I think these are kind of the stalwarts of the metagame. They're what you expect to see going into any given event. We are
Yeah, I
currently
mean,
setting up. Yeah, you go, Tower.
what do you think about the present meta as a whole?
I wrote a whole article about my opinions on the command heroism meta and data vaults. Currently, I think it's still unexplored some, but we're starting to reach a stagnation point, and it feels like the only way to counter the green hero decks is just play other green hero decks, besides maybe a Piet or some other space aggro deck that could punk these decks out. But we have reached a critical mass of green hero decks to where it's hard to see innovation and things are kind of starting to stagnate a little bit. And Data
Mhm.
Vault especially has been encouraging this kind of mid-range soup of a metagame.
Yeah, although, if we look at those, it's interesting. We have a few data vaults. We have one Colossus, which has even more HP than a data vault, and then we have some 30 HPs, and interestingly, two Captain Rex droid manufactory builds in there as well.
hmm I believe as the meta breakdown goes on, there's more lists with two copies as well. But we're gonna zoom in here to round four, and it looks like we have a Piet Blue 30 versus is that General? No, that's IG 88 showcase with a yellow 30 base.
IG-88.
I believe that's IG 88. It's been a while. I don't know if I've ever seen a showcase.
You know, IG-88's an interesting one. I actually thought when he was first previewed that he was going to be such a good card, but
Mhm,
I think that we've kind of had some issues with that leader overall,
mhm.
where the 4 HP in particular has left him very vulnerable to just being killed.
Yeah, that's the
But
biggest issue with IG for
we
sure.
might see that go differently here. It's hard to say.
I mean, these go wide strategies have been kind of getting popular. Usually in space, you usually see like double one drops, especially in the cunning aspects, with things like the A Wing and the Republic Wing and cards of that nature. The Mining Guild Tie Fighter, followed up with a Sanctioner Shuttle, and that's exactly what IG-88 wants to be doing. And if you can utilize his hero power, it's pretty good. His leader ability, but like you had mentioned, he's just so frail. It's hard to get use out of his flip.
Yeah, I think 4 HP on a leader has not been a super effective stat line, but we're not going to be seeing, we're not going to be seeing open fire here. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And similarly, some of the 4 strength ambush units that have historically seen at least some play are probably not going to be featured in this Palpatine blue deck, although there is a chance that we would see we could see something.
Mhm. I am worried about for Josh here because it does look like he's starting off with a Kautai silencer. It looks like he has some pilots in hand, like a Darth Vader pilot. As a Piet blue deck, they have a lot of big space sentinels and they can cheat them out very fast. And so while normally you would be able to punch through your opponent's life total before they got to fight in that arena with those powerful late game cards, Piet specifically is very good at countering that in the earlier than expected. We see a Viper Probe Droid and an Imperial Dark Trooper for Thunderdome here, where Kylo Tai Silencer and a Lurking Tai Phantom for Josh. Kind of like I mentioned, splitting arenas, Josh focusing on the space arena, but not being able to go wide enough right now to make use out of that IG-88 ability.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the different sorts of plays that you might be wanting to make based on the arenas that different decks tend to head towards. So I think that the Piet blue deck has historically been quite able to stave off space aggression with
Mhm.
you have some cards there that can be actually extremely annoying, like the Fleet Interdictor, for instance. And it's an interesting one because I think the Piet red deck that has been popular recently is actually a lot more vulnerable in space than the blue version is.
Yeah. We see a really explosive play here from Thunderdome. Malevolence. I think this was a pretty underrated card. Being able to exploit it out as well as pay one less for the Piet to shut down that Lurking TIE Phantom for a turn that got the Darth Vader pilot. And next turn can use that Malevolence to hit into the Lurking TIE Phantom and defeat it. So great answer from a pretty explosive play from Josh.
Yeah, Malevolence is I wouldn't say it was a how would I say it? I wouldn't say it was one of the strongest cards that we've seen overall,
Hmm.
but at the same time, I think that in the right situation, it can be really good, and exploit can help you get it out quickly. So I think, like a lot of the exploit cards, the problem is if you're paying it for its if you're playing it for its base cost, it's really not effective.
Hmm.
But you know, as an exploit card, you don't have to pay it for that play it for that cost. And indeed, we see exploit being used to bring that out early, although looks like a shoot first there is going to lead to Malevolence's relatively quick demise.
Hmm. This is an interesting card. I don't recall the name of it off the top of my head, but it lets you disclose blue villain, and it taps down a unit. I believe it hits leaders as well, and it remains tapped for as long as that unit is in play. The Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. This is a
Cantwell
nice addition
Arrestor
for
Cruiser.
It's a nice addition for these Piet blue decks. They had the Fleet Interdictor, like you had mentioned, as a 7 drop that they can cheat out on their flip turn, which is really powerful. But having a second 7 drop, kind of similarly for Piet red, how we saw the Fulminatrix get added as a second 8 drop, this time a
Hmm.
second 7 drop to add redundancy to the list.
Yeah,
And
what do you
the
think about the does that
mhm.
strike you as a overall strong tactic with the Piet Dex composition?
I think so. It's maybe not the strongest card in a vacuum, but being able to play it for 5 resources and it just so naturally helping fill out that curve to help you stay into the late game. I think it's a really key piece for this Piet blue list.
Yeah, I think one thing that can actually be really helpful for these Piet builds is finding multiple ways that you can sort of express your game plan and get things going, because one one thing that has historically been a problem for Piet is when Piet is operating with his like consistent, desirable lines, he's probably one of the best leaders in the game.
Yeah.
But the problem becomes what happens when you miss those lines.
Mm.
And having some redundancy, having some options that you can play, even if they're not the cards you most want to see, can really do a lot to help a Piet deck become more effective, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. A lot of Piet's, I would say all of Piet's power actually is baked into the fact that you're cheating things ahead of curve. And while if you're playing those big things on curve, they're very powerful. But we see here playing an Avenger 2 turns early as opposed to on time is what you want to be doing. And so you're a very time sensitive deck. And if you're not finding the right things at the right time, then you're not doing your powerful thing. And so being able to find more powerful things that you want to be doing at specific times, that redundancy, like you mentioned, really strengthens this Piet archetype.
Yeah, I think I don't know whether Thunderdome is playing this, but I remember even back when Piet first came out, there were some cards that I thought were really cool to incorporate, like the I think Corvus was an interesting one.
Hmm.
So I remember my main game plan with my Piet deck was to ramp, but if you missed ramp and you went into that turn and you had 4 resources, Corvus could still be played. It's a 5 cost unit. You could play it with Piet's discount, bring that unit onto the field, and have a solid play even if you'd missed your main line. So I thought that
Hmm.
was one example of something that a Piet deck could do to try to have a overall more consistent and effective game plan.
Hmm. And interesting that Thunderdome here is still going for the droid package. We see Josh here scooping it up. Yeah, being able to turn the corner very quickly with a bunch of big ships, but still going for the invisible hand droid package. A lot of the droids are in red in the HK-47 as well as the dark probe droid, but still enough, especially with this new set. We got the Gonk probe droid, we got the Imperial Dark Trooper as a droid. You can still play the Viper probe droid, and things I believe the oh my goodness, I'm the gunship, the Kira one that they play. Why am I blanking on the name? The Devastating Gunship. There we go. I believe that is a droid. You can't cheat it off of the invisible hand, but you can still draw it, and it's a powerful thing to draw in the mid and late game. So it's still a
What do
valuable
you
package to have in there.
What do you think of Josh's deck here? There are some old school cards in this deck. I don't know when the last time, like not just the leader either. I don't know when the last
Hmm.
time I saw shoot first being played was before this game at least.
It's a really interesting deck. I have been thinking about exploiting some of the red yellow villain package as well. Yellow villain in particular, things like Vader, that space package. If your opponent is going to gum up the ground in these data vault decks with a bunch of Gungis and Karis Nemics and Yaddles and village protectors and whatnot, going space is a pretty natural place to go. And while you're still weak to blue leader in that instance, being able to go wide can help mitigate that a bit. And so I imagine this IG-88 deck is trying to take advantage of that in a similar way.
Hmm.
I could be totally mistaken, but my instinct is that this is a double one drop plus sanctioner shuttle deck, which has kind of been the core of a lot of space aggro decks for the past couple sets.
Yeah, I think that tends to be a pretty good play line. The double one drops sanctioner shuttle. Good
Hmm.
way to get some value going. And in particular, the sanctioner shuttle allows you to develop your own board at least some, while also messing with opponents very easily.
Hmm.
Sanctioner Shuttle can be a very disruptive card against a lot of the cards that opponents tend to be playing, and that can be a useful capacity to have.
So deck lists are open for this event because there was a mistake at the beginning of registration, and now since they were shown for a bit, they're just open deck lists for all the players. Looking at this IG-88 deck, it isn't a double one drop deck, but it is a very heavy space deck. I don't believe there's any ground units. So the positive to that is your opponent's probably not interacting with you as much, and you can get more units than your opponent and utilize IG-88. The downside is that without other ground units to run into, your opponent is more likely to be able to clear the IG-88 pretty efficiently. Like that, you have no other threats, so your deploy is going to be weaker. A
Mm.
funny note about this IG-88 deck: there are 6 total cards in the sideboard. It's 2 Confiscates, 2 Confederate Tri-Fighter, and 2 Change of Heart. So, saying my main deck is enough. I don't need this side deck stuff. I've got enough. I'm ready. I respect. It's
Yeah,
not something I think I would
sometimes,
do, but
yeah, sometimes you think you're I don't know. But sometimes you might be in a situation where you're like, I feel like my main deck is really honed. I feel like I'm good to go.
yeah, I respect it. If you are confident enough in your main deck, you don't want to worry about the sideboard. Might as well. Looks like Josh has kept his first 6 here, and Thunderdome taking a mulligan. Piazza deck that mulligans pretty aggressively, like we had mentioned before. You're looking for a pretty specific line of cards, and if even 1 or 2 pieces are missing from that, it's you might need to take that aggressive mulligan to try and find your ideal game plan.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, as we've been discussing, Piet really does want to see a really does want to see certain play lines, certain consistent patterns in order to get a good result. So
Hmm.
I think we'll see whether or not that ends up being achievable. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't see it. But
Absolutely.
in the first game, we saw Piet being able to turn the corner pretty efficiently. Tends to be one of the things that these Piet decks are good at against space aggro for the blue deck in particular. It's a little unfortunate, if I were Josh, I would probably be pretty happy to see Piet.
Yeah, generally a slower archetype, uh, something that could be overwhelmed, but Piet Blue in particular, being able to fight in space better earlier than something like a Piet Red really throws
Mm.
a wrench in the game plan for Josh. Those fleet interdictors, I imagine, are quite annoying, and the Cantwell Cruiser we saw was pretty backbreaking as well.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see just how this one's going to go. Once again, Josh in space, another old school card, a mercenary gunship.
Hmm. This is one that I don't know if it's been visited quite enough. 2-drop 3/2 in space. Nowadays, that's a pretty standard stat line. We have the N1 Starfighter, the Phoenix Squadron A Wing, and the Kylo's TIE Silencer with that stat line. But for decks that aren't in those color combinations, 3/2 stat line in space is pretty good. But with things like Han running around, it's a little bit riskier.
Yeah, I think that when the game first came out, 2 cost 3/2s in space just didn't exist at all. And
Hmm.
when the mercenary gunship first came out, it saw a good deal of play because that 2 cost 3/2 stat line was pretty desirable. And in particular, you would see it in boba decks where they could often get a resource advantage that would make up for the potential downside of your opponent stealing it.
Hmm.
However, it is another card that I haven't seen in a long time. I wonder if this is a deck that Josh has been on for, quite some time now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. We did see an IG-88 activation, I believe, for the first time this match, being able to attack for 5 with that Lurking TIE Phantom.
Lurking TIE Phantom, another card that's very powerful, at least at sometimes. I think that when it first came out, it was I remember we would see like the Tarkin yellow deck, for instance,
Mhm.
that was really leaning hard on Lurking TIE Phantom to create problems for opponents.
Yep. And we see that invisible hand miss. I'm not too surprised to see that. I wouldn't be shocked if the droid count is relatively low for Thunderdome, but just a 6/6 body that you can cheat out is still quite powerful.
Mm. Well,
The Cham is a powerful card.
yeah, Cham Syndulla, I think a really interesting counter ramp card. It's going to be really interesting for me to see where Cham ends up after rotation kicks in because
Mhm.
It also depends, of course, on whether or not they're going to print new ramp or maybe reprint some of the ramp that we already have. But in the event that they don't, Cham might be in a slightly awkward spot where he could be a counter ramp card in an environment with a lot less ramp than when he came out. At least
Yeah.
for now, though, with ramp a very real thing in the environment, I think Cham Syndulla is a pretty sweet card in the right context.
Mm-hmm. And an overwhelming barrage, being able to clear that ground arena with an invisible hand ready to fight in the space arena. Josh has gotten Thunderdome to a much higher life total, and that change of heart from the sideboard doing a lot of work. I think is that 8 is 24 plus 4 is 28. I think that's lethal on board now because of that change of heart.
The damage is adding up pretty fast.
Game was looking good for Thunderdome off of that overwhelming barrage, being able to clean the ground arena up and fight in space with the unit. But one change of heart swung the game, and we are going to game 3. Josh stealing game 2 from Thunderdome. All thanks to Cham, honestly. Being able to flip your leader a turn early because your opponent ramps, pushing that 6 extra damage, and then having the 6 resources you need the following turn to change a heart, the invisible hand, really swung the game.
Yeah. Very cool stuff there from Josh, using some old school cards. This time he gets the win, and we're going to be moving to game 3 to see whether Piet can stop IG88. Not a matchup you see every day.
No, especially not in these aspect combinations. There have been some
I think
IG88 decks that have rumbled with like
I
a
think
droid
IG88
manufacturing.
yellow. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think it's the
I,
second most common pairing with him, I would think. I think
it,
the droid manufacturer builds have picked up some steam in the past because it allows you to flip and turn on that ability that you have more units than your opponent immediately.
yeah, I could see that making a lot of sense. Droid manufacturer kind of playing into the droid manufacturer kind of playing into IG88's abilities. You give those
Yeah.
units raid, and they're a lot more threatening than they would be in some decks. It's kind of funny, droid manufactory, often seen, of course, in those Unity of Purpose builds that were popular for a while.
Hmm.
But that's not the only situation in which that card can get some value.
Yep. And this Piet Blue list is probably the second most explored Piet list. When Piet initially came out, I would honestly say Blue was the most popular, but part of that was due to the metagame at the time. Django was running rampant everywhere, and Piet Blue had some
Yeah, very
interesting
true.
answers to Django. But with the printing of Fulminatrix in set 6 and some other tools like Invisible Hand and all the droids in set 5, red has kind of been the default option.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to see just how this one ends up going. I think that the red version loses one of the big benefits that Piet decks have had in the past, which is you no longer have that really strong positioning against aggro in space, but red has some nice advantages of its own.
Blue is interesting into this kind of metagame if we are playing longer games against more data vault style decks. The red lists are generally pretty good into like Anakin data vaults and the Yoda data vaults of the world because of that reach, and the Fulminatrixes are very powerful and the board clears. But blue provides similar levels of board control with stuff like the Cantwell Cruiser, and then you get stuff like Annihilator and Avenger in the late game. So it's an interesting take on Piet.
Yeah.
Looks like Thunderdome is keeping, and I believe Josh is mulliganing here. Don't see any resources in play, and believe he is shuffling up. Drawing up a second 6 here, looking for Some sort of playable hand. Looks like he was gonna miss a turn one play until that last card, the Shithpeed, I believe it's pronounced, was found.
All right. Here we go. The winner of this game will take the match. Who would your favorite be here?
I would lean Piet just because they contest so well in space and just the power level of the cards I think are a little bit higher. But if Josh gets the right draw and Thunderdome misses those key ramp pieces we were talking about, he can definitely steal the game.
Yeah. All right, so we're starting off. It looks like it's going to be that Dark Trooper
Mm-hmm.
on the Piet side of the board, and the Emissary's Sheathipede for Josh, followed up by an Exhaust Ship.
I believe Thunderdome had passed there, looking at a condemn in hand, potentially waiting to put it on a more powerful unit. I think you do just have to use the resources this turn.
Hmm. You could be right.
As Josh there with the condemn on my Shithpeed, unless you have a specific play you have in mind for first action where claiming initiative is important, I do like attacking with it. It's almost certainly not going to get any damage through, but you do get hand information because your opponent
Yeah, you
has to
make the
disclose a
opponent
card.
show whatever card.
Mhm.
Force them to use disclose. That's interesting.
See a Cham on an empty board, no ramp. Looks like Thunderdome has missed the ramp this game. Does have the nice backup option though of the MC-30 assault ship. Usually your go-to if you do not hit the ramp as Piet, even in the red builds. But Josh making use of the IG-88 ability this game, and that might be part of why he claimed early, was just so he knew he had more units on board than his opponent and can use the IG-88 ability right away.
Hmm.
Still think, and now we see the attack just to get the information from hands. You guys are going to pile on the damage very fast here with the Darth Vader pilot on the ground. Most likely looking to punch the base for 7, but if Thunderdome has that Cantwell assault cruiser to tap down that Darth Vader and it gets sacrificed at the end of the turn, that could be a blowout on the other end.
Yeah, we have the potential for some real big plays here. And there's 10 damage on Piet's base right now, so there's still what? 20 to go. It's just a 30 HP base.
Mm-hmm. Believe that is a Corvus, so 4/5 restore like you had mentioned.
Yeah,
Just
I was just talking about that card.
another fill-in card if you miss the ramp.
Having
But
that restore could be helpful here.
Josh is piling on the pressure though with that IG-88 gonna attack, I believe. It's only gonna be for 5. They have even number of units, but the Darth Vader gonna get in for 7, put Thunderdome up to 22, or be presenting lethal on board the following turn. So it takes the time to attack into the IG-88, clear it, and gonna go to 22, but only with the Cham Syndulla left in play for Josh. Like you mentioned, that restore might help Piet stabilize here.
Hmm.
Thunderdome's not careful though. Surprise strike that was just drawn for Josh will be lethal on the Champ Syndulla. So either has to deal with the Cham first action or attack with the Corvus to get the restore.
22 damage on base.
Does he's on 6, so nothing. He can play some of the big ships, but they don't interact with the ground. So that Cham is going to
Yeah,
be a real threat. It's going to be hard to deal with.
he needs a plan to stop that Shamsandula here. Otherwise, he may end up folding to the ground arena, which is kind of a traditional problem with some of the Piet decks.
We were taking back a resource decision there. Thunderdome is gonna get that attack with the Corvus immediately. Heal the 2. But that Cham is threatening. And if Thunderdome doesn't have an answer for it, Josh can just claim and attack immediately with the Cham on the following turn.
I think Thunderdome's in some trouble here. Got to find
Agree.
something to answer Cham. That's not going to do it.
Needed a Turbo Laser Salvo or an Overwhelming Brush or something of that nature.
Ooh, wow. Pilot Vader played as a ground unit there. Doesn't
Just
have any text, but is a 7/7. So that's another unit threatening to blow up the base.
And
Not
Thunderdome has
sure.
been threatening, showing that he can't answer the ground threats right now. So
I don't know what he could have now that would save him from this.
I don't think a Turbo Laser Salvo does it. Overwhelming Barrage doesn't do it. There's not enough to do in one action.
Yeah, the salvo would have worked if it were just Cham, but that 7 HP Vader is not gonna be as easy to deal with.
And
There's the handshake.
IG88 going to 3-1 in this planetary qualifier. Live for top 8, win 1 to 2 more games. Very interesting take. Super heavy space, but showing that post board having some decent ground threats in the Champs and Dula and those Darth Vader pilots, and just a little bit of a stumble like we had talked about. Piet really needs to draw those right cards at the right time. You need the ramp early, you need those mid-game ships in the mid-game, and then you need to be able to go over the top in the late game with those bigger ships. So IG88 takes it down. Interesting
Yeah.
deck there.
Yeah, I mean that was cool. That was, I was saying earlier, it struck me as a very old school deck, had a lot of cards that I have not seen in a while, but IG88 as a leader has not always received the best reception necessarily, but you know what? He was able to take it down. The
Yeah.
they may have been old school cards, but they were not dysfunctional ones by any means.
We've seen a couple interesting wild decks today on stream succeeding.
Yeah.
DDA with that Padme yellow deck. He was 3-0 coming into this round, so we'll see how he is doing. That IG88 at 3-1 now. I've not taken a time to look specifically at the standings, but we are at the max cap for this number of rounds in a tournament. We have 64 players at 6 rounds. And the more players there are, the scarier drawing can be. So even at 4-0, you should be safe to draw, but at 64 players, that is not 100% a guarantee. So we'll have to do the math and see, but we are entering into the latter half of the tournament here. After this round, round 4, there will be an extended lunch break for the players. So we are going to take a little bit of an extended break as well. But we will be back with round 5 of the Planetary Qualifier here at Red Seal Gaming after this lunch break.
What's going on, guys? This is TowerNumberNine, joined here by Mickey D on the McClunky Gaming stream. We are covering Red Seal Gaming's Planetary Qualifier, and as you can see there, we have the current top 8 standings as we move into, I believe, the 5th round of Swiss play. Oh, Fear, aka Woo, #1 with Yoda Data Vault. He's been doing great with that deck. We'll see if he can take down another event. Mickey, what do you think about this top 8?
Yeah, so we have four 4-0s currently, and I believe if I did the math correct, our 4-0s can all double draw into top 8 pretty safely. So tentatively, our top 4 there should be in the top 8, that being Wu on Yoda Data Vault, Spanish Alex on Sabe Yellow, and then two Han 1 Green 30s, Michael S., and then Tim, aka Titanic, our lovely stream captain, if you will, between him and Claire. He is 4-0 on Hamlin Green. As for the rest of the top 8, the big surprise there is the Twilight of the Republic Padme Amidala with the yellow base. But otherwise, this is pretty standard. Sabe is a little bit out there, but she's been seeing some increasing levels of play, as well as Chancellor Palpatine, the new set 6 Chancellor Palpatine with Data Vault, kind of as an alternative to Kira Data Vault as a blue-green villain control deck, couple Piets. But really the big surprise there being the Padme.
Yeah, set 3 Padme. I believe that's set 3 Padme Administrator's Tower is a cunning base. So you can run that Anakin unit, the secret
Mhm.
husband Anakin that comes into play with hidden and then has raid 2 if you have Padme as your leader. So nice little synergy there that you can get going.
Yeah. And we saw it on stream in round 2. It was a very interesting deck, utilizing a lot of the similar green hero tools we see decks like Anakin and Yoda take advantage of. Stuff like Mina Bonteri, Kellerin Beck, Blue Leader, U-Wing Reinforcement. But with that cunning aspect pairing, you get things like Depa Billaba, Plo Koon, R2D2 from set 3. As well as you get the card draw ability of Padme both on the leader and on the deploy side. It did a very good job of sticking into the game against a Palp Colossus, a set 1 Palp Colossus. Grumpy and I were commentating that game and thought that DDA was pretty dead in the water there to a Snoke, but a well-timed spare of the target and just constantly rebuilding the board, uh, constant pressure made it so that DDA was able to cross the finish line, even though his deck was entirely milled out.
Yeah, I think I saw that actually. I was not casting that one, but I saw the stream and it looked like it looked like quite the match, really.
Hmm. So we should have those top four locked up for top eight. So that means most likely, don't want to guarantee anything, but most likely Wu in his third top eight in a row with that Yoda Data Vault deck. Then Sabe yellow and two Hamwon greens. Nothing too surprising there. Deeper down, we have some more Anakin Data Vaults going on. Some Sabine is lingering there. A Garsh Saxon ECL is at the 3-1 bracket as well. We have some Kira. So that IG88 we saw last round, IG88 yellow, is also 3-1. So got some interesting decks, but the meta is shaking up about as we expected it.
Should be interesting to see who ends up taking this. Of course, I am hoping for a McClunky Gaming player to end up picking up that win.
And we see Tyler, aka Dark, in the 7th spot there. Alex as well, and Tim both should be good for the top 8. So got some good chances at a McClunky win here.
Yeah, should be interesting. And we're about to move on to that next round. Now, this is the fifth round, and I believe we have exact 64 players, which means it's going to be a
Yes.
6-round Swiss into a top 8 cut. And so there's going to be this round of Swiss, one more round of Swiss afterwards, and then we'll be in those elimination rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a McClunky gaming player, Kenny, running Gar Saxon ECL, and he's taking on Casey here, who I believe is running Anakin Data Vault.
Yep. And Gar CL is a very interesting deck. I was looking at this a couple weeks ago myself. Anakin can sometimes struggle with shields, and so it very naturally pairs into Anakin with, you want those shielded units to get buffs on your guys as well. Plus, the ECL Darth Vader from set 5 is pretty good at swinging the board in these style of mid-range games, and so it's a pretty interesting combination that in theory works well into this data vault meta. What I noticed in practice is sometimes it can be a little bit clunky if you don't draw the curve and if you don't have something like an overwhelming barrage, craving power, or that Darth Vader unit. Sometimes your late game push is just not quite good enough, but it is a very interesting strategy, and I'm excited to see it at the top tables here.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's some interesting synergy stuff you can use. That emergency powers card that gives a lot of experience can be very relevant in the right situation.
Hmm. They
We'll
also have
see.
those explosive starts with like a turn one spaceship into an Iden Versio pilot. Those can, if your opponent isn't ready for those can steal games similar to like a Falcon with a Chewbacca.
Yeah. Now let's see. Let's see how this goes. Director Krennic, the 2-cost 2/2 shielded that discounts units with when defeated abilities. Extremely strong card.
Hmm.
2-cost 2/2 shielded, no text is very relevant. Say on Director Krennic is that with upside, and on Casey's side of the board we see Mina Bonteri. One thing that I do think this Gar Saxon deck has that's relevant in this matchup is those shields to protect from Anakin's ability that would otherwise allow uh, pretty favorable unit trades and engagements.
Yep. 100%. And the extra damage that those shields provide because of Gar Saxon ability can sometimes swing the race just enough against a Data Vault to push those final points of damage when normally those shielded units are a little bit weaker.
Yeah. Now, what happened? What happened between those units there?
I believe Kenny swung the Director Critic into the Mina, and then the Mina swung back for a
Got it.
trade,
Yeah,
and
yeah. So
then.
they were both just hitting one another.
Hmm.
Maybe Kenny trying to clear the field for a later play. Then Kenny playing Inferno 4. Casey bringing out Obi-Wan Kenobi, the 3/5 conditional sentinel.
Hmm.
Ooh, and I think that's going to be a General's Blade on that Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that's very aggressive in the face of power of the dark side potentially, but Kenny doesn't have it, and
Yeah.
getting the free 6 damage there.
High risk, high reward, but he gets the reward. And because that Obi-Wan is a Jedi, he discounts that next unit by 2 with the General's Blade ability, allowing him to play Cobb Vanth as well. That is a very solid turn for Casey.
Yeah, that's the kind of swings you need in these kinds of matchups. An interesting inflection point is that I think Kenny should really value initiative going into the flip turn, because a Gar Saxon, if you put a craving power on it, can defeat an Anakin that flips. Now that's can be difficult to set up. Your opponent needs to, not have a way to deal with your Gar Saxon unless they flip their Anakin. But an interesting point of order is that is a very powerful potential playline for Gar.
Yeah, now the Super Commando squad hits the field here for Kenny. This is a 4/4 shielded unit that has Sentinel as long as it's upgraded. Casey goes ahead and crashes Cobb Vanth into the Super Commando squad. That removes their shield, which means that the squad no longer has Sentinel since it is not an upgraded unit anymore. Kenny might be able to change that, but I'm not sure if he has any anything relevant right now, especially since I believe he is tapped out.
Yeah. That Krennic shuttle could potentially move his shield around if it's defeated, but not the board state for it currently. Uh,
Yeah, I don't think that's likely going to be set up this turn. I mean,
no, no.
so now we're going to see the space units from Kenny swinging on into the base. Casey plays a Sabine explosives artist that I believe he played for free from Cobb Vanth's ability. Uses open fire to clear the Super Commando squad before Kenny can upgrade them again. And then we see Obi-Wan swinging in once again, able to use that discount. Plays another copy of Cobb Vanth, the same card that he discarded on that he discounted rather on the previous turn.
Grumpy and I were talking about this earlier, but the power of this Anakin deck is it just gets to churn through so much of its deck and see so many cards. This board state is pretty much identical to what we saw last turn, except for Kenny has 6 more damage on his base, and Casey now has a Sabine in play.
Yeah, it's a very unfavorable situation for Kenny right now. The game's not over by any means, but that high risk General's Blade play ended up really paying off for him.
Yeah, and this flip is pretty dangerous. Casey can just use his Anakin ability to hit his Obi-Wan Kenobi into the Gar Saxon, defeating it and taking only 4 damage back. It would leave Obi-Wan at 4 damage left on base, but decides to take the more aggressive route and just take the 6 additional damage to base. I think Casey wisely figuring out that Kenny does not have the ECL Vader, because he would have seen that first action. Doesn't Kenny doesn't want to take another 6 from this Obi-Wan if he can avoid it. And the fact that he let that happen means he probably doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, we see a craving power from Kenny to remove Sabine, but that's just, I don't know. This is not necessarily enough value here. I don't see a way for him to kill that Obi-Wan. And yeah, it looks like Casey's going to take the initiative and Kenny is going to concede, I think, realizing that he will not be able to stop that Obi-Wan from clearing his base.
Mm-hmm.
That was a quick game.
Yeah, we really saw Anakin. We had the shielded unit, and I think Kenny. I would have preferred just to go base with the Krennic. Make your opponent deal with your shielded units, make them as annoying as possible. By removing the shield for your opponent, you're kind of making it easier for them to enact their game plan, which is just they wish to control the board until they get their big scary leader out. And because of that early trade, Casey had an easier time of doing so.
Yeah. That General's Blade got a huge amount of
Yeah,
value.
that was a gut call by Casey, just forcing Kenny to have the power of the dark side. If Kenny does, that game looks a lot different, probably
Yeah.
favored from that point out. But
I think Casey
Casey
would be
deciding,
pretty far behind, but that is not what we saw.
yeah.
Instead, the blade not only pushed a bunch of bonus damage but the resource discount also allowed Casey to bring out more units and just sort of race a lot faster than Kenny, even though he never deployed his leader.
hmm And in this kind of meta where a lot of the decks are playing in the same range and style and playing a lot of similar cards, gut checking your opponent like that and just trying to take a big swing to win the game can oftentimes be a way for you to win just by getting ahead early, especially if you don't feel favored either player to player or deck to deck in a long protracted grind out game. Taking actions, even if they're risky, to shorten the game can be a very valid strategy.
Yeah, it's interesting. And so the players are now sideboarding up, and then we're going to be moving on soon to game 2. If Casey
hmm
can get another quick win, he might be able to sew up this match and have an extra long break. But I'm sure Kenny will be trying to prevent that outcome, and we'll
hmm
see what comes next.
Yeah, I think Kenny has the tools for this matchup we had talked about earlier. Power of the dark side on that Obi-Wan, and the game looks very different. But even if that doesn't happen, if Casey doesn't have something like a General's Blade start, you have the ECL Darth Vader, you have Craving Power, you have Overwhelming Barrage. Even in space, you can go like an Inferno 4 into an Iden Versio pilot, and Anakin doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with that. It's those Outer Rim Constables to remove the Iden pilot can help slow the damage down, but the Inferno 4 still gets a shield, so it's still attacking you for 3, and that's
Right.
another way. It's kind of Kenny's General's Blade start, if you will. It's the inverse for him.
You think Inferno 4 into Iden Pilot is his version of the General's Blade start? I could see that.
Yeah, I think so. I think Casey has similar answers for it. Kenny has Power of the Dark Side for Casey's starts, and Casey has Outer Rim Constables for Kenny's starts. Outer Rim Constables is especially good in this matchup, even just to defeat a shield can set up a favorable trade. But
Well, looks like they're getting ready. Not entirely sure what's going on. Casey's resources are defined. Maybe Kenny's taking a mulligan or something, or is just
looks like
taking a
it.
little longer to shuffle up before we move into that second game of the match.
hmm This Gar ECL deck is something that has seen play on the fringes as of late. I know there's a contingent of players out in New Jersey who I believe at the first New Jersey PQ, this set played a fair amount of Gar-ECL. And it makes a lot of sense, like I said. I think it can tackle these green hero decks pretty well. It's very much like a scalpel, in my opinion, where you're trying to target these green hero decks, but if you run into something like a Piet or even a Sabine or something on the more fringes of the meta, it can be a little bit tougher.
Yeah. Looks like Kenny has his resources defined, and we're about to move on. He's going to lead us off with it's going to be that same Director Krennic unit that he started us off with in the previous match. 2/2 shielded, discounts when defeated. Sabine Wren hits the board. This is a very odd little interaction. If Casey had the initiative, Sabine would be able to attack and kill Krennic through the shield there with her on attack
hmm
ability defeating the shield and then defeating Krennic with normal combat damage. But because it's Kenny who has the initiative, we instead see Krennic being able to simply attack and defeat Sabine
hmm
because the +1 power from Gar Saxon's ability, since Krennic was an upgraded unit for that combat, gives him the advantage. So weird situation where whoever has the initiative can attack and defeat the opponent while keeping their own unit alive.
Anakin is a deck that cares heavily about initiative because of his leader ability, making such favorable trades. You want to have the initiative and be able to make the ideal trade for you instead of letting your opponent make the first trade.
So now we see Echo based Defender from Casey. And Kenny is going to play that shuttle and move the shield over to Krennic. So now Krennic has a shield again. And additionally, that shield's buffing him up to allow him to kill the Echo Base Defender in one hit. This opening
Mhm.
is looking much better for Kenny than what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, these are the kind of starts you want against Anakin. Making the trade against the Sabine in this game makes a lot more sense since your critic's going to stay alive. And if you can control the board like this, it feels a lot better.
Yeah, so Casey did manage to get a swing in on the base with the Echo Base Defender. 4 damage got in there, but Kenny went ahead and hit base with Director Krennic. Casey brings out Karis Nemec. Kenny is then going to go ahead and play Iden Versio, not using piloting, putting her in play as a shielded ground unit,
Mhm.
and does a bit of damage to the base with that shuttle, which is currently uncontested in the space arena. Kenny now has a much, much stronger board than Casey. If you're Casey, Mickey, what are you trying to do in this situation to try and get out of this?
I'm going to take as many trades as I can. We see the Nemec here. Something like a Queen Amidala could be interesting on this board. Set as many bodies up as possible to help you set up your Anakin flip.
It
Um,
looks like he did. So Karis Nemec trades with that Director Krennic, but it looks like Casey either declined to use or didn't have anything to disclose to give that spy token.
yeah, I think that's just the does not have a red hero card in hand. Uh, Miss on the disclose there.
Now,
Kenny made an interesting choice last turn with that Iden Versio pilot. I was thinking about potentially piloting that shuttle, but that opens you up to Outer Rim Constables, as well as if you play it on the ground and he has an answer for your Krennic, what you did. Now the Iden can help clean up the ground and protect your Krennic flip, or your Guard flip, excuse me. So I think I like this line better from Kenny.
yeah, we did see Queen Amidala on the field, but
Hmm.
I don't know. Even with that high value card, I still feel like Casey is significantly behind here.
The threat of
On the other
VCL is
hand,
looming over this game as well.
yeah, that's true. So we haven't seen a lot of damage on Casey's base. That's something at least.
Hmm.
And the Anakin flip is powerful, but as you were saying though, that Vader ECL could be huge. I mean, you could lose Anakin immediately to that.
Hmm.
A lot of
This is
trades going on here.
This is the kind of board state I think you want to get in as the Gar. You have a relatively low damage on your base. You're starting to pressure the Anakin here. You're going to get him up to 12, and you still have that ECL available to answer the Anakin flip.
Now, wow.
If I'm Casey there, the Craving Power on the Gar Saxon brings the attack of Gar up to 7, so it can cleanly kill the Anakin and survive. But if I'm Casey there, I think I like passing because if your opponent claims, you can potentially flip your Anakin, although that is a bit dangerous since you don't have any resources. You can't protect it the following turn. Um, but if you pass, your opponent might just claim, and then you can avoid 7 damage that way as well.
Hmm. Well, looks like that's going to be a buffed wing leader ambush, or I'm sorry, not wing leader, blue leader. A buffed blue leader ambushes in, defeating Iden Versio, lingering
Mhm.
on the field. Casey
We've
now has at least something out there. Wouldn't lose Anakin to Power of the Dark Side now. I think that's going to be the -3/-3 Anakin coming
mhm.
into play and clearing the wing leader since it was damaged from hitting Iden. Kenny, once again, the only player with units on the board.
Starting to get dangerously high on damage on base as well, Casey is. This Gar attack's going to push him to 22, and then that would be lethal on board between the Gar and the Anakin unit.
Yeah, here we're seeing
So Gar is swinging for 7 here, right?
Yeah.
So he's
+2
got
from the craving power, and then +1 from Gar's ability.
yeah. So if Casey doesn't do something, Kenny, I think, now has lethal on board. But with Anakin
Yes.
left to flip, there's a good chance Casey can do at least something to disrupt this. I think that Anakin is now swinging for 8.
Yeah. Kind of has to take out the Anakin unit so it doesn't die next turn. And with only 2 resources up, a lot of the ways to protect and buff your Anakin are 3 resources, stuff like Hu Yang and General's Blade. So burning 2 resources that turn also doesn't feel great from KC's side.
Yeah. Let's see what Kenny has to offer here. A lot of cards could kill Anakin in this situation. Really, quite a lot of cards, including very basic units played via ECL, like even like one of those Director Krennics or whatever. Anakin only has 2 HP left.
Hmm. That's a good way to do it. Pushing some extra damage through the Maul ambush, overwhelming for 5. Believe that makes the Gar Saxon lethal here. And Casey has shown he doesn't have many answers to this leader,
He's
so.
got at least something. Home 1. Does he have an Obi-Wan or was that last game? He doesn't, but he has the Echo Base Defender. That will at least stall Gar for an action.
Yeah.
Unless Kenny has some removal that he can use to clear the Echo Base Defender. It looks like he does not. Goes ahead and swings. Gar Saxon takes some damage. Initiative taken by Casey.
That restore
And
3 or restore 2 from the home 1 is enough to put him just outside of range of lethal from Gar Saxon as well.
yeah. Now, let's see here. Well, Casey's got to find some answers, and there we go. Ambushed blue leader coming in there, doing enough damage to get the Gar Saxon off the field. And did you see whether or not Casey took the heal there from home 1?
I don't believe he did.
Yeah, I believe
I
that
so
attack
should have
should have
restore
restore
1.
1.
Yes, you are correct.
Well, once again, only one player has a unit on the board, but this time it's Casey with
Hmm.
Cobb Vanth as the only game in town. Kenny, however, brings out another one of those super laser squads. I'm sorry, not super laser squads, super commando squads.
This is another game where Kenny hasn't been able to utilize the ECL and could be in part trying to save it for Vader. And early on, even into the mid game, right around the Anakin flip turn, just the threat of ECL was doing a lot of work. Casey didn't want to flip his leader into open resources from Kenny, but now it's at a point in time where you can try and save it for the ECL Vader, but you're far enough ahead on the damage race that even a minimal amount of value from an ECL to throw your opponent back might be enough to push in the last final points of damage.
Yeah. Well, a super commando squad on Kenny's side, holding the line to some degree.
Does get
Keller
to
and Beck.
push 5.
Yeah, so the super commando squad, it's 26 HP on Casey's base, so it would have to
Mm.
be 7 to get to win the game.
An ally aspect hotshot blaster would do it, or even something like it wouldn't be in one action, but an overwhelming barrage or a craving power.
Yeah. Ooh, but take a look at this. One of those Outer Rim constables arrives, removing the shield from the Super Commando squad. And that does mean that Cobb Vanth can now potentially kill them in one hit using Anakin's leader ability.
Hmm.
There's that craving power, though. That's the +2/+2, bringing them up to essentially strength 7 with Cobb Vanth's ability, using that to clear out Keller and Beck, and now they're out of range of an attack from Cobb Vanth, even with Anakin's buff, and they have Sentinel again
I think Casey doesn't have an out. He's picking up his cards. Kenny has won game 2, and we're going to be moving on to game 3 in this match.
Yep, and that's how you want the game to look like if you're the GrumpyElephant player. Using your shields proactively and effectively to keep the board relatively clear while you still have units in play. Turn 1 Krennic into turn 2 Krennic Shuttle, being able to trade into the Sabine unit and then into the Echo-based defender and keep the Krennic alive is exactly what you need to do. It helps turn your powers on to be even more effective. If your opponent doesn't have any units on board, it makes their flip more dangerous into something like a power. It lets you push a lot of damage to base, and we saw the Gar flip and craving power on it both games be able to threaten the Anakin flip, either with playing the craving power to deal the 7 to the Anakin, or even just craving power, kill a thing. I now have a 7 power or a 7 power Gar in play to be able to attack into your Anakin, so I'm holding your Anakin hostage.
I think one big difference between the two games that we just saw was that in the first game, Casey really kind of took control of some of the early and like mid game with that General's Blade setup. Whereas
Hmm.
in game 2, Kenny was able to get a lot of value from his director Krennic, getting 2 favorable trades with the units that Casey played on turns 1 and 2, and setting Kenny up to kind of overwhelm the situation.
Hmm. I do think this is a matchup where initiative matters a lot, and you can say that about a lot of Anakin matchups, but in particular here, we saw this game. If Casey had initiative with the Sabine unit and could have just killed the Krennic unit and stayed alive, and that whole game looks different.
Yeah, that could have been a very different story. This time, Casey will have the initiative. Now, there are a lot of opening plays that don't necessarily have the same relationship as the Sabine and Director Krennic scenario, where whichever one has the initiative can kill the other and remain alive. For
Yeah.
instance, if Casey's first unit was Karis Nemec, that is less important against a shielded unit as to what order you're going in.
Hmm.
Um, but we'll have to see just how it goes. I think I saw from Kenny's resourcing that I believe he's running not just Director Krennic, but also um, I think it was a Secretive Sage, the
Yeah.
generic 2/2 shielded unit.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. This Krennic deck, Krennic, I keep calling him Krennic. This Gar Saxon deck, who likes to utilize Krennic, either is usually taking advantage of shields on the ground. So any 2/2 shielded unit you can get your hands on, or going to space with things like Inferno 4 and even the Onyx Squadron Brute sometimes, and then utilizing the Item Pilot to make those into supercharged units, which also that Item Pilot is totally fine just as a 4/3 shielded for 4 in Gar Saxon. It's a great ECL target as well. Obviously not the ideal. You want to be ECLing your Vader, but being able to ambush for 5, taking out things like Captain Typho and Obi-Wan Kenobi is also very powerful.
Yep. Now they're taking a bit of time to get into game 3 and get that one going, but they do have a lot of time. Games 1 and 2 have been completed with almost half an hour left in the round for game 3. So they are very much on pace to conclude this match normally and not have to end up in a tie.
Hmm. This Garsaxon ECL deck, while it maybe masquerades at first glance as a control deck just because of its colors, blue green villain has traditionally been mid-range to control style strategies. This Gar-Saxon deck is very much more aggressive. It can finish the game very quickly with those Iron Versio pilots or with a Krennic flip and a Craving power. It has a lot of aggressive starts.
I am a big fan of piloting overall as a mechanic. I think it has some really cool stuff. And that
Hmm.
Iden pilot, very cool card, and we saw her deployed to the ground arena earlier.
Yeah.
So there's a real choice there about how you want to get the most value. Do you want to play her to buff and shield a ship, or do you want to bring her out as a separate unit, or what?
Yeah. When your cards can be flexible like that,
Ooh,
ooh, that is not the ideal start from Kenny.
Mina Bonteri from Casey, and I believe Kenny has missed his opening play. It's possible he had something that trades very unfavorably with Mina Bonteri, such that he decides it's more worth it to just not play it and resource or something instead. But this is not how Kenny wants to be starting off, I think.
No, definitely not. We saw last game he took advantage of being able to control the board with those shields and not having a unit in play to start to stabilize and control the board. really start you off on the back foot. Obviously, you never want to miss a throw and play, but in such a board centric matchup such as this, it hurts even more.
Well, the client is on the board now for Kenny. Mina Bonteri swings on in, removes the client's shield, taking some retaliation damage but staying alive. And then I believe it's a red 5 there for Casey.
Hmm.
Let's see what happens next. It's going to be a swing from the client, opting to remove Mina Bonteri from the board. This does open up the client to be hit by red 5.
Yep. But with 5 hope, still alive. This is still not ideal from Kenny. The red 5 over 2 turns can take this client down without any other additional help from units, but needs to start trying to control the board a little bit.
Looks like a mid-sized play there ends up being Cobb Vanth over here for Casey. Kenny brings out that shuttle, but it's going to keep the shield on itself, protecting it from red 5.
Yep. Also, if you move the shield to the client, then the red 5 on attack can just deal 2 damage to the client and remove the shield.
Yeah, just
Also,
knock the shield off easily. It doesn't seem that worth it.
the shield does give the Chronic Shuttle an extra point of power, which will let it kill the red 5 on the first action next turn.
All right. Bounty Hunter's Quarry on Gar Saxon does count as an upgrade on him,
That is true.
oddly enough.
Though I don't think it will matter. That Cobb Vanth is most likely going to be trading with that client anyway. I would be shocked if the first action, wasn't taking out this red 5 with the Chronic Shuttle. Don't let Casey get a free kill on the client with the red 5.
Yeah, and it's going to end up being Cobb Vanth trading for the client. This is potentially going to bring 2 different units onto the board this turn for Casey, because not only do we have the actual search from Cobb Vanth being defeated in that trade, but we also have the Bounty Hunter's Quarry.
This is the real core of the Anakin deck, in my opinion, is this Bounty Hunter's Quarry Cobb Vanth engine. Anakin's ability lets you trade favorably with both Cobb Vanth and into units with the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and then it lets you spit out even more units, which can trade even more favorably, and you just get cards from your cards from your cards until eventually you overwhelm your opponent on the board.
Well, looks like an Outer Rim Constable may have been selected there as one of the units.
Hmm,
Not entirely sure. Nice card to have, though, against a deck that's focused on playing upgrades of one type or another.
exactly.
Another Cobb Vanth, I think, from the Bounty Hunter's Quarry.
Yeah, and this digging power, this cycling through your deck, just finding units that find you units that find you units, is such a powerful core.
Okay. Now, not a lot of damage has been done to the bases here during this game. I will say that.
That is true. Oftentimes, these games are fought on the board, and the base total only really matters in the end game.
Well, Queen Amidala with her spies. And there's an Outer Rim Constable clearing the shield from the Super Commando squad. Casey's board is looking significantly stronger than that of Kenny's at this point.
Something like a overwhelming barrage could be pretty potent here, though, being able to clear up those spies as well as either Cobb Vanth or the Outer Rim Constable, and then leaving behind
Yeah,
a
it wouldn't
big
be
threat that
terrible
can
at all.
trade.
There's almost no chance of this actually being there, but if it were possible to fire a turbo laser salvo from that shuttle, this would be a great moment for it.
Oh, absolutely.
However, I think for multiple reasons that won't be happening.
Yeah. I'm curious if Kenny can utilize ECL this game as well. Both the first and the second game, he wasn't able to use it. Second game, he didn't need it, and just the threat of it was doing a lot of work. But if you could get off a good ECL, that could help a lot.
A good ECL can really change a game.
Yeah.
Now, what's Casey thinking about here?
Kenny's fully used his resources, had a good answer for that Queen Amidala in the Anakin Skywalker, but Casey now has free reign over the turn, knows his Anakin's going to be relatively unthreatened, so something like a General's Blade on it can really turn up the heat on Kenny. But that is scary into the face of an open ECL.
Yeah, I do think he's got to worry about the prospect of that Vader ECL ambush, which could do just a ton of damage to his board state.
hmm We were
However,
talking about how
not going to happen
scary
this turn. He is tapped out.
we were talking about how scary Casey's board was, and just with an Anakin and some favorable trades, able to deal with it. Now, it did take all of his resources and his leader to do so, so Casey's going to be able to rebuild here.
Now, Shuttle swings in. This is like the second hit that we've seen on Casey's game all game though, on
Yeah.
Casey's base.
Decides not to flip the Anakin. I I guess trying to play around the ECL Vader, trying to. I think Casey thinks he's far enough ahead on board that he can continue to pressure Kenny's base without having to deploy his leader, and then trying to bait out that ECL, force it out, and make Kenny use it for less value than he's looking for, and so that way his Anakin can flip safely.
Hmm. Well, there's a big barrage. That's something.
This does answer at least two threats here.
Yeah, the problem is it's just all these like kind of low value cards, and once again, Casey still has a lot of resources remaining to potentially make some bigger plays.
Seeing a double Kelleran back in your opponent's hand doesn't feel the greatest either. This is not a matchup you have to worry about super laser blast from the Anakin side of things either. So you can pretty freely just throw those Kelleran backs out there, not have to hold anything back. Can be a good enough threat too to potentially bait out that ECL Vader, allowing you to flip. Although, in the face of an Anakin with an overwhelming barrage, that Anakin can now hit the Kelleran Beck. It would be a trade effectively, but finding a Sentinel really helps prevent that.
Well, for now, I don't know. What do you think of this board?
It's close, but the fact that Casey still has his leader up, I think I would favor him. Kenny does have ECL still up, and we've been talking about that pretty much all game, that it looms over a lot of things.
All right. Spy token from Nemec leaving play, I believe.
hmm
Shuttle swings base, spy token swings base.
And this might be, ooh, just putting 2 damage on his base. Okay, I thought he might be going to flip there, and he is. Looks like it.
Hmm.
I don't hate this. Now that you have a big threat in play that your opponent wants to defeat anyway, presenting a second one isn't as big of a deal, especially if it's Vader, since Vader will only ambush for 5 and can only take out one of the big threats, not both of them.
Okay. Here comes Anakin leader. Kind of a moment of truth for Kenny here. Is he going to have some way to deal with this?
Believe I saw the Darth Vader from set 5 in hand.
All right. I'm hoping Kenny pulls something out here. Oh, and there we go. ECL Vader. But the damage doesn't quite line up here.
No. Does get to do 6 because of the Gar's ability. That is something to note, but yeah.
Yeah, able to so ambushes in, gives a shield to Kelleran Beck to defeat him with the on attack ability. Lands 6 damage on Anakin. But that's gonna be it for that.
I might have preferred for the on attack of Vader to defeat the Anakin. It is hitting you for 1 less. But back when the Minabon Terry disclosed, you saw 2 Keller and Becks from your opponent, and by defeating the first unique copy, you're freely allowing Casey to play the second one here and present another big threat.
Hmm. I don't know. I think Kenny, he may be a teammate, but I think Kenny's in really big trouble here.
Yeah. And we're seeing the power behind these green hero threats, and
Yeah,
there's
he's
the
wrapping it
handshake.
up. Well
Uh,
done. Well done to Casey. I think it's interesting. It did seem to me like in each of those 3 games, whoever ended up with the advantage in the like early game was able to take it.
mhm.
With Kenny, Casey had some good setups in the game 1. Kenny had some good ones in game 2, and then in game 3, we saw the Gar Saxon deck miss its turn 1 play, which is not where you want to be.
Yeah. That's really tough. Falling behind on board that early, tough to come back from, for sure. And we really saw the power in those green hero cards too. Being able to present 2 threats with 1 body, protect your flip, and just present threats that aren't your leader. And so you go so wide. There's only so much you can do with 1 ECL Vader, and you can
Right.
just overwhelm it.
Yeah, and he wasn't even able to get a double kill with it because of the way that the HP lined up on those units. There was nothing that was at that like 5 or 6 HP ideal breakpoint.
Hmm. Still an interesting matchup, though. I think that the Gar ECL deck is an interesting way to tackle the meta, especially when Anakin was the top deck in the format. I was very curious about it. With Yoda Data Vault being up on top now, or up at top 3 deck, however you want to define it, I would be a little bit more hesitant to bring it. But it does some powerful things, and it's probably the best ECL Vader deck in the format, which is one of the most powerful things you can be doing. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's enough compared to Caloran Beck and Home One and Queen Amidala.
Yeah, and I do think I think I share your sentiment there, Mickey, where I feel like having those shields is really cool into the Anakin build in particular because it kind of gets around Anakin's leader ability.
Hmm.
But with Yoda, I'm not sure that it's as favorable a setup.
Yeah. Well, that's going to bring us to the end of round 5 of Swiss. We have one more Swiss round after this.
Yeah.
Um,
The in about 15 minutes or whatever, this round will end and we will then move on. We're going to do a 6th and final round of Swiss here at Red Seal Gaming, and then we'll be bringing you the top cut as well.
Welcome back to the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in Matawan, New Jersey. I am Mickey D, joined by Tower number 9. And Tower, after 5 rounds of Swiss, entering the final round of Swiss before the top 8 cut, how are you feeling about this event?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. I think we have quite a few McClunky Gaming players who are doing pretty well in this event, and Red Seal Gaming has seen some McClunky victories before. We'll see if we can bring home another one tonight.
Yep. And we have 4 of our top 8 relatively locked. Tim from McClunky as well, playing Hom 1 Green 30. Wu from KTOD playing Yoda Data Vault, the deck he's been crushing with the past few events. Spanish Alex from McClunky playing Sabe Yellow. And then Iska31 is their melee username. I'm not sure if they're affiliated with any team or anything like that, but they are on Han1 Green 30. So those are our 4. And then we should have 4 win and ins for the top 8 this coming round. Looking like there could be some interesting stuff. There's a Yoda red force floating out there. There's a Obi-Wan 5 Mystic Monastery deck, which is very interesting. It's a mono green. I was taking a peek at the deck earlier. It's a mono green deck taking advantage of Unity of Purpose, but no force units, just using the 25 HP green force base to get the force 3 times, and no way to use the force in the main deck, just using the Obi-Wan leader ability 3 times throughout the game, determining that that is worth it.
Interesting.
Those seem to be the most interesting matchups at the top tables. Unfortunately, I believe both our IG88 player and our Padme Amidala player lost in the last round. So we'll be playing. I believe they're playing each other this round actually, but not playing for the top 8.
That's a shame. I think some of those sort of rogue decks are pretty cool.
Hmm. Beyond that, we have some more Hans, some Piets, a Chancellor Palpatine, and so top table's looking relatively standard for what you'd expect for this meta, minus that Obi-Wan deck.
Hmm. Well, let's get ready for some exciting Star Wars Unlimited here in the final round of Swiss. And I have a note here from Claire that Iska is Elemental from the McClunky Gaming team. So another McClunky player doing well.
Got 3 McClunky and a KTOD confirmed for top 8, and 1 more KTOD, as well as I believe a couple more McClunky gaming players playing for their winning as well.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Yep. Should be a good top 8. And before we get there, we do have 1 more round of Swiss to go. I'm a little bit surprised there isn't as much Yoda Data Vault at the top tables. I would have expected a little bit more of that if I'm being honest, but it could just be that Wu is crushing tournaments with whatever deck he plays. So,
You do sometimes see a situation where there's a deck that's been doing well for at least some players, but others aren't really as able to copy it and achieve the same success.
mhm.
I think sometimes you can have something that's very complicated to play. I know for a while, I think it was the Han 1 double yellow
Yes.
that had a reputation for being a powerful deck, but at the same time, a deck that was very complex relative to some, and where you really needed to have a lot of reps and understanding to get good results.
Mhm. Speaking of Han 1, we have Bobby Sapphire from KTOD, aka Mike Gem, against Alfonso. Will be Han 1 Green 30 versus Piet Red. This is a matchup you'll see relatively frequently in this meta. These are 2 of the top 5 decks represented here today. I believe Piet was the 3rd most represented, and Han was the 4th most represented, if I'm not mistaken. Um, believe Bobby has already played a Piet Red today and won that matchup. So obviously a matchup he is comfortable with, but can be a bit tricky. We were saying before, Piet is a deck that is very timing sensitive and relies on some specific cards. But if it does get those cards at the right time in the right order, it can be a hard deck to beat for any matchup.
Should be interesting to see. Should be interesting to see how things proceed here.
Mhm. Holland Green is a deck I've been exploring as my own like potential option for PQs in future events. So I've repped this matchup a little bit. Uh, it can be a bit tricky for the Piet, especially if Bobby gets an aggressive space start with something like a Hauler or a Millennium Falcon into a Chewbacca. Especially the Hauler, because that fifth point of HP really matters against
Yeah.
the open fires that can contest those early space starts.
Yeah, open fire, eager escort fighter,
Hmm.
those do not manage to stop the stolen AT hauler in one hit. The I do think that there's an interesting scenario also with the I mean, earlier we saw that Piet Blue deck.
Hmm.
Piet Blue is a lot better at defending in space than Piet Red is.
Yes,
And
100%.
if Bobby Sapphire here can push damage and threat in space, that might be a path to victory here against Alfonso, but we'll have to see how it goes.
The main way I've noticed as Piet to contest those early aggressive space starts with something like a Millennium Falcon is a Gonk droid. Being able to Gonk early and your opponent not be able to interact with it, so you can play MC30 ahead of schedule, or if you ramp on turn 2, being able to play an 8 drop as early as turn 3 because you attack with the Gonk reduced by 1, and then you flip your Piet, the capital ship is reduced by 2, so that's 3. Then you tap your 5 resources to get an 8 drop. That's another way you can contest those super aggressive starts is just by going even faster.
Mm. All right. We are gonna be starting up shortly. Alfonso with the it's a trap sleeves there.
Peeking at Bobby's hand, both players look like they've decided to keep. I believe Bobby has a resupply. I did not catch much else in the hand, but at least has a ramp game plan if he chooses to go for that.
There's the fist bump, and we're off to the races here. Alfonso's going to lead us off with the Imperial Dark Trooper, 2 cost 3/3. It was a very strong unit back when it was called Battlefield Marine, and it's still a very strong unit. Bobby
Yeah.
Sapphire puts a resource into play with Han and then plays a resupply. That's typically considered quite a good start for the Han deck.
Yep. Although the conventional wisdom as of late has been usually you want to resupply on turn 2 as opposed to turn 1. You want to apply a lot of pressure with this deck so that your 7 drops are even more backbreaking when you play them. But some hands and some game plans, especially if you want to curve into a 4 drop on turn 2, kind of inform a turn 1 resupply instead.
Yeah, I could definitely see. I think it might be more desirable to have a Falcon or a stolen AT hauler start,
Yeah.
but the resupply isn't exactly a disaster here for Bobby Sapphire. Plays Captain Typho, and now Alfonso is getting ready to do some ramp of his own with a copy of Super Laser Technician hitting the board. And that Imperial Dark Trooper did manage to swing on in for 3 damage before Captain Typho hit the field. So we have the first base damage of the game with 3 on Bobby Sapphire's base. Now, let's see what comes next here.
Both players having about their ideal start. Bobby going ramp into a threat. Alfonso having a turn 1 play into a ramp of his own. We'll see if he has the 6 drop ship to follow it up, and then the 8 drop ship after that. And see if Bobby has the 7 drop for both of them to have their most explosive starts here.
Bobby Sapphire uses his leader ability. He's going to make a temporary resource. We could see the old 567 here from Han, but I'm not sure if he's going to do that. There is, I believe, a did I see a copy of Cunning in the hand?
Yeah, that has been an interesting tech piece for these Hanwhan greens. I was actually talking with Wu a little bit about it over the past couple days, and it's mostly for the green hero matchups because oftentimes you're falling short by 1 or 2 actions, and then especially in the Yoda matchup, your opponent gets to restore out of range with the Yoda
Yeah.
and Lukes and stuff. If you're able to tap 2 restore units down and either bounce something back to hand or get an extra buff, oftentimes that can be the action swing or the health swing you need to make a loss into a win.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. Being able to bounce that super laser tech would be very desirable, but it's an awkward scenario because given that it's out of aspect, he would have had to use Han's ability to pay the 6 resources for that cunning, which means that the super laser tech would have been able to swing into Typho before that could take place anyway.
Hmm.
Now, Typho swings to Alfonso's base. The super laser tech hits Captain Typho. Bobby does use Disclose to heal 1, but Alfonso has now ramped up. Bobby Sapphire has that additional resource in play via Han's ability, I believe.
Yes.
Could easily see both leaders hitting the field this turn.
And if you're Alfonso here, the 6 drop of choice would be Invisible Hand. One going wide can just overwhelm Han 1 sometimes, although the cunning helps mitigate that a little bit. But mainly, if the 7 drop of choice is a Infest Nest, it can bounce the Ruthless Raider and really negate Alfonso's turn here. So looking for the Invisible Hand.
Yeah, and I do believe we saw an Enfys Nest in hand, but there
Mhm.
is the Invisible Hand. Like, that's the one that Alfonso may have been looking for. Let's see if he can find a nice droid to throw onto the field here.
The droid body usually doesn't matter too much. It can push a little bit of damage, and sometimes it just acts as like a sentinel, but oftentimes that's enough. Invisible Hand, mostly in the deck, just as a big spaceship. It's a 6/6 for 5 in this deck, and if you can accrue that
Looks
extra
like
value on the way.
HK-47 takes the field. That's definitely a unit that can generate a fair amount of incremental value over the course of a game.
Hmm.
Bobby Sapphire swings to base with his copy of Han Solo. That's going to be 8 damage now on Alfonso's base, generating another resource up to 7. So we could see that Enfys Nest. Alfonso going ahead to flip Piet. Piet now on the board. Not sure he'll have a ton to do this turn. There's Enfys Nest ambushing, or I'm sorry, not ambushing, bouncing HK-47.
Yep. And a common play line you see with the Piet players is they will flip their leader and then just claim. That 2
Right.
damage rarely matters, and they just want to make sure that they can play an 8 drop for 6 resources before their Piet gets defeated.
Yep. Piet is a pretty low impact leader in terms of his direct combat abilities, but he is very much not a low impact leader when it comes to his discount effect, which is,
Hmm.
so strong that there's essentially an entire deck built around it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's cool. I like how there are leaders that vary in terms of combat ability versus utility versus, flexibility or whatever other thing
Yeah.
you might
There's a
have.
bunch of different interesting design space that they have and can continue to explore with leader abilities.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're looking at Invisible Hand and Piet versus Enfys Nest and Han. Alfonso's not going to go for the 8-drop ship. Instead, an overwhelming barrage fires off from the Invisible Hand, defeats Enfys Nest, and lightly damages Han Solo here. That is also going to be a buff on Invisible Hand. If Bobby Sapphire doesn't have some way to deal with it, it could swing in for 8. We know that he had that cunning earlier, though. Well, I don't know. Cunning double exhaust. It's not
The
amazing
bullets,
here.
it's not amazing, but if you have nothing else to do,
It saves
depending on how
10
many,
damage though. That's not like a joke.
no, and stops them from
Eh,
getting a droid as well.
Yeah, double exhaust. And is it going to be double exhaust discard or double exhaust buff? What do you think about that? I would
Dep-
lean towards buff personally.
Depends on how many cards Alfonso has in hand, and it looks like Bobby's tanking. He goes for the buff. This
Yep.
allows you to take out the Piet if you want to with your Han leader. But if Alfonso only has like 2 cards in hand, you can maybe snipe the one big ship remaining. Although leaving it down to a 50-50 doesn't necessarily feel great.
I'm a I've played a lot of aggro and I like the go for the base at +4. That
Yeah,
feels real good to me.
it does.
So interesting turn where the board actually got a bit smaller because Alfonso cleared Enfys Nest. Nobody played any units, but Bobby Sapphire used that cunning to exhaust Alfonso's board, buff Han, get some extra damage in. Only 14 HP left on Alfonso's base at this point. But we
Yeah.
are getting into that high resource phase of the game where these Admiral Piet decks have some really nasty plays.
Yep. If Alfonso over the next couple turns can play something like a Devastator or Fulminatrix, and then has another Overwhelming Barrage or a Turbo Laser Salvo to follow up any potential explosive 7-drop play from Bobby, then this is looking good.
All right. Another, I think that's another Barrage taking Han off the field. But
Hmm.
Bobby Sapphire is bringing out Kellerin Beck.
And this is a little bit scary if you're Alfonso, being able to go wide, and you're down to overwhelming barrages, which is some of your best answers to plays like Keller and Beck.
Let's see here. Tech. Tech was at one time a horrifyingly strong card, specifically with the Tech DJ combo.
Yes.
Since then, I think Tech has not been anywhere near as much of a powerhouse as it was at that time, but that does not mean Tech is a bad card.
Yeah. It's become much more of a utility piece. Having played some Hum 1 Green recently, there's not as many matchups where it's super potent, but even just the threat of mid to late game tech, your opponent has to think about your entire resource row, your entire deck possibility. Surprise Strike becomes way more threatening because you can play from the resource row. Same thing with Waylay. So it puts a lot of mental pressure on your opponent, which is a valuable thing.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Well, Admiral Piet chipping some damage onto Tech this time, I think. He should
I
take some
was
retaliation damage there too.
You should take 2 back, yeah. I was curious where that Piet was gonna go. I think I like taking care of the tech because now your Imperial Dark Trooper can take care of it and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Right.
But chipping damage to base, if you have Devastators and Planetary Bombardments to follow up, is a real cost. 2 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but it can be the 2 damage you're missing at the end of the game
Yeah, I
sometimes.
mean, every little bit helps. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting board state. I think Alfonso's board is a little stronger than Bobby's, but Alfonso having that 16 damage on base versus only 10 on Bobby Sapphire's base, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And the 7 health on Kellerin is really, really important right here, just because one of the most common answers for Alfonso in this spot is something like a Turbo Laser Salvo.
Right.
But with that 7 HP, Kellerin would stay alive. Now, I believe we're at 8 resources for Alfonso and for Bobby. I think both players ramped, so we're at matching resources count. And with Piet deployed, that does mean Devastator, the 10 cost Devastator, could come down. And I think that's what Bobby's thinking about right now.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I would not be surprised if a Hotshot Blaster on this Kellerin back just get your 9 into base while you can before you potentially lose it to a Devastator. But it's a very, very intricate turn. There's a lot of potential permutations of cards that Alfonso could have. Bobby has cards that are good against certain ones and different cards that are good against other ones, and has to determine which ones he thinks are most likely, which ones he can best play around.
Yeah.
My instinct, if I'm Bobby here, is I want to take advantage of my base total or the damage I have on my opponent's base, my advantage there, as well as my initiative, and try and just push damage to base right now. But that does leave you open to 10 cost Devastator potentially shutting down a lot of your damage.
All right.
That looks like what he's gonna go for
Classic hot
here.
shot.
Yep. Now this does
Now
threaten
Alfonso's
surprise
really
strike
under the
lethal.
gun. He's got to clear Kellerin. One more attack from Kelleran's gonna end the game.
Mhm.
Might also really want to clear tech if he can manage to do both of those things, but he really does not have a lot of room for more base damage, especially because this deck tends not to have much healing. Some versions don't have any healing at all.
Yeah.
Conceivably, he could be playing reinforcement walkers or something, but
I think most builds aren't at this point.
yeah, you tend to have the high end of these Piet decks be capital ships. So the question becomes, how is he going to get 7 damage to clear Kelleran Beck this turn?
Mm,
Well,
he does
there's the
have the
answer.
big.
It's a Devastator.
And I think this is really backbreaking from Bobby because he used Han's ability to resource up to 6, which to me screams a pilot, or not a pilot, a smuggle falcon from the row.
Hmm.
But that
And
Sentinel
now with
really
that
shuts that.
Devastator blocking the path, a Smuggle Falcon is not looking like such a great play.
Yeah. I think Bobby decided this 10 drop Devastator is going to be hard to beat. I still have game through it. I can smuggle out a tech or an L3 potentially, like he's doing here. Potentially can draw surprise strikes or blasters to go on top of that. But oftentimes these Piet red lists are only running like one of the big Devastators, sometimes two, and decided I'm going to choose to not play around that card, but most likely beat everything else.
Yeah, so the problem with L3 here is that the Gonk droid can take her shield down, and then Piet can actually deliver the final hit.
Hmm.
So Bobby Sapphire may be running out of gas here in this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to find some more threat. Alfonso's base is very low, but he now has an extremely powerful board. He has lethal next turn on board, and
Hmm.
he has a sentinel in the space arena to protect him from tricks with the Falcon. And there's a B1 security team, so we have
Hmm.
sentinels in both arenas. This is not looking good for Bobby Sapphire.
Yeah. It's hard to find the card combination that Bobby could have, and yeah, it looks like he realizes it in his
Scooping it up. And that's a win for Alfonso. Now, one thing to note there, that B1 security team is out of aspect, but it's still
yeah.
free thanks to the way that Invisible Hand's ability interacts. So we've seen some of these Piet Red decks play 1 or 2 B1 security teams just to grab them with the Invisible Hand.
Hmm. Cluis from the Bothan Network has been playing Piet at these events recently as well, and we were talking about the final couple cards, the final couple droids you want to play. And it used to be, and some decks still run this as well, the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Now you can't play it off the Invisible Hand, but you do get to draw it, and it's a 3/3 Sentinel for 3. But in my testing, and I think Cluis experienced the same thing as well, you were almost never playing it, and so oftentimes it was just a draw, and then with the meta being so grindy, it was oftentimes just a resource. But the B1 security team is very similar, where if you find it off the Invisible Hand, you get to play it for free, but in if you draw it, it's still just a free resource. So we found it to be slightly better than the Phase 3 Dark Trooper in that slot. Was an interesting game lining up where Bobby went for the ramp plan, partially, I think mostly honestly, because that's what his hand allows him to do, or allowed him to do. And that's the trick with this Hanwha Green deck is you have a couple different game plans you can take, but oftentimes you're up to the fate of your deck. If you draw the resupply and the 7 drop, that's the game plan you're going to take. If you draw the Chewbacca and the Falcon, that's the game plan you're going to take. And it's powerful, but sometimes you draw the wrong half for the wrong matchup. And I think in this
Yeah.
matchup, you're really looking for the Chewbacca starts over the ramp starts.
Yeah, it was looking like Bobby Sapphire was maybe going to be able to get that damage through, but the double overwhelming barrage and
Yeah.
then Devastator to clear up Keller and Beck was not what I think he most wanted to
Yeah.
see.
And they weren't necessarily the most devastating, overwhelming barrages. They weren't off of like
Yeah,
a Fulminatrix for 11, but they did enough. They stopped the Emphasis Nest from pushing, and then they stopped the Han from pushing and getting the extra
right.
resource. Um, did just enough to stall out the game, and then the Devastator really shut the door.
Yeah. Those barrages weren't killing like 3 units at a time or whatever, but they did mean that Alfonso was able to slow Bobby Sapphire down on the ground by enough to ultimately be able to stabilize and get the win.
Hmm. I am a fan of the cunning main deck tech from Bobby there. That it helped put Bobby in the position where, he hotshot the Kellerin, put Alfonso to 25, and like threatened lethal super early. Um, I think it's more for other matchups, although it is just a very powerful card even for 6. And it's a card I think is quite good into the meta right now, being able to bounce some of those 4 power and under sentinels like Captain Typho, Village Protectors, Obi-Wan. Stop the
Yeah.
restore train, can just help erase. If you're in space and your opponent's in ground, you can just tap 2 things in ground, balance a third thing, and then you're saving 10 damage and pushing 10 damage. And even for 6, that's more than powerful enough.
All right. All right.
Both players, it looks like, taking a mulligan. And these are both decks that mulligan aggressively. Han 1, oftentimes looking for the right half of their deck, like I had mentioned before. In matchups where you want the resupply, you're going to mulligan aggressively for the resupply, and vice versa. The matchups where you're looking for the Chewbacca, you're going to mulligan for the Chewbacca. The Piet red deck, very sensitive. It requires a few key pieces, and if even one or two of those pieces are missing, oftentimes you just ship it back. And if you're playing Piet, you're trying to spike the high roll and just get the nuts draw. So might as well maximize your potential to see that nut draw.
I'm going to be curious to see whether or not we see one of those Falcon or Stolen ET Hauler type starts. It might be an
Hmm.
interesting contrast to the ramp start from that we saw in this last round from Bobby Sapphire.
Yeah. Although the Chewbacca starts get a little bit scarier post board because sometimes the Piet deck has the eager escort fighters, and so on the Falcon, they have even more answers for that. But sometimes they also bring in the charged with corruption card, new from Secrets of Power. The 3-drop, you disclose 2 green, and then a friendly unit captures an enemy unit. Chewbacca prevents being returned to hand and defeated, but does not prevent capture. So that is one way you can counter the Chewbacca start as well.
All right. We're looking at some initial hands, and seems like Bobby Sapphire has more or less made his resource decisions. Alfonso figuring out his. I do see a Ruthless Raider in hand there.
Mm-hmm. And looks like on Bobby's side there is a Typho. I believe there's an Obi-Wan as well. Not an ideal start, but a playable start.
All right. Bobby Sapphire is going to lead us off by using Han's ability. I think Alfonso may have passed.
Mm-hmm.
Then we see Obi-Wan Kenobi and a Dark Probe Droid. Interesting.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of a reason exactly you'd pass there. Initiative isn't super important, at least going into this turn. And you do want to hold the Dark Probe Drive. Say if Bobby's only turn 1 play was an L3, then you could get rid of the shield. But the second that Bobby goes to lay the resource down from his hand with Han's ability, it's almost certainly not going to be an L3. So you can probably just
Yeah,
play out the DRK Probe Droid for right away and not worry about it.
that's interesting.
I'm trying to think if there's a space start post board if Bobby went space, Alfonso would want to follow, but I can't think of one.
Hot Shot DL44.
A classic.
Yep. That's gonna be that Obi-Wan is actually pretty scary for this phase in the game. With
Yeah.
that hot shot blaster added, he's swinging as a 5/5.
This Obi-Wan's probably gonna get 5, potentially even 10 more damage in this game. Although if Alfonso has a piece of ramp, it starts to get a little bit scary for Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable he could have like open fire plus crash the probe droid in to get rid of Obi-Wan here,
Mhm. Could be
but
a forced
hard to
choke
say.
lurking. Oh, looks like
Whoa, it
Alfonso
looks like
just
he's missed
claimed.
the play. That is not what we want to see if
No.
we're Alfonso here. Does he have some answer that he needs for resources to pull off? I'm not sure.
It could be the charged with corruption if he doesn't have enough green cards in hand.
Hmm.
Could be looking to cheat out an MC30, guarantee initiative into the 5 resource turn to barrage. But maybe a B1 security team from hand to prevent 5 more damage could be coming as well. But any way you slice it, it's not ideal for Alfonso.
Yeah, those are not the hypest plays in the world.
No. Best would probably be the charged with corruption, prevent 5 more damage here.
And even that's not like super tight. I think
No.
that probe droid would easily be removed in future turns to get Obi-Wan back on the field. Yeah, he wouldn't have the blaster, but he would still be there as a potential obstacle on an extra unit.
Yeah. But it would probably save Alfonso upwards of 8 damage, 5 damage this turn, maybe even 10, and then another following 5.
Oh yeah, it is going to be that B1 security team out of aspect that you just mentioned. Um, doesn't really seem ideal, but it may at least prevent some damage here.
And we had talked between games about the difference between Phase 3 and B1. Normally, I think B1's better, but that is a game. This is a situation where the Phase 3 would have been better. Could have just played it for 3 resources and have his full resource suite coming into this turn.
Okay. The probe droid there is going to crash into Obi-Wan. So now if he swings into the B1 security team, that'll be a trade. But I think we saw what was that? Resupply.
Mhm.
Han clears the security team instead. And now Obi-Wan's path is clear for 5 damage. Plus we're seeing a Falcon. This is not, this is a very, very bad start for Alfonso.
Yeah. We have 12 damage on board. I would get Alfonso up to 25. That's not including anything Bobby plays in hands. Uh, you can cheat out a 6 drop here. But even if you set up a 6 drop, you're not clearing anything on the board. And then I don't even think overwhelming barrage the following turn would be enough to clear the board and prevent lethal from coming through.
There, okay,
Open.
an open fire does show up. He's using it to clear Han instead of clearing the Obi-Wan, which honestly makes sense to me. He wants to prevent his opponent from getting up to 7 resources this turn.
It's not a bad start. If Alfonso gets to flip into a Fulminatrix next turn, he's taking at least 8 this turn. He would go to 21. Fulminatrix could kill the Obi-Wan. Then there would be 3 more on board, so that's 24. It would depend on what Bobby has to play this turn. But that's a good start.
Another 5 damage from that Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's been a real thorn in Alfonso's side all game.
Think it's dealt 15 damage so far.
Kit is on the field. Bobby Sapphire has a 6 cost play. Looks like it's going to be Cunning, exhausting Piet, and buffing the Falcon to potentially be swinging for 7 damage if Alfonso doesn't have some answer. And with only 2 resources up, I don't know what the answer would be. There's that 7 damage. And now Obi-Wan is actually threatening lethal.
Yep. Sharp play from
Alfonso
Bobby
could
setting up
huge.
lethal.
I think we're going to game 3 here, Mickey.
Yeah.
I don't see Alfonso winning this one.
A Fulminatrix could take out the Obi-Wan, but any sort of pump on the Falcon deals lethal, and then Bobby can present any number of other threats as well.
Yeah.
But this is looking very, very favorable for Bobby.
Let's see what Alfonso can do. Can he somehow stabilize this? It would be an impressive comeback. I think that's is that the Fulminate? No, it's a Devastator.
Similar math though, but the
Oh,
Han
but
Solo
Bobby
from
Sapphire
hand.
shows Pilot Han. That's enough damage with that Falcon to close out the game, and we are headed to game 3.
Yeah, very tight play from Bobby there. That cunning was super sharp. Uh, not getting maximum use out of the tap effect, but didn't need maximum use there. If he didn't tap down the Piet, the Piet could just attack into the Obi-Wan, and then when Bobby goes to attack with the Falcon, setting Piet to 25, Alfonso can just claim and then attack the Piet back into the Obi-Wan to trade, and so that one action lethal isn't there. But tapping down the Piet sets up a one action lethal on the following turn and forces the play from Alfonso. And Bobby most likely had it locked up with the Han Pilot in hand. Very nice checkmating sequence, basically, from Bobby.
Yeah.
That is a very fun part of this game, given the action economy instead of the turn to turn economy. Um,
Absolutely.
it feels it feels chess like, and like the concepts of check and checkmate, while not 100% copied directly over, feel very parallel.
Yeah. I think I think it really adds something to a lot of situations. I've occasionally played games where you just like take your full turn or whatever since playing Star Wars Unlimited, and it really
Mhm.
does feel it feels more limited to me.
Yeah.
I think
I
the back
also
and forth is
do
quite favorable.
Yeah. I find the puzzle of figuring out the checkmate sequence very enjoyable as well, of like you're almost walking your opponent down a select set of actions that you're curating for them to lead them into defeat. And it's not like your opponent's misplaying or anything. You just set up certain traps and certain actions where it's almost a forced action, another kind of chess terminology there of your opponent's forced to do this thing, and so then I have the perfect response for that thing set up, just
Yeah.
leading them down to lethal.
Well, they're shuffling on up, presenting the decks here. We are about to get into the third and final game of the sixth and final round of Swiss play here at Red Seal Gaming.
Mhm.
After this, there will be a top cut, and
Uh,
we'll be bringing you those matches as well here at the McClunky Gaming channel.
while players are shuffling up, do not forget they have a free giveaway for the McClunky Gaming Initiative token you see on screen there. Sabak, sponsored by Metal Fab. Shout out to new sponsor of the stream, Metal Fab. Um, join the McClunky Gaming Discord, and there will be a giveaway in there. Very easy to find. Just click a button, and you will be entered to win one of 5 of those initiative tokens.
Yeah, Metal Fab Tokens has some very cool products. You can check them out at metalfabtokens.com. And the life pucks there that the players are using are also Metal Fab products.
Hmm.
All right. Alfonso has one resource set and is thinking about the second. Bobby Sapphire shuffling on up.
And if you're sitting across from an Admiral Piet, you never love when they keep their first 6 because it means they probably have at least 3 of the key pieces in their hands.
Okay. Alfonso leads off with the Gonk droid. Looks like Bobby Sapphire kind of choosing what to add as his temporary resource with Han Solo. I think resource decisions are very important in this game,
Yeah.
and resourcing the right card versus the wrong card can make a big difference. Looks like it was a Pilot Han that was used as the resource there.
Yep. And this is a matchup about racing, so leaving the surprise strike in hand because he will have guaranteed targets for that. Currently does not have any spaceships, so that Han could be just a dead card in the given his current hand.
Yeah, and it's going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi now on the field for Bobby Sapphire, the same unit that did so much damage
Yeah.
last game. Alfonso's Gonk power droid, though, very real as a way to ramp even more. In fact, we could be seeing a capital ship hit play as early as this turn. If the Gonk power droid swings, plus we see Piet's ability, that's not going to be the case, though. Instead, it's a resupply for Alfonso. And Bobby Sapphire thinks that Gonk droid is too dangerous to be allowed to stay on the board. Uses Obi-Wan to clear it off the field. Ooh, and a spark of rebellion from Bobby Sapphire. Let's take a look at Alfonso's hand. Charged with
Timely spark.
corruption. What ship is that?
The invisible hand, I believe.
Invisible hand, and then the dark probe droid. I would imagine you remove the invisible hand here.
Most likely, there could be thought to the charge with corruption, and it's always good, especially in the final round, the final game for top eight. Might as well take your time, especially if you have it. Uh, if Bobby was angling for a line that involved Chewbacca, he could maybe be thinking about taking that charge with corruption, but I think that oftentimes, and in this case, the obvious choice is the correct one. Just take the big ship, leave your opponent without a power play in hand, and force him to top deck it.
Yeah, Alfonso ramped up to set up that play, and now he's not going to be able to make it. The question becomes, can he draw some other relevant capital ship or something else to do with his resources here? Because that charged with corruption and dark probe droid are not, I think, what he most wants to see.
No.
Admiral Piet hits the board. Now it's Kira, even more disruption. If Alfonso did draw a ship, I am not sure he's going to get a chance to play it.
He did. That
Oh,
was a
but he
little
drew
bit
two
greedy.
ships.
Okay, okay.
One way or another, Alfonso is going to get to play a capital ship this turn. Kira can block one of these two, but either the assault frigate or the ruthless raider is going to see play this turn, I believe.
Piet is living off the top of his deck here, though, a little bit. Does not have any sort of board wipe, which is big. No overwhelming barrage, no craving power, no turbo laser salvo. So, unless Piet draws that in the next few turns, Bobby can start to go wide here and just pressure base that way.
That is a good point there, Mickey. Now, it looks like I think the Ruthless Raider must have been named for Kira because we see the Assault Frigate hitting the board. Bobby Sapphire swings with Obi-Wan, targeting the base rather than Admiral Piet there. So that's going to be another 3 points of damage onto the base. Actually, that's the first 3 points of damage on the base.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to move on to the next turn with that Assault Frigate being a serious threat in the space arena.
Yeah. And Alfonso choosing to claim there, even though we know he doesn't have the 8 drop in hand, that 2 points of damage could potentially add up, but oftentimes the way you win as Piet is just overwhelming. And it looks like he did manage to top deck the 8 drop ship here and getting rewarded for the early claim.
Wow. Yeah, these have been some strong draws from Alfonso, even with significant hand disruption from Bobby Sapphire. He is curving out efficiently. That is
Mm-hmm.
not at all what I think Bobby wants to be seeing here.
And I think Bobby's been playing this game incredibly sharp, disrupting the hand at key times, taking the invisible hand, naming the ruthless raider. But this Piet red deck now just has so much redundancy. I've joked before, this deck has 5 cards. It has droids, triangles, ramp, removal, and board wipes. And with that level of redundancy, even if you disrupt them at the right time, your opponent can still just top deck the right card when they need it.
Yeah, and Alfonso using the opportunity to push some damage in space.
This game is far from over. Han gets to
Yeah.
flip this turn. I believe Bobby has both a Caloran back and a wing reinforcement in hand, so gets to go wide. But it's starting to get to the point where Bobby can't play around certain cards, I think. Like,
Yeah.
if a turbo laser salvo comes rolling off the top for Alfonso, I think Bobby has to play into that. He can't play around that because then if he decides to play around the turbo laser salvo, just the full Manatrix attacking and maybe some craving powers and ruthless raiders can get you there as Alfonso. So
Yeah. Let's see what Bobby Sapphire can do. I do think we're going to see the Han Solo 567 here.
Hmm.
And I don't think Alfonso is going to be able to do much of anything about it because he exhausted his resources to play that Fulminatrix. I think it's likely we're just going to see, I don't know, 2 more damage to base from a Admiral Piet swing. Maybe not even
Oh,
that.
sharp pass there from Alfonso, putting 2 onto the Han Solo, so now the Fulminatrix attack next turn can take out the Han
Yeah,
Solo in one action.
that makes sense. So passed into passed to allow Han to flip to get that setup. Will almost certainly have the initiative next turn.
And even if he wasn't planning on attacking into the Han, I do like the pass there. Just make your opponent blink first. Maybe he decides to play a 6-drop instead, in which case you feel more comfortable just attacking or claiming there. Um, but yeah, very sharp pass.
Okay. Now what are
I
we?
bel
Keller and Beck searching up.
believe there's a Tech or a Obi-Wan Kenobi as options here, and I think Tech is the more threatening card. Sentinel, not really
Yeah,
relevant. The 1 point of power could be relevant, but the Tech being able to threaten Falcons and surprise strikes from row, I think, over the course of a longer game, more dangerous.
looks like Bobby Sapphire agrees, bringing out that copy of Tech. So we now have honestly a pretty strong ground arena for Bobby Sapphire. Certainly
Hmm.
stronger than Alfonso's. The question is, how will Alfonso react? And Alfonso does have some real threats up in space.
Yep. This is a big board presence from Bobby. Has 12 power that can, at minimum, get through. Uh, if Alfonso doesn't have the barrage or the Timberlizard salvo, that Fulminatrix is going to attack first action and take out the Han,
Right, and that
leaving
will keep
Kelleran.
Bobby Sapphire on 6 resources this turn, so he won't be able to hit another 7.
Hmm. But the Kelleran back and the Cure and the Tech add up to 12. Does not put one action lethal on board with the Kelleran, but a hot shot would be threatening lethal then.
Yeah, does Alfonso have some way to punish this? It looks like the answer is going to be no. So we'll see the Fulminatrix swing, the on-attack
However,
ability used to clear Han, but I think we're going
on
to see some serious damage going Alfonso's way from Bobby Sapphire's ground units here.
on the flip side, Alfonso is going to be dealing some serious damage to Bobby's base. If this MC30 gets to connect, it puts Bobby to 21, and then that Fulminatrix is one action lethal on the other side. So very tense game here. But a card like a Waylay or a Cunning to prevent that damage this turn could be key. Oh, or potentially, it's tough if the capture card is still in Alfonso's hand, but
Ooh, yeah.
Bobby now threatening one action lethal with a blaster, and Bobby does have to replace the top card of his deck here still with Smuggle. Um, so hopefully we can catch that. But another blaster on that Kelleran is one action lethal on the way back, so Bobby's speeding up the clock even more.
Yeah, that Hot Shot Blaster. That's a card that I think some people will probably be sad to see rotate out. It's really been a clutch card for a lot of
Hmm.
decks, even ones that don't even have the aggression aspect, like Bobby Sapphire's build here. Still make good use out of it just for the smuggle side.
Yeah, it's a very close game.
Yeah.
And a claim from Bobby is not risk free if Alfonso attacks with the MC30, and Bobby does have the Hotshot Blaster. There's the capture card, although maybe not enough cards in hand to disclose. There's also the B1 security team, or even the invisible hand to find the B1 security team. The Dark Probe Droid could return that Hotshot Blaster to hand, or I think it defeats it actually. So it's certainly not risk free from Bobby to just claim if Alfonso goes for the MC30 attack. There's a lot going on this board.
Yep. Pace of play has slowed down a bit. I'm not sure if there's a judge call or just I think maybe just some careful deliberation. The
Yeah.
assault frigate swings on in. I think we're up to 21 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base. We are getting close to the edge. Initiative taken. Does that mean that there's another hot shot there for Kelleran?
Yep.
Does Alfonso have an answer?
Bobby saying, make you have it.
Charged with corruption, maybe? There it
Ooh.
is. He
Yep.
has the disclose, I guess. There's the disclose.
Another charge with corruption and the Imperial Dark Trooper.
Well, I think the second charge with corruption will be non-functional because of lack of disclose. So it's probably going to capture Kelleran and then play the Dark Trooper.
Yeah. And I like putting it under the MC30 because Bobby has to deal with that first action next turn, or else he is dead on board. Yep, and Alfonso comes to the same conclusion. Gets to get in for 2 with your Piet. Yeah. I think I like that call from Bobby. There's a number of things that can blow you out there, but he found the line for lethal, made his opponent have it. His opponent did have it, but sometimes they don't, and you got to play to win there. Not necessarily over. If Bobby has like a waylay in the row, he can bounce the Fulminatrix first action and isn't technically dead. At least not right away, but it's going to be hard to stop the other 3 units from pushing for lethal.
Yep.
But Cunning, however, tap tap +4. So now Kira is pushing 7, Tech is pushing
7.
2.
That's not quite it.
I think Alfonso can just claim here. Although, if he has another threat, I think you're also free to play the other threat. And yeah,
Overwhelming barrage. I I think he's done it. Bobby Sapphire with the fist bump after that barrage. Once again, Alfonso took a lot of damage, but he was able to recover.
yeah, that was a very, very tight game. And I think Bobby played excellently. He disrupted the cards at the right time. Alfonso, with the redundancy of the Piet deck, found the right pieces he needed as the game was going on. But that final turn, there's a lot of tension of the check system in Swu of, all right, I can finish you in 3 actions, and then Bobby pushing the clock saying, no, I can finish you in 2 actions, actually, with this double hotshot blaster, if you don't have an answer for this Kelleran. Very exciting into the game there.
Yeah, and I do think Bobby Sapphire had some rough luck there with 2 different hand disruption things,
Yeah.
being unable to prevent Alfonso from bringing out that early capital ship.
Mm-hmm.
Must
It's
have
the
been
kind of,
a tough moment to resolve that Kira and see that Alfonso had actually drawn 2 ships.
mm-hmm. Well, that'll
But,
be,
that's card games for you. These things
yeah,
do happen.
that's the end of round 6 there. That was a very, very exciting game from both sides.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
that does
And
mean we will have a Piet red into the top 8.
sweet. Yeah, I think in a few minutes we will likely be able to bring you the full top 8. I think there are perhaps a few matches still going on here at Red Seal Gaming. We will probably take a brief break here and be back soon with the top cut of this tournament. We'll start off with the top 8 and try and get you those standings as well so you know what players are in contention. And then there will be 3 more rounds, the top 8, the semifinals, and then, of course, the finals.
See you then.
What's going on, guys? TowerNumber9 here. I am joined by Mickey D from the Bothan Network, and we are here on the McClunky Gaming stream for Red Seal Gaming's Planetary Qualifier. The Swiss rounds have ended. We have our top 8, and it's looking like a interesting mix of decks here. Mickey, what do you think of the lists that are that have made it on to this top cut?
Yeah, it's a very interesting top 8. I would say 7 out of the 8 of these decks I would expect to be here to varying degrees. Some more obvious, like the Yoda Data Vaults, the Han 1 Greens, the Piet Reds. Those are kind of well-established decks, top of the arc of the format right now. Some more fringe players, such as Sabe Yellow and the Set 6 Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault, even the Yoda Red Force, are all archetypes and lists that we've seen here and there on the fringes of the meta. Not necessarily the top performers, but I'm not too surprised to see them in this top 8. The big surprise is Lewis, aka Dahak, at the second seed with Set 5 Obi-Wan Kenobi with the Mystic Monastery base. That is the 25 HP green Force base, where you can, as an action, get the Force and use that up to 3 times a game. Looking at his list, it is a super interesting list. It has no ways to use the Force in the main deck. It is solely using the Force to get the experience token from Obi-Wan Kenobi. It also has no force units because of that. Just wanting to use the Obi-Wan ability, get experience over the first few turns of the game, and then from there win with Unity of Purpose as a mono green deck. So really interesting lists. It's a pretty diverse top 8, and notably a lack of Anakin Data Vault, even though it was the most played deck here today.
Yeah, very interesting. Lewis is a he's a teammate of mine at McClunky Gaming, and we were discussing this deck earlier. I think it's very spicy, and I'm going to be excited to see how far he can take it in this one.
Yep.
The
It tackles the meta in a very interesting way, being able to buff out of the Anakin buff range and go over the top with the Unity of Purpose. I'm excited to see it in action.
we have an interesting mix of sets here that the leaders are from. We have
Yeah.
two Hans from Spark of Rebellion, of course, two Yodas from Twilight, one Legacy of the Force, one Jump to Lightspeed, two Secrets of Power.
The only set that is not represented is Shadows of the Galaxy, it looks like. And that's not necessarily thin on powerful leaders either. Both Cad Bane and Rey have seen play from that set.
Yeah. That set has definitely had some leaders that have seen competitive play. It's some interesting variety, and I think in some ways this might show people exploring Secrets of Power more. I know that when the set first came out, the actual leaders from the set were not necessarily that popular or were not necessarily getting big results. But
Hmm.
now we're seeing some of those Secrets of Power leaders making the top cut.
Yep. And so here we have the top 8 breakdown in terms of matchups. So we can see the matchup spread. Anthony versus Nicholas, that is going to be our Yoda Red Force versus the Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault. Alex versus Michael, that is going to be Sabe Yellow versus Ahan 1 Green. Alfonso versus Ophir, that is going to be Piet Red versus Yoda Data Vaults. And then our stream match is going to be Lewis versus Tim, which is going to be that Obi-Wan Mono Green list versus another Han 1 Green.
Should be pretty interesting to see what we have here. On the left, McClunky Gaming team captain Titanic. Big shout out to Titanic and also to Claire for making these streams possible and doing a bunch of the setup. And
Hmm.
he's also having a good tournament performance today, making the top 8. Unfortunately, it is going to be a McClunky Gaming mirror, two McClunky Gaming players playing each other here, and that is it's one of those things that happens, especially when your team puts a bunch of people in the top cut.
Yep.
I think there may have been 4 McClunky players in the top cut, and I believe that all of them have to play McClunky mirrors. On the plus side,
Yes.
that means that the semifinals we're going to have, 2 McClunky players in the semifinals, but a bit rough when you end up against your own teammates.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it happens when you team with other good players. The goal is to all make it in as far as you can, but along the way, you will have to play each other.
Yeah, and it's a lot. It's going to be better to play against your. It's going to be better to play against your teammates in the cut than it is to knock each other out in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, exactly. One thing to note with Titanic on screen, we're going to see some very pretty cards. He blings out his deck as aggressively as possible. I am excited to see some shiny Falcons, some shiny Queen Amidala's if they're in there, some shiny Blasters, just a number of shiny cards.
All right. We'll have to
We are
see
doing
what happens here.
deck overview for both players. It was an open deck list event in the Swiss, which was due to a mailing mistake, but in the top cut, no matter the event, is almost always open deck list. So players looking over each other's lists, although since they are teammates, I'm sure they are at least somewhat familiar with them, just making sure they know exactly what's going on.
Let's see how this goes. I think the of the two, I do think the Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery deck is much more of a rogue deck.
Oh, 100%.
We I think we very well could be seeing the I think we very well could be seeing an actual unity of purpose move in
Hmm.
a competitive event.
And this is a very interesting way to set it up, using the Obi-Wan ability with the Mystic Monastery, sacrificing 5 health just for 3 experience tokens over the course of the game. Although, if you had a base, and it wouldn't be exactly this action efficiency-wise, but if you had a base that was 25 HP and 3 times per game you could put an experience counter on something, that's a very reasonable base, potentially even very powerful. Now, you are sacrificing a leader in that as well because you have to use your leader as part of it, but it's an interesting theory and a cool way of tackling the meta where the stats kind of matter heavily on the ground right now. Being able to set up trades into like gong droids and battlefield marines, as well as survive attacks from Anakin's 2/4s. It's very creative deck building.
All right. Let's see how this goes. They're looking at the hands. Does not take Tim long to decide that's going to be a mulligan.
Hmm. Han 1 in general gets to mulligan relatively aggressively because he has so much flexibility in the early turns of the game, being able to play 2 drops or 3 drops on turn 1. A lot of your deck can be played on turn 1, and given that you can ship back some pretty mediocre hands that other decks might otherwise keep because you're more reliably going to get a turn 1 play.
Yeah, that's one thing that I also like about playing, like Sabine decks that have a large number of early drops. You have that flexibility to be like, I'm going to go ahead and mulligan. You can try to mulligan to have both space and ground. You can try to mulligan for like, oh, I don't quite like this. I think I want another shot at it, and have more confidence in doing that since you have a higher base count and you're not relying on mulliganing just to get a turn one play at all most of the time.
Hmm. Gonna second 6, and both players good to go.
All right, Han ability used. We see a Gunji, and hey, there's that stolen AT Hauler start that you were discussing earlier, Mickey.
Hmm.
We then see the Mystic Monastery used, gives the Force token, and Obi-Wan's ability used to buff Gunji, and then I believe the Mystic Monastery was used again to get that Force token ready for future turns.
I believe, funnily enough, Dahak had took 4 actions that turn. He used the Mystic Monastery, played Gunji, used Obi-Wan, used the Mystic Monastery. Not often you see that many actions taken on turn 1.
Now, what is that?
I believe that's an N1 Starfighter defeated from the row for
Yeah, that's the
Titanic.
defeated card. Okay, I thought for a moment he had played it, but it looks like the card that Titanic plays this turn is going to be a simple waylay, bouncing Gunji, and perhaps more relevantly, removing that experience token. So
Mhm.
Titanic already kind of messing with the Obi-Wan deck's game plan here, but we're going to now see an Obi-Wan Kenobi unit hitting the board and itself being buffed, and now the third and final Mystic Monastery charge used up to regain that Force token. One other unit is going to be able to be buffed with that experience.
Mhm.
Let's see how this goes.
And this is a really sharp use of Mystic Monastery, funnily enough, because you get to use it turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then you have your leader flip after that. And so just by Obi-Wan attacking, you get experience. Now, in the late game, you're not going to get any use out of your leader, but I don't think this is a deck that's trying to go to the late game very often.
All right, swing for 4. Ooh, Captain Typho hits the board for Titanic. It's going to be a potentially annoying obstacle with the stolen HE Hauler still swinging away. But here is a nice double green card, the Lackeys.
Yeah. And 5/5 really good stat line right now. It runs over that Typho really well. It runs over
Yeah.
Obi-Wan's really well. There's just a lot of 5 health units in the format in the early to mid turns of the game.
And with that last minute Mystic Monastery usage going into effect here, it's those enterprising lackeys aren't going to be a 5/5; they're going to be a 6/6.
Yeah.
That is actually, that's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
Titanic does have the initiative, so he's going to be able to swing base with Typho if he wants before he gets cleared by those lackeys, because Obi-Wan does not have Sentinel since a forced unit has not been played.
yep. And I
And
think thinking about a hotshot blaster getting in the 2 damage while he can, but decides
looks like
against it.
Tim either does not have or declines to use. Oh, no, no. There we go. There we go. For a moment, I
So,
thought he was not using the heal effect there from Typho, but he uses it now. And the stolen AT hauler still swinging away.
yeah.
There's a lot of damage on the Hawk space here.
Yep. And I think that's one of the weaknesses of this Obi-Wan deck is you don't have a lot of space presence. You have some blue leaders, maybe some bright hopes, but that's about it.
Obi-Wan hits the board and begins wielding General's Blade, only to be bamboozled,
Ooh.
exhausted, and the General's Blade bounces to hand. Not what Dahak wants to see at all in this scenario.
Yeah, that is a tough card to see in that situation.
Gunji
And now,
returns to the board. Tim flips up Han. Obi-Wan swings to base. Now, Obi-Wan should have Sentinel here because Gunji entered play this turn.
yeah.
So
And you see TM claim because of that
yeah.
to get
Tim
an even.
declines to attack at all with Han rather than swinging into the Sentinel. It's gonna maybe wait and make his move at the start of this next turn when that conditional Sentinel has worn off. This is one of the problems with units that have temporary or conditional Sentinel. Your opponent can sometimes structure their turn to get around that and attack while that Sentinel is no longer in effect.
Yep. Ooh, the rarely used mode command for command of or dealing damage to a non-unique unit. Most of the units in this game right now are unique, at least the ones that see play, but Stolen AT Hauler is not one of those.
Yeah. Command being played buffs Obi-Wan, damage to the stolen AT hauler. That's enough to clear it. Dahak will be able to play the stolen AT hauler from Titanic's discard pile. This could be the start of a comeback, but he only has 3 HP remaining on his base.
He does have a very, very large ground presence.
That's true. I don't
And
think
some
Han is living through this turn. In fact, a single attack from the enterprising lackeys will clear Han off the board. And then Titanic will have no units left unless he can bring something else out with his remaining resources. I think he has 3 resources, 4 resources.
4 it looks like.
Brings out
Playing
a tech from Smuggle, but that does mean Dahak is going to be able to wipe the board completely.
that's effectively a 2/5 Sentinel right here. Uh, and with this mono green deck, I don't even know if he needs Unity of Purpose, but with Unity of Purpose, this game can be over in a flash.
The enterprising lackeys go ahead and clear out Han.
And I think the when defeated effect there not being used, I believe.
Yeah, not to put it back in the resource. That would exhaust a resource because you defeat. No, it
Yeah, you
wouldn't.
have to defeat the resource.
It would if you had full resources up. It would exhaust the resource, but you can defeat an already exhausted resource.
Right. And that would allow that unit to potentially be smuggled out later on, but I'm not sure we're going to get to that very late game. I think unless Titanic can pull off something strong here, I think Dahak could win the game this turn.
Yeah.
He looks to have stabilized. He has an extremely powerful force in the ground arena and actually has that stolen AT hauler, which he has now stolen in the
Hmm.
space arena. It's looking grim for Titanic and Han here, but let's see if he can pull something out.
Yeah. Protecting from Fast Falcon coming in and sneaking the win, and that Obi-Wan Sentinel or getting Sentinel on the Han flip turn really flipped this game around. Not being able to push in that 4 or 6 damage that turn really changed the math on this game.
All right.
Looks like Lewis has 14 points of damage currently. Oh, and then the +4, so 18 points. Has enough to win,
Han,
but
Han Reluctant Hero picks off Obi-Wan.
that leaves 4,
Is there
8,
enough damage on the board now? I
10,
don't think so.
13 gets you to 27. But if
If he
there's a
had if
General's
he had a
Blade,
surprise strike, but if he has Unity of Purpose, it's over. And there it is,
yeah.
Unity of Purpose. That is going to be that. Maybe Titanic has another bamboozle or something, but that's going to be more than lethal damage. Jahak winning a game on stream in the top cut of a PQ with Unity of Purpose. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, squeaking it out there barely. That hauler did so much work, but not quite enough. And that command being able to snipe it with the non-unique clause, rarely does that come up, but very, very relevant there.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking earlier about how the Hauler is often better than the Millennium Falcon, but the Millennium Falcon could not have been removed from that ability while the Hauler can.
Hmm. Very, very cool game. A lot of intricate pieces came together for Lewis to set up just enough of a defense for him to get to that unity of purpose and win the game.
It was a spicy scenario.
Yeah. And if you're Titanic, it's tough to fully know what to do in this kind of matchup. You can get a loose idea. In Unity of Purpose, oftentimes you want to clear the board as efficiently as possible and then finish the game since it's a 25 HP base. But maybe since they're teammates, they've played this matchup before. But if you were a non-McClunky member, I doubt that you've ever seen this Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery deck and can get caught a little bit unawares of what to do in the matchup.
All right, we're going to be moving in to that second game soon. It'll be interesting to see who ends up the victor here. If Tim can win this game, we're going to keep going into the third game of the match. But if Obi-Wan can pull off another victory here, Dahak will be moving on
I
to
think
the semifinals.
I think my instinct would say that Titanic should be slightly favored here. Dahak's deck can be weak to space, does have some capture cards to stop the Chewbacca lines, but even just a hauler into a falcon or a falcon into a hauler, you can only capture one of those. It can be tough to stop both threats, and it doesn't take much to go from 0 to 25.
Yeah, 25 HP can be tough when dealing with a deck that can push early aggression pretty quickly.
Hmm.
All right.
I expect to see a large uptick in the number of games played with Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery after this event. It is. We haven't seen it before today, but kind of the breakout deck right now.
The Mystic Monastery.
Yeah. I mean, it is by far the most unique deck that's in the top 8 and is doing some interesting things. We have not seen it against. We haven't seen it on stream at all. Seeing its first test here against a Han 1 green, kind of a pillar of the meta, would be interested to see it potentially against the Yodas and the Anakins of the world as well.
All right. Well, the most unique deck in the top 8 is poised to move on to the top 4 if Dahak can seal the deal with a win over Titanic in this round.
Hmm.
But we'll have to see. That first round was very close.
Yeah.
It took. He was at the point where one more attack would have lost the game, but he managed to clear the unit before it attacked, stabilize in both arenas, and get the win with unity of purpose.
Hmm. I do think, from a kind of macro game plan analysis, uh, Titanic should really focus on presenting threats as early as possible in the game. The way this Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery deck is going to beat you isn't usually through chipping you down. It's either going to be through a big threat with like a General's Blade that you have the Bamboozles and Whaleys for, or it's going to be all at once with the Mystic Monastery. I think the
Yeah.
buffing is mostly to set up favorable trades so that you can build your board even wider for the Mystic Monastery or for the Unity of Purpose to really be the knockout punch. And that being the case, I think you can afford to take some lumps from a 3-power Gungi, a 3-power Mina, a 4-power Battlefield Marine, if
Yeah.
you are presenting haulers and falcons in return.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here.
Mhm. I do think Dahak has a decent setup to try and stop Han from flipping as well, at least for a mono green deck. We saw
Yeah.
the Enterprising Lackeys with an experience can do it. Pretty much anything in this deck with the General's Blade and an experience from Obi-Wan can do it. Command can set up experience on a unit to be able to hit into that Han. So getting the 7-drop on 5 is going to be a lot trickier.
Yeah, and historically, one thing that has really made a difference for Han decks in at least some situations is whether or not you're able to execute that classic 5-6-7. So for those who may not be familiar with this, it used to be more prominent than it is now. But with Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler, set one Han leader. When he deploys on 6 resources, but his ability to make a temporary resource means you're on 5 resources, you use the leader ability, you're on 6 resources. Now you can flip. And if you can flip and successfully make an attack, then you add another resource and you're up to 7 resources. And that's going to allow you to play cards that cost 7. So, Kelleran Beck, Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, uh, and Fist Nest. There are various things that you can do from there that can be very threatening for opponents. But if the opponent can defeat Han after he flips or exhaust him or do some other thing to prevent him from getting that attack, the situation can look very different. So now we're moving into the next game. Titanic is once again going for the stolen AT hauler start, while Dahak ends up with Mina Bonteri buffed with the Obi-Wan ability after Mystic Monastery is used once, and Mystic Monastery then used again to get that Force token ready for future turns.
Mhm. I think Collar is probably the ideal start from Titanic here. Maybe in this matchup, Falcon is a little bit better because of the uniqueness clause on the command. But in general, I think you just want to present a big space threat and beat him down as fast as possible. Ideally, with another space threat, the pilots get a little scary because of the charge with corruption, but any sort of space threat is where I think you want to be.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And so, additionally, it is possible that Titanic can find something to get that hauler out of range of command. And it looks like I think that's a Chewbacca on there. Oppo Rancesis from Obi-Wan Kenobi, unusual card. It kind of inherits the keywords of other cards that you have that have keywords. So in this case, I believe with Mina Bonteri on the field, Oppo Rancesis will have actually Restore 2.
Yes.
Um,
With raid and restore, it automatically gets 2 as opposed to copying the friendly unit's restore number.
yeah, so we see the card highlight there. Oppo Rancesis, 3 cost 3/5, double green, Force Jedi Republic.
It gains ambush while another friendly unit has ambush. The same is true for grit, hidden, overwhelmed, saboteur, sentinel, and shielded. It gains raid 2 while another friendly unit has raid. The same is true for restore. So Mina Bonteri has restore. That means Aporensis here is restore 2. Now, I do think this is going to be pretty nice for Dahak. He has 3 total restore with both of those on the field right now. But at the same time, I don't know what his deck's best answer is going to be to Chewy on that stolen AT hauler.
I haven't done the exact calculations in my head if Lewis does not have an answer for this Chewy hauler. But maybe you can just restore your way out of it with
Ooh,
the
I think
healing.
I just saw a resupply hit the board here from Titanic, but Dahak throws out Captain Typho, providing quite an obstacle to Han here. I wonder if there's a hot shot or something that would allow Han to clear Typho in one hit. Looks like there is not. After Dahak buffs Typho with Obi-Wan's ability, the last use of that ability in the game, I believe, since the only
Yes.
way Dahak has to gain the Force is his Mystic Monastery, Titanic is just going to take the initiative. Does he have a hot shot or some other way to get Han to clear Typho in one hit?
Don't I believe there might be a surprise strike in hand, but I think there's also an Emphy's Nest, which is interesting.
Mm,
I might just run my Han into Typo or Oppo. I believe Oppo gets Sentinel as well, so both are Sentinels that you can attack,
good point.
and then use the Emphy's Nest to return the Mina to hand. That removes 3 restore from the board and forces Lewis to play down another restore unit again if he wants to get that healing online, and then try and use this Chewy hauler plus surprise strike to finish the game over the next couple of turns.
Very interesting point. And I do think that with Oppo Rensis getting Sentinel, if Titanic does have the hot shot or goes for like a surprise strike line, the better Sentinel to remove would be Oppo rather than Typho.
Yeah. Don't attack into the Typho to allow Lewis to disclose to restore the one, as well as you want to get that restore two off the board. So I think Hot Shot Blaster into Oppo makes a lot of sense. Remove that restore, and then follow up with an attack to base. Lewis can restore 1 this turn, go to 9, but up to 16, and then a surprise strike on the hauler should be lethal. But goes for the Typho instead. I could be mistaken that Oppo does not copy Sentinel. Uh, I'm not 100% sure on that.
I believe that he does. I think that was one of the keywords that he copies.
Looks like so, yeah.
Let me
So
verify. Yeah, he does copy Sentinel. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Typho is cleared. Oppo's still on the board. We see an Obi-Wan flip. Han only has 1 HP here. Some resources spent. Waylay on Oppo.
that
Okay,
also
okay.
works. Okay.
That makes sense. Oppo off the field. Only 1 restore now likely available this turn for Dahak.
hmm And then 7 plus 10 if he has the surprise strike, which I believe I saw. But maybe I was seeing the waylay as a surprise strike because I believe the last card in hand is Envy's Nest. So 7 plus 7 wouldn't quite be enough over 2. But no Sentinel, so Lewis might have to take some time to trade into this Han Solo.
Let's see here. I think that's a bounty hunter's quarry there on Han.
Mm.
Chewie in the stolen AT hauler still pushing damage in the space arena. We see the command again, but this time I don't think it's going to be enough to clear that AT hauler with Chewie on there. He
No.
buffs Obi-Wan, but that's only going to be 5 damage. I wonder if he's even going to choose the damage. He could instead ramp or something, return
Could
a
also
unit. He could get that Typho back to hand and put up a
yeah.
Sentinel in the ground arena.
This is not the greatest command in the world, and command not notoriously the weakest of the 4 double aspect cards here, but
He is going to return that Captain Typho to hand, shoring up his defenses on the ground. Obi-Wan swings and defeats Han, triggering Bounty Hunter's Quarry. So we're going to get to look at, I believe, the top 10 here,
mhm.
since that was a unique unit.
What Dahak really needs now, though, is something to shore up his space arena. With
I think
Chewbacca piloting the stolen AT hauler, he was not able to clear it with command like he did in the previous game, and the damage is rapidly adding up. In fact, another pump of whatever type would close out the game here with that
I
buffed
think
AT hauler.
if I was Dahak, I would have preferred the command to do the damage mode. I don't think that typo is going to be relevant this game. Although it could be, sentinels on the ground definitely matter. But if you dealt 5 to the AT hauler, then if you got a blue leader off of your bounty hunter's quarry, you could ambush trade with the hauler.
Very good point. Or potentially, what if you draw another command next turn? I could see something
Yeah.
like that being the play.
Any pump, not any pump, surprise strike specifically, because the hauler has a pilot already, so Han pilot isn't enough. And then blaster obviously can't go on vehicles, but if the surprise strike is there, that is lethal for Titanic in one action. If not, it goes to 23. Lewis can heal 3 this turn.
There's the
Oh,
surprise strike. Titanic takes the game.
that's going to do it.
We're
Tight second
going
game.
to game 3, a close match here between Titanic and Dahak. And I think the big difference this time was that Chewie piloting that Falcon took it out of range of command, unlike what we
Yeah.
saw in the first game. If that, or I'm sorry, the hauler rather.
Yes.
If that hauler had been defeated by command, I think it would have been another comeback for Dahak. But
Hmm.
Chewie pilot took it right out of range.
And there was some risk in that Chewbacca line. The charge with corruption totally blows Titanic out, but Titanic realizing he doesn't have any other game plan right now. I got to go all in this hauler and just speed up the game as much as possible so I can kill my opponent before they get to Unity of Purpose. And Lewis clung into that game with the Mina Bonteri into Oppo Rancistus, providing a lot of restore as well as a decent amount of pressure early in the game. That was
Yeah,
an
but
impressive space versus ground race.
yeah, Titanic's still able to navigate it. And that's a good point about charged with corruption. One thing about Chewbacca that people may not necessarily realize is that he does not protect you from capture effects.
Hmm.
His card text is very similar to that of Lurking TIE Phantom, in terms of making you immune to defeat effects.
Yes.
But the Lurking TIE Phantom also protects from capture and damage, and Chewie does not protect from capture or damage, but does protect from bounce.
Yes. So the lurking TIE Phantom can be waylaid, whereas the Chewbacca cannot, but the Chewbacca can be open fired and target towned, or charged
Or
with corruption.
captured.
Yeah.
Now, historically, being immune to bounce is probably a lot stronger than being immune to capture, but
Yeah.
capture really has made a resurgence and is seen a lot more competitive play than when it first came out.
It's been in a nice balance. I wish the capture cards were just a little bit stronger, but it's been more of a utility piece where if you need to capture a unit as your removal option, is when those cards see play and they're just flying outside of that. Uh, versus something like a Power of the Dark Side where it's just universal. And so those blanking effects, like Chewbacca, that say protection from everything but capture, aren't really relevant if capture being the most popular mode of removal.
Yeah, it's interesting too. There are some situations where a captured unit can be rescued. The most normal way to do that is by defeating the unit that is guarding the captured unit. But you also see some situations. I think probably the most played rescue card is L3 because
Yeah.
she's a good card even if rescue never does anything. And then there's those occasional fringe situations where you can use her to rescue a Millennium
Mhm.
Falcon or something.
And if you get your hauler with a Chewbacca captured on it, it's still backbreaking, but that L3 allowing you to get the hauler back, at least lets you stay in the game a little bit.
All right.
Looks like Titanic is keeping, Lewis taking another mulligan.
Let's see how we do. The winner of this one is on to the semifinals. The loser of this one will be knocked out, although having reached that top 8, the loser of this match will still receive 15 leaderboard points towards attending the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Han Solo ability used for Titanic. Dahak plays Gunji. This time it's going to be a Falcon start. And I
So,
believe that is a fancy version of the classic Spark of Rebellion Falcon, aka the Fast Falcon.
yes.
Swings on in for 3 damage to the base.
For the first time,
Dahak,
I
of
think
course,
L
buffing it.
Dahak got to keep initiative, normally taking 4 actions, but with Titanic taking 3, decides to forego getting the force again in order to get initiative.
Yeah, maybe thinking I'll have another opportunity to do that later on in this game. Right now, maybe I'll draw something that will allow me to mess with this Falcon or otherwise set up a scenario that is more favorable. Looks like it's
Mhm.
going to be an early swing from Gunji, 3 damage to Titanic's base. Titanic, oh, it's going to be Chewy yet again. Chewy on that Falcon. Do we have a charge with corruption? If not, Dahak may be in some trouble here. We don't, but
No.
a blue leader takes the field, not resolving its ability. So we are not going to see the ambush used here. This is looking a little unfortunate for Dahak.
Yeah, and you know if you're Titanic, the charge with corruption is not there. If it comes in, it comes off the top. Although it does look like Dahak drew a confiscate, so mitigating the damage a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, just getting Chewy off the field would still be helpful. Putting you in a better position, you're taking less damage, and maybe it would allow you to have more efficient removal against that unit later. Although with this deck, I kind of doubt it because I
Yeah.
don't think that command like it's a double green deck, and command does not tend to have direct defeat or bounce.
Yeah. One thing about this start that is kind of nice for Titanic here is he's split Lewis's arena focus. Started on ground with Gungiki and then went into space with Blue Leader. And I like this Falcon killing the Blue Leader because Obi-Wan could put the experience token on it and then trade favorably into the Falcon. But I believe Titanic has a resupply here. So he can safely flip his Han to the ground and get at least one, most likely 2 attacks in with this Han.
Blue leader swings into that. Now this is interesting. What's going on here? I would have expected blue leader to be buffed by Obi-Wan so that it could clear. Did Titanic swing into the blue leader before the buff could
Yes.
go off? Okay, got it.
Yes.
That makes
Yeah.
a lot more sense. I
And
had
I think that
thought
was
for a
really
moment
sharp.
that Dahak had attacked prematurely, but instead it was Titanic making the attack to preempt Dahak, buffing it with the Obi-Wan ability.
And it looks like Titanic's going to get a second attack off with this Han. Can even bounce this Falcon, which he's going to go to do right away, clearing this Bounty Hunter's quarry. Effectively, a 1-cost delayed waylay from Dahak there.
All right. We're going for the 5, 6, 7.
hmm Tim has done a very good job of splitting arenas when he has to in this game.
Typho hits the board.
Ooh,
Waylay, but that does mean we're not going to see a 7-cost card this turn from Tim.
does guarantee at least 4 more, if not 6 more damage. My suspect, yeah, I expect 4, and then probably playing the Falcon to get
Let's see here.
those.
Yeah, Falcon gets replayed. Obi-Wan flips, and in conjunction with the earlier attack from Gunji, clears leader Han off the board, but Han did get some damage through, and that Falcon pushes more damage still. Only
Yep.
5 HP left for Dahak. A pilot Han or surprise strike from Tim here will end the game if Dahak can't do something to stop this Falcon. And because the Falcon is a unique unit, command will not stop it.
It would be charged with corruption or something like an eager escort fighter to take care of this Falcon. Titan, I don't think is going to be playing around the eager or the charge with corruption. You would have seen that earlier when the Chewbacca was in play. So it's really just eager escort. I think you can also rule that out because instead of blue leader on turn 2, the eager escort would have most likely come out. So it would have been something that Lewis would have to have drawn over the past couple turns.
Yeah, I think if he could have captured that Falcon earlier on, that would have been significantly stronger than the blue leader line.
hmm
So the question is, has he drawn something? Has he
He,
drawn something?
Even
I
something
don't
like
think he
another
has. It's
Falcon.
going to be a swing from Gunji. Does Titanic have a pump? He
He
does.
has it.
Surprise strike, and Titanic wins. He's moving on to the semifinals.
Huge congrats to Titanic. That was a great set of games. And I think you really saw just how well that Lewis's deck here can stay in these race scenarios, especially game two. Very impressive with the amount of restore he put on the board. But I also think in games two and three, you saw his weakness to space. He needed charged with corruption either game, but he did find the confiscate in game three, which slowed it down, but didn't slow down quite enough. So great games from two great players.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting matchup as a whole. I do think Dahak ended up not quite having what he needed to stop the threats in space. In all
Hmm.
three games, space was the main issue, and the one that he won was the one where Command was able to clear the space threat with that stolen AT hauler.
Yep. And I liked Tim going for it all three games there. Just force your opponent to have the out. It's only really a three outer that blows you out. Even if they have the confiscate, that does hurt. One resource trading up for three resources is a win for sure for Dahak, but it's definitely not a game losing win. So if you can stick the game winning threat and they don't have the answer, sometimes you just do it.
All right. Well, that was our top 8 match here. There's a lot of time left because that was a pretty quick match, and we do have kind of an extended time in the top cut. Typically speaking, it's a 55-minute round for the Swiss play and a 75-minute round here in the top 8.
Finished three games in about 35 minutes, relatively speedy. Love to see it. That Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery deck is something I definitely want to explore a little bit more. It was very, very interesting.
Okay, and I'm told here by Claire that the game that we're seeing kind of on the crowd camera here is the only match left, with all of the other matches having finished. I am told that Alex on Sabe defeated Elemental's Han. We of course just saw Titanic get the win with his own Han deck versus Dahak's Obi-Wan double green. Man, how cool was it, by the way, to see an actual unity of purpose?
Yeah, that's
I
a
think
fun it's a fun time.
yeah, I think this Obi-Wan deck, I think, is a lot more balanced in its composition than some of the, we've seen some of those double green unity of purpose decks
Yeah.
where it's like the whole deck is trying to do the unity of purpose combo, and if they don't do it, they very likely lose unless they somehow just swarm you. So those, like, for a while there was I think it was never really a super competitive deck, but the Captain Rex unity of purpose
Yeah.
double green with like droid manufactory could definitely sneak some wins. um
People explored a similar archetype with Bale in this set with the droid manufacturing, not getting the clone on flip, but being able to flip multiple times, especially early on to set up the unity of purpose. So
yeah.
it's been an archetype that's been on the fringes, like tier two, potentially tier three archetype that's been around. But that was a very interesting take. I like what you said about it. It's not all in. It still just plays high statted units and makes them even bigger. And sometimes that's all you need. You don't need the tokens to go wide. You just need a bunch of big idiots. Love me
Yeah.
some stats.
Yeah, sometimes you need to bring out the big numbers decks. And
Yeah.
that's one thing that the command aspect definitely has: big numbers units like the enterprising lackeys, 4 cost 5/5. Um,
Yep.
I'm also told here that Ophir, aka Wu, with his Yoda build, was able to defeat the Piet Red. So he will have made the top cut here, or he will have made the semifinals here. We're already in the top cut.
Hmm. And I believe it will be Ophir versus Titanic or Tim, and Alex versus the winner of this last match, which I believe is a Yoda Red Force versus a Chancellor Palpatine Set 6 Data Vault.
Also, two relatively unusual decks as these things go.
Yeah. But very diverse top 8. We have a Han 1 into the semifinals, a Sabe into the semifinals, a Yoda into the semifinals, and then the winner of this match, the Yoda versus the Chancellor.
Yeah, I think we are going to go to a quick break. Once this match concludes, we will be back with the top 4 here at Red Seal Gaming. Shout out also to our sponsor, Metal Fab Tokens. They have a wide range of tokens for various card games, and yeah, you can check out their website, metalfabtokens.com.
Welcome back to the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. Here in the semifinals, my name is Mickey D. I am joined by TowerNumberNine as we go into our penultimate round of the tournament here. Tower, how are you feeling?
Feeling good about this. We have some McClunky gaming players making this top four, and I'm hoping to see a McClunky player win it all.
Yep. So it looks like from our top 8 matches, Anthony versus Nicholas, that was our Yoda Red Force versus the Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault. Chancellor Palpatine advances. Alex versus Michael, that was a Sabe Yellow versus, let me see if I can recall the quarterfinal opponent, Han Green. And Alex, our Sabe Yellow player, advanced. Alfonso versus Ophir, that was Piet versus Yoda Data Vault, and Yoda advanced. And then our dream match, we saw Lewis versus Tim, and Tim advances on a Han 1 green. So we will have Han 1 green versus Yoda Data Vault, as well as Sabe Yellow versus Chancellor Data Vault.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have one matchup with some more classic leaders and one with some new Secrets of Power leaders.
Yeah. Kind of a new guard versus old guard potentially. Chancellor Data Vault has been starting to pick up some steam as the new face on the block of the blue-green villain control leaders. We've seen many different varieties, starting all the way back in set 1 with Aiden and Krennic. Aiden to this day still see some play. Kira came on set 2, and on and on. There's been several iterations. Kylo 5 Data Vault even had some play, and this is just kind of the newest iteration, taking advantage of that plot mechanic and being able to draw so many cards against the Sabe Yellow. Interesting deck, kind of similar to what a Han 1 Yellow is doing with those aggressive cunnings and temple plan, but also having some of that double 1-drop Sankuner Shuttle. Now it doesn't play double 1-drops, but it has several units that can present multiple bodies over the first couple turns, like Faith in Your Friends and Bail Organa to discard a card and get a spy, and taking advantage of that Sanctioner Shuttle in a similar way to like a Han 4 Tarkin Town.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how these decks perform here in the semifinals and finals. We are getting close to the end of our tournament here at Red Seal Gaming with just 2 more rounds to go.
And I do want to highlight Ophir, our 6th seed on Yoda Data Vault. This is his 3rd PQ in a row, and he has won the previous 2 in New Jersey. And I don't believe he has dropped a single game today. So he's been on an absolute tear. I don't think we've had him on stream today, but I do want to highlight his run today. Impressive as ever.
Yeah, we'll see if Tim, the leader of the McClunky Gaming team, will be able to stop him with the Han Green 30 that we saw get the win over that Obi-Wan double green in our top 8 match. Should be exciting to see. Should be exciting to see just how this event goes. There's some interesting stuff going on, some cool players, and we should have that next match for you shortly.
Yeah. That Yoda versus Han match can be pretty tense. It is pretty tight. I would say very slightly Yoda favored, but with the right draws and the right game plan, the Han one can certainly win.
Yeah, it's a yeah, I think I'm perhaps with you on that one, Mickey. I would give a slight edge to Yoda, but not an unwinnable match for Han.
If Han gets to
And
draw the Chewbacca's and Yoda doesn't find the confiscates,
yeah,
similar to what we saw in the quarterfinals, can certainly steal some games that way.
yeah, I think Chewie is a very relevant card against some of the stuff that the Yoda deck has for its removal. Maybe you can entrench a unit that has Chewie on it, but otherwise, a lot of that direct kill removal just does not function.
Yeah. I believe the semifinals we're going to be featuring, however, is the Sabe versus the Chancellor Palpatine. And we
Yeah,
saw Alex on stream a little bit. He was a backup feature match against Brandon on the Han 4 Tarkin Town deck. And we saw the power of cunning in play as well as faith in your friends. And those are some very key tools in this kind of matchup, especially with the Chancellor Palpatine. It oftentimes is trying to just use its ability turn one, dig for a plot card, looking to either ramp or like power of the dark side or even condemn on turn two, using that 1-for-1 removal to get to the late game. But a card like Faith in Your Friends really throws a wrench in that, letting you draw a card and present two threats in one turn.
Yeah, I think it should be interesting to see some of these kind of newer school decks in a yeah, I really do think as a whole, Secrets of Power has been kind of an underrated set. I know there were some people that weren't that excited about it, but I really do think that we've been seeing more and more cool stuff from it. And now we're seeing, two Secrets of Power leaders facing off in the top four of a PQ.
Hmm. A lot of its power was backloaded in previous season, and so it's hard to shake an initial impression. And the initial impression was, oh no, is this Twilight version 2? Both because of where it was in the set rotation, being the third set of the year, as well as the design leads behind it, I believe being the exact same as they were for Twilight of the Republic. But it's really shooken out to have some really cool cards and be a pretty powerful set overall.
Yeah, I think this set is much better than Twilight of the Republic. I think
100%.
Twilight did a really good job on theme, but I think power level wise, it was pretty off, unfortunately.
I think a
And
large part of that comes to the set mechanics being kind of whiffs, both coordinate and exploit. Coordinate has had a couple shining cards like Plo Koon and the Sanctioner Shuttle, but exploit has really flopped versus plot and disclose from Secrets of Power, both being pretty big hits, I'd say.
yeah, it's hard to say. I kind of feel like coordinate and exploit would have been better if we had seen better actual swarm tools. I think
Yeah.
the biggest issue for me with Twilight was that in this game, there is a fundamental disadvantage to having multiple smaller units instead of having a few stronger units, which is that the more units you have, the more actions it takes you to actually use all your stuff.
Hmm.
And it feels to me like we needed better token generators, better swarmy sorts of things. And if we had had that, I think it's possible coordinate and exploit would have made more of a splash, but it's hard to say.
And I think you're starting to see that with stuff like Vader 4, allowing the Sanctioner Shuttle to shine a little bit. Even the
Yeah.
Sabe deck with Faith in Your Friends and Bail Organa being these higher end token generators, but it's really mostly just for the coordinate side of things. Exploit is hard because you're usually sinking a cost to create these tokens, and then you're sinking these tokens into these big bombs. And I just think the exploit cards themselves are, on the whole, a little too weak to be worth the cost.
Yeah, I think the we have seen some exploits so that like what is it? The Geonosis patrol fighter that bounces
Yeah,
something and the back in like the Django Fett era, there were some
the
interesting exploit
Persuader
things.
tank, I believe, was its name.
Yeah, so yeah, and there's been some niche use of it also as a method of triggering your own when defeated effects more reliably.
Yeah.
But yeah, by and large, I think a lot of the exploit units ended up being maybe a bit too conservative, where it's like this card. There are a lot of them where it's like this card is awful with if you don't play it with exploit, and if you do play it with exploit, it's like pretty good, but you
Fine.
have it's like not enough good to be worth all the setup.
Yep.
All right. Well, enough about Twilight of the Republic. We're about to be treated to a face-off between two Secrets of Power leaders. Nicholas on the left with Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault, and Spanish Alex from McClunky Gaming with a double yellow Sabe.
Looks like both players taking a mulligan here. I think that's going to be more common for the Chancellor deck than Alex's deck, and at least a little bit lower risk. The way these Chancellor decks are usually built is to skip turn one anyway, or have very few turn one threats, and just utilize that leader ability. So, really, more so aggressively mulliganing for stuff like Super Laser Tech and Resupply, and potentially Power of the Dark Side, those powerful 3 drops.
All right. We're about to be started. Spanish Alex booting up his life puck here, or trying to at least. There we go. All systems go, and we're going to see these new hands, see what we can find. What do you think of the double yellow Sabe deck, Mickey?
It's really interesting. I was lower on it at first. I had tried various builds of it very early on, even before like the Beatle event, and was a little underwhelmed. But there is a lot of powerful cards in the deck. Faith in Your Friends is super powerful. Sanctioner Shuttle, Cunning. So there's a lot of potent tools, and I think the deck has been refined down to a place where it's it's striking the right balance of trying to go for that go wide token synergy while also having those tempo tools like Cunning to tempo people out of the game.
Yeah, so now we're leading things off. I believe this is the, what is it, Bravo Squadron Fighter, which is a 2-cost 2/3 with Saboteur. It has the
Yes.
Naboo vehicle fighter traits. And Nicholas is not immediately playing something, but using Chancellor Palpatine's ability to look for a plot card. And I think we have a miss here. I don't think he was able to find one.
Yeah. I am looking at his list now, and it looks surprisingly light on plot cards. More than I initially gave it credit for. It has three Cad Bane unit, three Chancellor Palpatine, the 3-drop Green Villain unit, three of the Dogmatica squad, and three of the Sly Moore. And I believe that is it for the plot. So 12 plot cards total in a 60 card deck.
Yeah. We're going to see the fighter swing on in, Sabe's ability being used. So Sabe has a really interesting and annoying leader ability, annoying for the opponent, that allows you to look at the top two cards of the opponent's deck and potentially discard one. So it's like an anti-filter effect, and
Hmm.
you're trying to make their deck worse. It's a little complicated though, because you have to have a sense of what their deck is trying to do and what their stronger plays are. I know that I've played a few games where someone has used Sabe's ability on me and they've gotten rid of a card that I thought was bad under the circumstances. So they've ironically improved my deck instead of weakening it.
Yeah. It is a very skill testing leader, understanding the structure of the game and what your opponent's game plan is and figuring out what the important cards are for that said game plan. Chancellor Palpatine has an interesting way of countering that ability a little bit. Spanish Alex is going to be able to clear the best card from the top every time, but Nicholas can just use his Palpatine ability to dig the top five and then put them on the bottom to kind of filter through the bad cards that Spanish Alex is potentially leaving on top. Now, that can lead to some mind games where maybe Alex sees two decent cards and takes good card, and then Nicholas digs the other good card to the bottom. So,
Yeah. Let's see here. The question now becomes, what is Nicholas going to do this turn? Now, we could see a card like Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest to clear this fighter, but it's actually going to be a resupply. Nicholas ramping up, Spanish Alex keeping the pressure on with another unit. It's going to be the Jump to Light Speed Millennium Falcon piece of junk, the one that synergizes with pilots. And if we
mhm.
see like a pilot Han or something get on there, and there could be some damage adding up pretty fast, even with that data vault.
I traditionally think the blue green villain decks are decent into these mono yellow decks to pretty good, honestly. But the Sabe deck presents a lot of good tools, both the tools that yellow in general got, as well as Sabe specifically. Sabe on flip being able to Bazine your opponent on attack is quite powerful. And then cards like Faith in Your Friends and the Bodhi Rook can help mitigate the card disadvantage, present threats while staying at a relatively high card total in hand and disrupt your opponent.
Yeah, it looks like Nicholas is opting to use Palpatine's ability again. Interestingly, using it this time before Sabe's ability goes off. Finds a copy of Slime More, an interesting unit. So she does have plot, and additionally, when played, enemy attacks into your base are at -2 power for the turn. Could be a nice way to kind of buy some time, reduce the incoming damage, and especially useful against a swarmier tactic.
Hmm. Which this Sabe list can do with Bail Organa, Faith in Your Friends, creating a bunch of different spies, and just generally liking to go wide around this time.
Oh, and there's that Pilot Han on the Falcon there. So
Hmm.
Pilot Han giving +2 power, but then an additional +1 from the Falcon's passive ability. So we're actually hitting here for 6 damage. Sabe's ability being used, and it looks like Spanish Alex has a tough choice, opts to get rid of a no glory only results. Still has the Bravo Squadron fighter up for a potential additional swing this turn. Nicholas, though, is going to play a merciless contest. What do you do here, Mickey? I think you probably lose the fighter just because its value is so much less than the Falcon. But it is
Yeah,
true that if you lost the Falcon instead, you'd be able to get 2 more damage this turn. But I think you
I
save the
think
Falcon.
I agree. I think the 6/7 body is just more worth it. Your opponent has shown, at least currently, they don't have a one-for-one targeted removal to deal with it, and you took away the No Glory, because if Nicholas had like a Fell the Dragon, I would have expected him to play it this turn. So you're making your opponent look at the top two to find the removal for the Falcon. Otherwise, you're going to get in for that 6 again. And you know the top card of his library, so you know at least one of the outs he might potentially be drawing to.
Yeah. Well, this situation could be worse for Nicholas, honestly. So L3 and the Falcon, that's like some threat, but it's not totally overwhelming. He does have data vaults. There's still a fair amount of base HP left. In fact, there's 25 base HP left. But
Hmm.
I believe we're going to see Sabe flip this turn. And unless Nicholas has some way to stop that, Sabe's attacks being able to mess with the opponent's hand is even more annoying than her leader side ability messing with the top cards of the deck.
Yeah. Now, Nicholas does have some good tools to prevent Sabe from either attacking or being able to use the effects and
There's a no
entrench and
glory.
condemn.
So Spanish Alex was able to remove one no glory only results on the top of the deck, but Nicholas had another one anyway, able to use it to clear that piloted Falcon. Alex removes an entrenched from the top of the deck, and now we're going to see Palpatine's ability being used, searching for a plot card, and does find a Cad Bane. Alex maybe. Well, we'll see what he does. He hasn't spent any of his resources this turn, but I would be a little worried about running out of gas if I couldn't bring out some more units or otherwise develop my board here.
Yeah, I think you need to start to go a little bit wide here, and the Chancellor flip is looming, which can be quite scary. I like Alex splitting arenas here. A lot of the plot cards impact the ground more, such as the Dogmatica Squadron, and Cad can hit in both arenas, but is a ground unit, so
Take a
threatening
look at
in
that hand.
space.
We have a Rival's Fall, Avenger, and Devastator. I think there's 2 copies of Rival's Fall. The Cad Bane that we saw earlier, and it does look like there is a Darth Vader, which
Yeah,
could be a big threat with a timely intervention, very likely able to get a double kill.
this is a tough hand to pick apart. It's got a lot of versatility. I think Well, I don't necessarily think it's the best card in hand. I think the card I want to take here is the Darth Vader, just because it's the most unique thing going on. There's two big spaceships. There's two rivals fall. Cad Bane is good on the plot flip, but I assume that Nicholas is going to have a bunch of different plot effects. Darth Vader is quite powerful and the most unique card going on. So I
Yeah,
think
I
I
think
agree with that take.
taking Avenger is like, yeah, that's cool, except they're gonna play Devastator next turn, so it's not that cool. Taking
Yeah.
Rivals Fall, maybe you would want to do that, but because there's 2, it's really not gonna be the highest value. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think for me it would probably be between that Vader because I do think there's a high risk of a timely intervention and potentially just removing the Cad Bane. But like you said, I
Yeah.
do think there's a good chance that Palpatine's going to have something he can do with his resources for plot, even if that Cad Bane does get removed.
And there's something to be said too. Nicholas has shown a couple plot cards already off of the Palpatine ability. You can't plot everything. Chancellor does let you plot a lot, more than you normally would because of his flip ability, making the first plot three cheaper. But if there's a critical mass of plot cards down there, it doesn't matter if he has an additional one. He's not going to be able to play 4 plot cards. So what does the fifth one that's going into the resource row really impact?
Here comes the flip, and we'll see what plots Nicholas is going to hatch here. 14 damage on his base, so that's going to leave him with 19 HP left. And he's poised to take actually a good chunk of that if he can't get some defenses up. But here
Hmm.
is the Chancellor Palpatine unit. that is going to go ahead and create some spy tokens. Defensively here, they're going to get Sentinel for the turns. That's going to stave off at least some of the incoming damage. When played, if you control a leader unit, create 2 spy tokens, give those tokens Sentinel for this phase. So unless Alex can get Saboteur or something, his ground forces won't be able to break through to Nicholas's base this turn.
Like it might just be the Chancellor Palpatine unit. He's deciding to pull it out. Not going for an explosive flip turn, just going for I want a 6/8 and 2 Sentinels for quite cheap in one action. That would lead me to believe he's planning on using that Rival's Fall at some point this turn.
Let's see here.
Flip turns are quite hairy and hard to navigate, so Alex is taking his time here. It's a pretty critical turn.
Yeah, does get that discount from Chancellor Palpatine, so he still has quite a few resources available even after playing the Command Palpatine unit there.
Hmm.
The spies with temporary Sentinel covering him in the ground arena does mean also that Sabe's ability is unlikely going to be able to fire because it does require her to attack the enemy base.
Yeah. My instinct is I want to get use out of this Sabe first action. Although
Cunning.
Cunning also similarly.
It's going to be exhaust. What are we seeing here? Do you think it's going to be exhaust and pump, or
Might be
exhaust and discard? Could also be a bounce, but the only unit that would be so. Oh, you know what he's going to do? He bounces one of the spy tokens, which actually kills it, and this puts him in a position where L3 can clear the other spy, and that frees up Sabe to hit the base here. Oh, but wait,
although
he's rethinking it. No, he undoes that. It's
I like
actually
this
going
a
to
lot
be, I
more.
believe, the +4 on the N1 fighter.
Yeah, I really like this because now that Rivals Fall is a little overtaxed, it wants to take out the Sabe and the N1, but Overwhelming Barrage is going to get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, so overwhelming barrage on Chancellor Palpatine. He has some pretty big numbers here, and so that space arena is actually getting cleared by this barrage. In addition, I think there should be what 1 or 2 points of damage left.
I believe
2 points
2
of
if it's
damage
on
left,
the
right?
on the
Yeah. So
leader.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
1 on Sabe and the shield on L3 knocked out. And so Chancellor Palpatine will have those bonus stats. Spanish Alex still has 2 resources. And if nothing else, he can send his units in to clear the spies. But he's not going to do it. He's actually going to take the initiative here, maybe hoping to get an attack in before any type of sentinel can go in. But I just saw Nicholas draw a reinforcement walker. I think Spanish Alex is running out of gas.
Yeah, the very valuing the attack from Sabe trigger highly. Alex really wants to get more information about Nicholas's hand. He knows that there's a lot of gas over there initially anyway because he saw it a couple turns ago. And that sequence from Nicholas was really sharp of, I want to protect my base from the ground arena, and then I'm going to have the overwhelming barrage for the space arena if Alex blinks. And had a great response to that cunning. I did like that cunning from Alex. It put 2 threats on the board that both really needed to be rivals fold, but Nicholas had the counter in Barrage, just being able to answer both of them.
Let's see here. All right, so we are going to see the Sabe attack from Spanish Alex. Gets to see the hand, so he's going to get a chance to disrupt this turn, and it looks like a pretty strong hand. We have
Yeah.
the 2 rivals falls and the 2 big ships from earlier. We also have a reinforcement walker and a vigilance. There's going to be 2 strong healing options for that base. Alex will not be able to suppress both of them. Additionally, Supreme Leader Snoke is a major problem if Alex is going to try to go wide here.
Yeah. I think you have to take the Snoke, but there's so many cards that you wish you could take here. Pretty much every card in this hand is super strong. Maybe Rival's Fall is a little bit slow right now, if Alex plans to go wide, but otherwise, Reinforcement Walker can help the race. The Avenger and the Devastator are really good at closing out the game. The Vigilance swings the race while also defeating a unit. It's a very strong hand from Nicholas.
Yeah, so it looks like Snoke is indeed the pick from Spanish Alex. Gets that off the board, but he is still staring down a lot of trouble. And I think where are we at? I think Nicholas has 8 resources here.
Mm-hmm.
So we see one of the spy tokens trade for L3. We do have enough damage here to clear Sabe. I mean, just Palpatine alone would be able to remove her from the field. And the question is, what is Alex going to do with the rest of his resources? Oh, it's the Mandalorian, often used with piloting. In this case, he's being played as a ground unit. Gets that double exhaust, going to exhaust both Chancellor Palpatine's, the leader, and the unit here. So when played as a unit, exhaust up to 2 ground units, 5 cost, 5, 6. And I think he's more commonly seen being played as a pilot because the pilot version only requires 1 cunning aspect instead of 2.
Yeah.
But playing him as a ground unit here is a very relevant play. Nicholas thinking about what to do with the spy. Spy ends up swinging, damaging Sabe for 2. Spy is removed. A lot of resources being spent. Vigilance now being played, clearing Sabe with the damage that was inflicted by that spy, healing the base for 5. Now, Spanish Alex is going to have to find 20 more damage, and we know there's that reinforcement walker. I really do think this is looking like Nicholas's game to lose.
Yeah. Nicholas really highly valuing taking the Sabe off the board, and I don't hate it. Stopping that chip damage, stopping that hand shredding. It could have landed a reinforcement walker, but if Alex gets one more hit in and starts to pick your hand apart again, I think your hand is still good enough, but it starts to get a little bit sketchier. Decides, I just want to take out the Sabe this turn. If I get to the late game relatively stable with this hand currently, I'm going to win the game.
Looks like a hot shot blaster from the resource row there, smuggled out, ends up swinging with the Mandalorian for a powerful 7 damage, up to 20 damage on that base. And the Mandalorian going to be at least doing a fair chunk of damage in return if he does get removed. But I'm
Hmm.
just not sure that it's going to be enough. We know there's that Avenger coming. We know that there is
Yeah.
that reinforcement walker coming. Avenger clears the Mandalorian, so Palpatine doesn't have to take all that damage. We see a Bravo Squadron fighter hitting the field here for Spanish Alex. The 2 cost 2/3 that we saw earlier, unfortunately, not the strongest card at this phase in the game, but
No.
might be a way to at least force Nicholas to take initiative early, and that it does. Then Bail Organa also seeing the field. So even if we see a swing with that Avenger forcing Alex to lose a unit, he will have 1 unit still in play.
Yep. But there's a lot of threats over there from Nicholas. We know he plays timely interventions with those Darth Vaders, and we saw that reinforcement walker in hand a couple turns ago. So a timely reinforcement into a reinforcement walker would be backbreaking
Yeah.
here, potentially healing 6 with an Avenger already on board. There's also just the Devastator to kill the Bail Organa and provide a Sentinel in space. Although the Bravo Squadron fighter does have Saboteur, so could attack past the Devastator, but really just getting outclassed in the late game here.
There's the timely intervention. 2 resources spent from the smuggle. I think what we're going to see is timely into reinforcement walker. Yep, that's exactly right. Clearing
Hmm.
Bail Organa and gets a double trigger of the reinforcement walker ability. So either 2 cards drawn. That one's a resupply. Pretty quick choice to discard that. Heals for 3. There's the swing. Bail Organa off the field. Gets to use that same ability again because of both when defeated and on attack. Sees a vigilance, opts to put that in the hand, which I think makes sense.
Yep. At this point, I think you could just mill the 2 cards pretty blind and feel safe just because of what your hand looks like, but Vigilance is going to do more than heal 3 that the Reinforcement Walker would. Is potentially going to heal 5 and whatever the attack looks like that you are
The
defeating
Bravo
the unit.
Squadron fighter manages to get 2 more damage on Nicholas's base. but then Avenger swings to Spanish Alex's base, the on attack ability, clearing that Bravo Squadron fighter. Now we're going to see a Millennium Falcon, the fast one, hitting the
Hmm.
field here for Spanish Alex. The damage is adding up on his base, though. I think he's dead on board next turn, and I don't think he can really get there in time.
Yeah.
Sanctioner
Uh,
shuttle played, but does not have coordinate, so nothing's getting captured here. 2 more damage to base from Chancellor Palpatine. Falcon swings in for 3, but Spanish Alex needs to find 11 more, and I don't think it's going to happen here.
don't think it's gonna happen here. A cunning would be interesting, but looks like he's
Yeah,
skipping
and
his
there he
cards
is
up.
packing it up. It's going to be a win for Nicholas, the first game of this match. We'll see what happens in game 2, but I think Alex is going to have to put on faster pressure if he wants to succeed.
Yeah, I think this relatively slow start in the early games kind of what doomed Alex. You need to put your foot on the gas right away. Ideal turn one plays look something like Faith in Your Friends to be able to create 2 spies, or the Bail Organa, which can help you create an army in a can effectively early on in the game. Bravo Squadron Fighter, not the ideal turn one play in this kind of matchup.
All right.
Post sideboard, I do believe Alex gets some additional tools. I believe his Bodies are in the sideboard. That's a very powerful tool in this kind of matchup. Sparks potentially, any sort of discard really, especially the super efficient discard. In concert with the Sabe ability, can really sculpt your opponent's hand to make it so that they do not have the tools that they need.
Yeah, that's going to be. Let's see what we're doing here. I think that I think Alex was trying to do that, sculpting of his opponent's options. Unfortunately, we saw him remove that no glory only results only for his opponent to either draw or already have another one, which gave a good answer to that Falcon.
Hmm.
And it really felt like Nicholas was able to make those plays to kind of stave off some of the early momentum. And while Alex did get a lot of damage on the base, Nicholas's deck has a lot of healing that can come into play to stabilize him once the board is looking uh, in a better spot.
Yeah. Similarly, we saw that overwhelming barrage on the Chancellor Palpatine. I think Alex made a sharp play. He had seen the hand previously. There was only 3 unknown cards potentially. Putting the Cunning +4 on the N1 Starfighter threatens 7 damage in space, which is a lot, but also your opponent wants to use the Rival's Fall that he knew was in hand on the Sabe leader. And so you're really splitting the threats and overtaxing that Rival's Fall that Nicholas had 2 of. Just so happens that he had drawn the overwhelming barrage and had the answer for both of the threats that turn.
Let's see here. All right. We're We're shuffling on up. We're preparing for that next round. Can Spanish Alex manage to put more pressure on and close out the game before Nicholas stabilizes? One thing about this Sabe deck is it does not have the same reach that you would see in some of the more traditional aggro decks like Sabine.
Hmm.
I think that really this style of deck often ends up being more tempo rather than true aggro.
Yes. You
Um,
went through those big tempo plays through cards like Cunning,
yeah,
even Outmaneuver, I believe, is in the sideboard. Those tap style and those pump style effects are really where your explosive plays come from.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Spanish Alex, those sorts of tempo effects are, in my opinion, best in a scenario where you are playing against an aggro deck. Against
Hmm.
this sort of more control-oriented deck, they may not be relying on units, so effects that are exhausting or bouncing units might not really be what you need.
Yeah, you kind of hit it on the head. Those tempo tools are best in unit-oriented games, and especially something like this Chancellor Data Vault deck does not really care about its units until it's slamming 8 drops and 9 drops. And if you're ahead enough on board, things like Waylay can be enough tempo to help swing you back in the game. But with such an explosive flip from Chancellor as well, it usually they can stabilize by that point, and when they're slamming their 8 drops, they're doing so relatively safely.
Hmm. Yeah, let's see here.
I do think Alex has some tools for the matchup, though, and mentioned faith in your friends, Bale, Bodhi, even the cunning. It's such a powerful tempo tool, but it does have some nice utility outside of that, where not as effective when your opponent's drawing cards with the leader ability, but you can make them discard a card at random if you have no other modes.
All right. Let's see here. Looks like an opening hand maybe being considered here.
It
Resource
looks like there's
decisions can be very important in Star Wars Unlimited. If you resource the wrong cards, you can really find. I mean, I know I, for one, have really found myself sort of kicking myself and thinking, oh man, if I had resourced differently, I could have had this or whatever.
yeah. It's one of the biggest skills in the game is being able to resource correctly.
Let's see here. All right. We're going to lead off with a Bail Organa, and Nicholas plays an Entrenched to prevent Bale from going ahead and swinging here. Bale's ability to generate spy tokens on attack could be just the type of thing Alex needs to overwhelm Nicholas's defenses, but this Entrenched is a good answer. Can Alex find some upgrade removal? We see an A-Wing. That's going to be another threat in space. Now, the one thing about Entrenched that might be to Alex's benefit is that with the Bail Organa Entrenched, cards like Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest are going to be far less effective than they would be otherwise.
Absolutely. And that's why in some of these blue-green villain decks, I've almost considered cutting Power of the Dark Side, as preposterous as it may sound. It's such a good card. It's been such a staple since set one, but with the addition of Condemn to these style of decks too, you now have 6 upgrades you can put on your opponent's stuff to neutralize the threat without needing to remove it, and that really clogs up your powers, and if you don't time your powers just right, it can feel very, very weak.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'll say I've gone the opposite direction, so I am not playing Entrenched or Condemn in favor of leaning on Power and Merciless Contest. But I am not a villain control main or whatever, and may well be wrong in that assessment. I do think there's an
Mhm.
interesting situation there where these cards are really good, but because they're anti-synergistic, you may have to make a choice as to which ones you want to emphasize.
But
All right,
they're
they
also
take
powerful
down
if you
lands here,
yeah.
clearing one of those ships. The A-Wing goes ahead and swings in. Palpatine's ability used finds a Chancellor Palpatine unit.
It's probably the best plot card in the deck, I would imagine. It's how cheap it is, being able to set up those powerful flips like we saw last game. Doesn't even have to fully maximize the Chancellor
Ooh.
flip, just one cheap thing.
Take a look at this. L3 hits the field, and then we're actually going to see a spark of rebellion from Spanish Alex, really leaning into his ability to mess with and sculpt his opponent's hand. He sees a reinforcement walker, devastator, super laser blast, and that Chancellor Palpatine that was just drawn. What do you think, Mickey? What card would you want to remove here?
The one I know I don't want to remove is Devastator. If the game gets to that point and I'm not super far ahead, the game is probably over. There's an argument for all the 3 other ones. Decides to go for the Super Laser Blast. I think I agree with that. It's going to be the most impactful card on the board. You can power through a Reinforcement Walker. You can power through a Chancellor Palpatine. It's tough for this deck to power through a Super Laser Blast.
All right. Looks like the super laser blast is the card that gets cut here from that hand. Alex is has not done a lot of damage, but he does have several units on the field. Sabe will be flipping soon. Is it enough pressure?
Presenting 8 potential damage this turn, and we know Nicholas's hand, and Alex knew the top card of his library, so there's only one unknown card to Alex in Nicholas's hand potentially. So he's playing with a lot of information, knowing what threats he has to play around.
Vigilance goes off here, clears the fighter, and heals Nicholas's base back to full. We're going to see a swing from L3, 2 damage to the base. Sabe's ability removes a copy of Supreme Leader Snoke. I believe initiative taken here by Nicholas.
Snoke, one of the best cards in the matchup, so good to get that off. And this is a neat little interaction. Sabe saw the top two cards of the deck and now is bazining in a card from your opponent's hand, so you know exactly what Nicholas is going to draw to replace the card you just take. But
Yeah.
this is a low amount of pressure. Spanish Alex, I think, needs to really build the board this turn.
Okay, there is something big. Lightmaker on the board. This thing can swing for 7 damage, so that's a big threat. Sabe hits the field and looks like it's going to be a no glory only results that gets removed from the hand here. Up to 6 damage on the but 6 damage is just not very much when
No.
you have to be the aggro and the opponent is on 7 resources and about to really get going. I don't
Yeah,
think
and
Alex has found enough purchase in the early turns of this game.
that entrenched really threw Spanish's game plan off of. He was going to build an army with that Bale, but that Bale has just been sitting there this entire game.
Yeah, imagine a scenario where that Bale has attacked 3 times and has made 2 or 3 spies. This game would be looking extremely different. But Nicholas had that entrenched, and it looks like Alex. I'm not sure what the upgrade removal situation in the deck is, but it certainly hasn't come out to free up Bale. And at this point, even if it did come out, I think it would be a bit late.
Yeah. At this point, I almost want the entrenched on my Bale since the
Yeah,
Chancellor opponent's
use it
about
to
to
like
flip.
fight harder against Palpatine or something, whatever.
Even Reinforcement Walker can add up with a cunning buff could help clear
Rival's
the
Fall
Reinforcement
clears
Walker.
Lightmaker. Lightmaker's when defeated effect doesn't do anything because Nicholas does not have anything on the board to exhaust. Sabe swings in. We're going to take another look at Nicholas's hand. There is that. Ah, man, what do you do here? I think you have to clear the reinforcement walker. I don't know.
I think so. That Devastator is going to finish you pretty quickly, but you need to be able to push damage and fight on the
Yeah.
ground.
You need to remove the healing option from Nicholas. And removing the reinforcement walker does do that. Now we see Palpatine's ability being used. There's the search. Alex is going to be able to get at least 2 additional damage this turn. There's a Slymore. So I think what we're going to see, L3 can swing here. We could also potentially see a buff of one kind or another. There's a fast falcon. We're going to see a little more damage getting pushed. 3 damage from the fast falcon, 2 damage from L3. We're at 15. We're getting close to the halfway point. But Alex doesn't have anything to do with his remaining 3 resources. That is really rough in a
Yeah.
situation where you need to be pushing more damage.
This Sabe deck has some nice tempo tools and some nice disruption tools, but you can't always stop the top of your opponent's deck. And Alex set up that late maker to try and swing for 7, presumably knowing that unless the top 2 cards are a removal spell for this light maker, I'm going to get my 7 in. But my best guess is that Rival's Fall was in the top 2 cards and was perfectly timed to prevent that 7 damage from swinging in.
Let's see here. Let's see here. We
Notably,
still have some
Nicholas
damage.
did not flip last turn, which I think I agree with. He used all his resources stabilizing the board in other
Yeah,
ways
I
and
think
now
he's
can
saving
kind
it
of,
to make like a bigger plot play when he does flip. Or maybe
yeah.
to have like an overwhelming barrage follow-ups like he did in the previous game.
hmm Like on this turn, he could flip plot a Slymore, have 7 resources left over, could then do something like a Chancellor Palpatine and have 4 for that fell, even though the
Here's
Fellow
the
Dragon's
flip.
not doing much.
Okay, so here's the flip. We're going to bring out Chancellor Palpatine. There's going to be a Cad Bane unit as well. I think the Cad Bane unit here can remove L3 through the shield.
hmm And looks like we'll have 3 resources remaining at the end of all of this. First one costing 3 less, so Cad Bane's going to cost 2, plus 3 is 5, with 8 total resources in play right now.
Let's see here. Yeah, L3 indeed cleared. Those forms of direct defeat effects are very efficient against shielded targets because
Mm-hmm.
the shield does not protect them, and in addition, shielded units tend to have lower HP, which makes them vulnerable to these effects. Those are the defensive spies created by Chancellor Palpatine. Now, this does actually give Bail Organa a chance to do something useful, but Spanish Alex is still in a lot of trouble here. If I'm
Yeah.
Alex, I think what I most want to be doing at this point is trying to develop more threats in space, if at all possible. And there's a threat in space, Mandalorian pilot jumping onto that Millennium Falcon. The exhaust effect does nothing here because there are no enemy space units to exhaust, but it is still a pilot that provides +3/+1.
Yeah.
So we're looking at now 6 damage from that Falcon. That could start adding up if Nicholas can't find an answer.
We did see a Fell the
Abe
Dragon
defeated.
in Nicholas's hand from the Sabe attack, but Spanish Alex, I think, banking on the fact that Nicholas saw that card wasn't useful on this board state and resourced it and trying to punish him for doing so. We talked about how resourcing is a skill and maybe taking advantage of a slight resourcing mistake from Nicholas.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that in terms of so Fell the Dragon does almost nothing against this deck. It's kind of surprising that it actually is still in Nicholas's deck after sideboarding.
Mm-hmm.
But it does do Bodhi Rook.
Bodhi's big.
Looks like Fell the Dragon was not resourced, but now Bodhi has an opportunity to remove it. Is there another? Yeah, that's going to be that. Fell the Dragon
Looks like there
out.
was only 3 resources available. That's why he did not fell that turn.
Right. So the thing about Fell in this matchup is I'm actually not sure if Spanish Alex has any cards that Fell the Dragon does anything against. Um,
Yeah.
but in the scenario that he has a ship that has a pilot on it, Fell the Dragon is very important.
Yeah.
And so that's what we saw here. And now we do see Bail Organa finally getting a chance to attack with Entrenched. Looks like it's going to be just a basic attack, clearing one of the spies since they have Sentinel for the turn. Now we're drawing up for Nicholas. Spanish Alex's main hope here is that Nicholas will not be able to find a solution to the pressure in space in time,
Mm-hmm.
and will also not be able to heal until he gets his big guns.
We do know a Devastator is looming, but still have one more turn before that card's
Yeah,
getting deployed. I
can't
believe Nicholas
quite
is
be
at
played yet.
9. Plus,
And
it kind of
so if
forces
that
early action on Nicholas to remove this Bodhi before it can get an attack in. That extra 3 damage does matter.
Yeah, so we could potentially see. I mean, so this is like a kind of crazy situation, but imagine Nicholas has not pulled anything that can resolve the space scenario, and Alex leads off with like surprise strike the Falcon for 9 damage to base.
Mm-hmm.
It could that could be an extremely favorable situation for Alex. Nicholas would probably have to claim, which means that if he doesn't remove either Bodhi or the Falcon with his first action, there is a very real threat here, but it looks like he
Mm-hmm.
has a fair chunk of resources. It's going to be a rival's fall to clear that Falcon. This is
Found the rival's
absolutely
fall.
not what Alex wants to see. He tried to take those threats out of the hand, but Nicholas drew into another one. And now Bodhi Rook can make it to the base. We have seen the sentinel on those spies has worn off, but only 3
Mm-hmm.
damage. It's probably not enough, and it doesn't look like there's a pump here immediately for Spanish Alex. But the attack goes in. He gets to look at the top 2 cards, choose one to discard. What will he choose? It's going to be an Entrenched. Okay.
I think you needed something like a Blaster plus a Falcon this turn, and even then,
Yeah.
the Sentinel from the Devastator is going to lock down those Falcon attacks in the future. But uh, the removal on the first Falcon is really backbreaking.
Yeah, that's a very very much not what you want your opponent to have had
Yeah.
on the top of your deck there.
And I respect Alex throughout this game. I think he realizes he's playing slightly from behind in this matchup, and has made his opponent have certain cards at certain times. And it just so happens Nicholas has had those cards when he needs them. I believe, funnily enough, that's a final showdown in Alex's hand. Not quite the board state for that card.
Looks like the entrenched Bail Organa is going to clear that other spy token off the field.
Nicholas prepping Alex's life puck as he starts to pivot to attacking
Yeah.
the base here.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing the damage add up for Alex. And the question is, can he find ways to sneak that extra? See, this is the point where if you were playing Sabine, you would be looking for those K2s for a cause, other cards that are going to allow you to sneak that damage in. This N1 Starfighter is something, but the problem is Devastator is looming. Maybe realizing that Devastator is an imminent threat, Alex just takes the initiative. Very inefficient turn resource wise, but maybe he can get at least something in here before the Devastator shows up. So maybe he can do surprise strike or pilot Han, 5 or 6 damage. That now we're looking at a base with only 3 or 4 HP left, but I just don't know what options Alex has in terms of those surprise closers
Yeah.
that some of the more aggro and less tempo decks have that can save the day in that situation.
Aggression gives you cards such as the more seen Cassian, but even less seen cards like
Prize
Gorilla
strike,
Attack card.
6 damage in, only 3 HP remaining for Nicholas, but I don't know if Alex is going to get a chance to take another attack into that base. Removes a Power of the Dark Side, which I think is pretty questionable, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Given that there's still that entrenched Bale, Power of the Dark Side doesn't seem like it's necessarily that high impact, but maybe Alex has finally found some upgrade removal and is hoping to sneak Bale in.
Could also be the other card he was looking at is worse, but
Oh,
that Vigilance
Vigilance.
undoing all of the damage
Absolutely
that.
not what you want to see as Alex here. It does mean Devastator isn't hitting the field this turn. There's a window for a Falcon or something. Faith in Your Friend shows up here. It's going to
Unfortunately,
potentially do a card draw and then make 2 spies, but I believe unlike Karis Nemec, the spies from Faith in Your Friends come in exhausted. It shouldn't be too difficult for Nicholas to clear these. And I actually don't
yep.
even know if Spanish Alex is going to hit the disclosed threshold for that.
It looks like he at least has 1, maybe 2 cards in hand, but it's a very steep disclosed cost. You have to have a very specific combination, so maybe restricted on what he can find here.
Looks like he missed it, so he's not going to be making those spies. But maybe he's pulled some card. Maybe he's found a Falcon or something that can put more damage back on.
Mm-hmm. Nicholas realizing this game is still a little bit in the balance. There's still some tempo plays for Alex, something like a Falcon and an attack, and then another surprise strike, or even something like a Cunning can start to threaten your base. So deciding to pivot and attacking Alex's base, trying to get the game over with as quickly as possible before Alex can top deck those cards.
Okay, so it looks like Bail Organa going to go ahead, swing, clear Cad Bane, make a spy. The problem with this is that Palpatine can just swing and clear the spy. And Bail Organa is still entrenched. That entrenched has generated massive value for Nicholas. I don't think it's too much of an exaggeration to say that without that, Alex might have already won this game.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a Sanctioner shuttle, but it can't actually capture. These are Alex is fighting, but he's really down to the dregs here. I think Nicholas is going to take this game.
I think a claim here from Nicholas makes a lot of sense. You get a Devastator to the Bail Organa, and it lets your Chancellor Palpatine's attack for free and not be at risk of dying to the Bail. And you set up the Space Sentinel for the Sanctioner shuttle.
There's the claim. And yeah, it's think we'll see Devastator come to lock things down here. But let's see what Nicholas opts to do. I think we did see him with a timely intervention. So like something like a timely intervention reinforcement walker might be good here for a
Mhm.
really big chunk of healing to take him out of range. But
Timelying the Devastator is almost lethal this turn as well. Overall for 7,
oh
and
yeah,
then
because
you
that's
have 8
overwhelm.
more.
Devastator makes its appearance. Will Bale be defeated, or will the shuttle be defeated? Looks like he opts to clear the shuttle rather than Bale Organa. Okay.
Playing around
Spanish Alex.
potential Saboteur.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. You know, another surprise strike would put him at 3, and then there is a risk of something sneaking
Mhm.
on in. Maybe.
And
I don't know.
this is an open decklist format, and so both players know what's in the sideboard. And Spanish Alex does have 2 BD1s in the sideboard, so there is a very real
Hmm.
threat of potential uh, Saboteur coming out
Yeah,
there.
like play a Falcon Saboteur with BD1. That's 4 damage that can sneak through. You know,
Mhm.
if you also had the 2 damage sneaking through, you'd be up to 6, 31. Okay. 16 damage on Spanish Alex's base. He has a fair resource investment here.
He might be
Ground
at the
arena looking
exact
relatively clear, but that Devastator is locking down space.
He might be getting close to the exact resource count where something like if Nicholas attacks with this Devastator, a Falcon plus a Cunning buff plus the BD1 buff is 8 and can Saboteur pass the Devastator for exact lethal.
Pilot Han. So yeah, if we had seen the Devastator effect used to clear Bale instead, Pilot Han could have snuck in for a nice chunk of damage. Of course, that didn't happen. Now, interestingly, Spanish Alex opts not to resolve the ambush effect. Um, so
Mhm.
Pilot Han still at full health here. Let's
With the
see what
Devastator in
happens.
play, that 2 damage to your base that Chancellor Palpatine is threatening isn't going to do much. You're going to go to 28 instead of 30, so it doesn't matter. And could potentially have a Vigilance or something for that 3 HP breakpoint on the Han.
What do we think here? Nicholas, power of the dark side, and that Han is off the board. I really do think Alex is out of gas.
Yeah. Looks like you might have a Spark of Rebellion as well as a Faith in Your Friends in hand. The problem is that
Galleys.
Devastator is presenting so much pressure.
Faith in your friends, searches the top 3. There's a light mate. I mean, there's some good cards here, but the problem is Nicholas can swing with Devastator, 4 HP left. Any card that Alex plays, Nicholas can just claim.
Yeah. Needs something like a Waylay, and if he wants to make those spies, he's going to be showing Nicholas's entire hand anyway, so
Oh,
Nicholas will know
yeah,
what to
so
play
let's see. He
around.
does make the spies. We have a Spark of Rebellion, a Bodhi Rook, and a Light Maker. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I think just to swing with the Devastator, and then I don't think there's any smuggle options that Alex can play
Yeah,
here.
so what do we do? Like swing with Devastator. Alex takes initiative to not immediately lose. Palpatine kills one of the
I
spies,
think
or maybe just hits the base again.
it could just hit the base, although then Cunning gets a little bit scary because it can tap down both of your
Yeah, double
threats and prevent
exhaustion buff
lethal.
would be scary then.
Yeah. But Nicholas also has 8 resources to play with. He could play something like a Reinforcement Walker to really shut down a Cunning line.
Yeah, another
Then it has to
heal
tap,
here
tap,
would
bounce.
potentially just bring the game fully out of reach for Alex. It's already looking like it's out of reach for Alex. Alex is going to go ahead and play Bodhi Rook, sees the hand. He's got to clear that vigilance. There's no way he
Yeah.
wins with that vigilance. But the problem is now Nicholas can just claim, and I think that's it.
Yep.
Alex may be hoping that there's a misplay. If Nicholas swings here, I think this is an error, because if he swings here, he's
Yeah.
opening himself to a cunning on the next turn. But it looks like he's doing it. It's a swing to the base, 28 HP. Alex could win this, maybe, kind of. I don't
I
know.
my guess is that either a Child Sin or a Dogmatica squadron's coming down. Most likely the Dogmatica squadron, but that only has 4 attacks. So even if the Cunning is tap tap bounce, then
Yeah,
you can just
we
replay the
could still
squadron.
see. Yeah, we could still see cunning, tap tap bounce, get the. There is a chance. It is a slim chance but we could see Alex exhaust both of these units, bounce. But I mean, Nicholas can just replay the shock squad then, though.
Yeah.
I don't,
It would have to
Alex
be
would have
something
to
like
have like some other stuff to actually get enough damage through.
yeah, and I don't think there's between the cards we already know are in hand, it would be like Cunning plus BD1 plus Blaster would be 6, and that's still too short.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Spanish Alex, but let's see if he can somehow pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get this win. It would be an incredible game win if he could prevail. I think he just passed. Nicholas takes the swing with Devastator, and that is it. Nicholas's Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault is able to hold off the aggression from Sabe. Both games, Alex did a fair amount of damage, but just could not quite get there against the
Yeah.
healing from Nicholas.
Had a lot of the tools, but this Sabe yellow deck does not have a lot of reach, like you had mentioned earlier. Even outside of just the leader abilities, like a Sabine leader ping, stuff like Cassian and Forakaz and even Heroic Sack and K2, a lot of this burn and reach damage lacking from this mono yellow deck. In favor
Yeah,
of
and
other tempo tools, but
I
still
do think
lacking.
if he had found some way to remove that entrenched, he might have had the win there in game 2. But
Hmm.
it didn't end up happening. So Palpatine is going to be the Secrets of Power leader that's going to make it to our final, not Sabe. And I believe the other match has already concluded, so we should be moving
Yes.
to that final shortly.
And that was Ophir beating Tim, I believe 2-0 in the Yoda Data Vault versus the Han 1 Green matchup. And of note, Nicholas and Wu played earlier today, and Wu did beat Nicholas 2-0. So this is a rematch.
We'll have to see what happens here.
Wu on a crazy undefeated streak, both over the past 3 events. I don't believe he's lost a single match over his last 3 PQs, and I don't think he's lost a single game today. So on a real heater with
Extremely
this Yoda
strong
Data Vault
player.
deck.
Can he maintain the winning streak and take down his third PQ in a row? Or
Mhm.
will this Palpatine deck prove able to stop him? You know, I don't entirely know. In terms of the two decks, not knowing the matchup in great detail, I would say that I tend towards thinking that Palpatine might be favored in that matchup in terms of being there's kind of that saying of you want to be like much faster than the opponent or a bit slower than them.
Yeah.
And I do think this Palpatine deck has a bigger high end than the Yoda Data Vault.
I do believe that as well, and intrinsically, I think that is the common thought process. But as we've seen over the past few weeks, Ophir or Wu here has had a lot of success against these hard control decks. He's gone through some Palpatines, he's gone through some Dadras, he's gone through some um,
I
Idens.
think I think some of the I would personally say that I think the blue green, not quite as hard control, has a better shot than like the blue red harder control in some ways.
100%.
In particular, I think that the blue green has more options. If you can get like a big ship onto the board, you can potentially use an overwhelming barrage to resolve a situation that one of the blue red decks would have more trouble dealing with, where you
Hmm.
have things like Kellerin Beck or U-Wing reinforcement or Home One that can kind of repopulate a board even after a super laser blast. I do think the kind of AoE abilities like Overwhelming Barrage gives the green deck a bit better play here, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah. And these green hero decks just have so much power in these individual cards that your super laser blasts are overtaxed. Your devastators, your overwhelming barrages, your avengers are just so overtaxed. If green hero gets to the late game, they get to like 16, 18 resources. You can do crazy sequences like you home one back at Kellerin, which gets a Queen Amidala, all in
Right.
one
Yeah.
card, and you present like 30 power. So those kind of you need to softly pressure as the green hero player, softly pressure the blue green villain player into using that over or that super laser blaster overwhelming barrage while also putting enough pressure on that you're not going to get outclassed by Avengers and Devastators. And Wu has obviously found that middle line quite well, having beaten this archetype several times over the past few weeks.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things to do when you're playing against some of these decks is to avoid overplaying your hand. You sometimes see
Mhm.
situations where someone plays like 10 units and then gets hit by overwhelming barrage to some degree, but super laser blast really is the
Mhm.
really nasty one. And I think a more experienced player will kind of hold some gas back in the tank so that you can rebuild that board after one of those things and keep the pressure going instead of giving the opponent some breathing room to
Mhm.
bring out their larger units. And Wu's a very experienced player, probably one of the strongest competitive players in the game. We'll
Yeah.
see whether he can get it done here to win his third PQ in a row.
This Yoda deck can also be aggressive is not necessarily the right term, but sneaky fast, and it can turn the corner very quickly. If you play a Kelleran back to get a Queen Amidala, that's 14 power in one card, and one card almost forces a Super Laser Blast from the opponent. Now, the Palpatine deck has more tools than just Super Laser Blast. It can stall the game with things like the Chancellor Palpatine plot unit and the Sly Moore unit to give -2, -0 to everything that's going to base. But those kind of plays, those explosive turns, one card being able to flip the game on its head, present a lot of pressure, are what Wu's going to look for.
Okay. Let's see here.
Looks like we are getting ready for the round, both players reviewing each other's deck lists. Either way, most likely going to be in for a relatively long one. Neither of these decks win super fast. Yoda
Yeah,
can turn the corner quickly, but not that quickly.
the good news for the players though is I believe they are doing an untimed finals. So one way or
Perfect.
another, we should see a normal resolution to the game. No need to look up
Mhm.
the tiebreaker rules.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will be a relatively quick match though. And one thing that I found is if I play a slower deck, um, if you play a slower deck a fair amount, you can actually be in a pretty good spot, like in terms of
Mhm.
you're playing fast. But a difficult situation can emerge with respect to your opponent playing fast.
Yeah. Especially a
And
slower deck that is newer and not as known. If your opponent has to
yeah,
read more of your cards, doesn't know quite what you're doing.
but these are some experienced players, so we'll see how they can do.
Yeah. Believe Wu will have initiative. He was the sixth seed, excuse me, coming into this top eight, and Nicholas was our eighth seed. So Wu with choice of initiative.
Yeah.
Looks like Nicholas deciding to take a mulligan here. There's not too much pressure on the early game for Nicholas, although the Gonk droid can be quite scary. Those are the kind of draws that can allow Wu to tempo aggressive you out of the game potentially with Yoda, something like a Gonk droid into an early Queen Amidala.
All right.
And that Nicholas's hand doesn't appear to be the strongest hand. As a Vigilance, which is a potential win con in the matchup. No real early plays, it appears. Condemn, but not the ramp you're looking for. I think ramp is pretty key in this kind of matchup.
There's the Gonk droid.
Probably the ideal turn one play from Wu. Most likely will get answered by something like a Power of the Dark Side or a Merciless Contest or even the Condemn to shut off its ability, but that's a valuable resource that Nicholas is trading for just a 2-drop. And that 2-drop threatens a lot, so.
Going to be Cad Bane found via the Palpatine ability. But if Nicholas can't deal with that Gonk droid quickly, this could allow Wu to have like a pseudo ramp, bring in some powerful units faster than he would be able to otherwise, and really put a lot of early pressure on, despite him playing a slower deck.
Yep.
There's the swing, so we're going to have at least one potential Gonk droid discount. Let's see what Nicholas does in response.
For Nicholas, luckily, the 4-drops aren't quite as scary. It's usually stuff like Captain Typho. It's the 5-drops that get pretty scary. The Queen Amidala's, potential blue leaders with ambush, those type of things.
Yeah, there's the power of the dark side. We're going to remove the Gonk droid, but its work is potentially already done. Let's see what Wu can play. Yoda's ability used, 3 resources, yeah, and there's the discount for the Captain Typho.
This is a good play, but not too terrifying if you're Nicholas. You can entrench or condemn that. It's not going super wide, so good play from Wu, putting stats and pressure on the board. You kind of have to do that in this matchup, but not unanswerable from Nicholas.
Yeah, the Gonk droid was removed before it could bring in like an early Queen Amidala or something that would be a huge problem for Nicholas.
Mm-hmm. Now, Nicholas does have to be careful if this type of removal effect is a merciless contest or something that removes this typo from play. It could set up early You're My Only Hopes to get the resupply carriers for ramp or the queens, like you had mentioned. But going for the Chancellor ability first, foregoing that potential removal option.
Yeah, Typho does get to swing on in. There's 5 damage on the base. Initiative taken here after, I believe, a resupply.
Yep, both players taking the turn off to resupply up to, I believe, 6 resources now.
Captain Typho, only unit on the field, is vulnerable to a Merciless Contest or a Power of the Dark Side here. There's also going to be some other removal options that are now in range. So, takedown. I think we're up to 6 also with that ramp. So that means even a Rival's Fall could actually be played here. I think there's a good chance Nicholas will have something to get rid of this Typho, but Wu will likely be able to develop some new threats in this turn.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see how Wu positions his flip in this matchup. Does he do it aggressively to try and push damage, or does he save it to try and remove some big threats? There's merits to both.
Looks like there's going to be a condemn to prevent that Typho from doing further damage. Typho is going to swing anyway. Wu is going to make Nicholas disclose. Get some info on that hand. It's going to be a Supreme Leader Snoke disclosed there. The Condemn blocking all the damage there from Captain Typho.
Does get the info though, and does delay an action, forcing Nicholas to either show his hand or pass.
Queen Amidala hits the field. Now, Wu does know that there is that Supreme Leader Snoke in hand, which is a pretty solid counter. Here, it would wipe the spies and debuff Amidala and Typho, but the problem is that isn't going to be able to see play for at least 1 turn, maybe 2 turns, and could also potentially be cleared by a Yoda flip.
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be another card played by Nicholas here, another Condemn for Queen Amidala. Okay, so only those spies are really strong attack options as long as Nicholas can keep some disclose available in the hand.
That is the power of Queen though. if it was any other threat, or most any other threat, that can then would completely shut down Wu's pressure, but Wu still having 4 points of pressure on the board honestly can be enough to force Nicholas to take an action. Though with Snoke looming, those spies are not long for this world and not as threatening.
Those spies are going ahead and swinging on in at Nicholas's base, making use of
Okay.
the raid 2 there. Now we're
I
gonna
believe we
see
see
Wu
Nicholas
go ahead,
passing.
make him show it. Supreme Leader Snoke still in the hand. Condemn blocking the damage there. I think it's a pass from Nicholas. Ooh, nice play from Wu. Bright
Yeah.
Hope bouncing Queen Amidala, so he gets to draw a card and he's going to be able to replay her and make 2 more spies. Very solid play.
Has enough pressure
Now,
on
of
the board
course,
that Nicholas might be forced into flipping or playing Snoke and then can
yeah,
clear and clear the queen after.
if Nicholas can bring out Snoke after those other spies show up, he could potentially clear them all at once. But the question is he going to have the like time and space to do that? Wu is really putting out a good amount of pressure.
Hmm. I'm curious as well when Nicholas decides to flip. Does he want to save for as many plot cards as possible, or does he try and take an aggressive early flip to control the board, almost like treating his flip as an extra super laser blast and ability to stop a lot of damage and clear the board for a turn?
Let's see here. Sly Moore.
I'm curious how much more Wu decides to commit to this board. Looks like at least a little bit more.
You do have to start worrying. So it is just an Obi-Wan. It's not that big of a commitment.
Yeah.
But you do have to start worrying about setting yourself up for a super laser blast, or like if you played the Queen Amidala again and Snoke came out and just killed all those spies, it would be a little
Hmm.
rough.
I do think this is about the perfect level of pressure from Wu. Maybe you'd like one more spy or a random spaceship or something, but 7 to 9 points of damage presented every turn. It's not nothing. Your opponent is going to have to blink eventually, but it's also something that if your opponent clears it with a super laser blast or a barrage or some other tool, it's not backbreaking to lose all that.
Yeah, it seems to me like it could definitely be rebuilt.
We haven't even seen some of Wu's best tools in the matchup. We've seen the Queen and the Bright Hope interaction, which was very, very sharp and very strong, but we still have Kellerans and Home Ones waiting in the wings.
There is the Snoke, so those spies are off the board.
This is
The
a
other units
pretty
are debuffed, but here comes Wu with Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight clearing Snoke immediately. And with that Snoke out of the hand, we now do have the potential Queen Amidala that was returned via Bright Hope to repopulate the spies. Wu's doing a
Mhm.
good job here.
Yeah. That Snoke is very frail in this kind of matchup, it seems. The Lukes, there's Vanquishes and Fell the Dragons. The Yoda still has yet to flip. A
We
lot of
see a flip
answers.
from Palpatine, using the ability there to play a Chancellor Palpatine unit. Obi-Wan Kenobi swings and clears one of the Sentinel spies that's created there. Now, the interesting thing here is Palpatine. Uh, th- can Palpatine attack? Yeah, Palpatine can attack Obi-Wan because Luke was played, giving Obi-Wan Sentinel. Otherwise, he'd have to
Mhm.
have attacked Typho.
And I like this from I was curious if it was going to flip. I agree with not flipping now. This Luke can clear this Chancellor if you really want. Leave it with 1 HP. This Typho still does have Sentinel, so it's protecting your Luke from being traded back with. And the Condemn only gives minus attack when Typho attacks. So if Nicholas decides to trade into this Typho, he will lose
Yeah,
his units.
Typho is still functional as a defender here. So Luke indeed swings and is going to clear Chancellor Palpatine. He takes a lot of damage, but he's still covered by Captain Typho on the defense here. Now, another Supreme Leader Snoke would kill Luke. That could be Nicholas's plan, like wait for Wu to develop more board and then play a Snoke. But Wu doesn't necessarily have to develop that more board because he is in a winning spot right now.
Yep, could be something just like a resupply carrier to put some pressure in space, and
Oh, that's
that's
a
it.
good one though. Cad
That is a
Bane
good one.
can clear Luke with the damage there.
But Nicholas is spending time answering last turn's threats while Wu is getting to play this turn's threats, and he's on the back foot. He's kind of been on the back foot since the midpoint of this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yoda's ability used. Wu's playing it nice and slow. He doesn't need to rush necessarily. While Nicholas's deck does theoretically have a quite strong end game, if Wu can just like keep maintaining threats, setting things up, preventing
Hmm.
Nicholas from just getting like a free turn to do whatever.
And they're both Data Vault decks, so they both have these massive tools. But eventually, Wu can just bleed Nicholas out of removal. He can fight through all the super laser blasts, all the vanquishes, all the Snokes, and all you have to do at that point is stick something like a Battlefield Marine and poke for 3 for the rest of the game. Obviously, I don't think that's how this game is going to play out, but
Yeah.
that kind of attrition game plan is Wu's win condition here. Just bleed your opponent out of threat, removal in hand.
There's a disclose. I believe it was another Chancellor Palpatine. And what was the blue card there that was shown?
Oh, I believe Condemn might remove the Sentinel from Typho since it's outside of the quotations. So Typho may not have Sentinel here, but would still have the attack when left behind, as long as it's not attacking.
Okay, what are we looking at here? Nine damage on Nicholas's base. Wu's base still untouched. That isn't necessarily a huge problem for Nicholas because his deck really does tend to try and close things out later on, either with Vigilance Mill or with the really big Star Destroyers and Reinforcement Walkers and other like very
Yeah.
late game units as the win condition. But if Wu keeps that pressure on, Nicholas may not be able to find time to develop those big units, and
Hmm.
Wu has removal of his own that is going to prevent those threats from sticking around forever.
Yeah. Nicholas does have more pieces of removal, but not that much more. You know, he has condemns and entrenches and the powers and stuff, but Wu has vanquishes, he has rivals fall. I believe he has a couple Felder Dragons or potentially takedowns and those Lukes. Really, the only removal we've seen from Wu so far is Luke. He also still has not flipped his leader.
Right, and that's removal in its own right, at least if you can discard an expensive card. Overwhelming Barrage fired off from Cad Bane there. So I believe what are we doing? We're gonna defeat.
I believe that should only be 6, not 7.
Was that Obi-Wan wounded? I think that's 6 damage, isn't it?
It could have potentially been wounded, but if not, it should only be 6.
Yeah, I think that might have been an extra point of damage there. I don't know for sure. It looks like they're looking at it. Yeah. Okay, so that does seem to be the case. That spy is only wounded and not defeated. Sometimes we call that the underwhelming barrage. There's a show called that.
Hmm.
Shout out to Tata. But the barrage does well, let's see here. So CAD could swing and clear Typho, I guess. And then that would free Chancellor Palpatine to go after the spies. That doesn't seem crazy to me.
Yeah, and for the past few turns throughout this entire game, Nicholas has been forced to use his resources early to answer the present board, and that allows Wu to just create a new threat the following turn and force Nicholas to have even more answers while chipping in 2 to 4 damage a turn.
Yeah, you just, oh, and that's a big play.
Yeah.
So Typho bites the dust, and Wu brings out Bo-Katan with her debuff hitting both of those units and removing them. And that gives 2 experience tokens to a spy. Nicholas has the Fell the Dragon to clear Bo-Katan herself, but now that spy is swinging for 4 damage.
Yep, and this is another instance where Nicholas is going to have to spend time answering this board. Now, this is about the least threatening board we've seen going into a new turn for the past while, but still has to spend time answering this board and resources doing so, which allows Wu the freedom to present new threats. And if he doesn't answer this board, well, Wu gets to push 6, and eventually that 6 is going to be enough to finish the game.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting situation too, where the the experience on that spy is, in my opinion, a really good move
Hmm.
because the buffed spy is now out of range of vigilance. If you put the experience on Bo-Katan, it's like whatever. She's gonna die to some like single target removal anyway, right?
Yeah.
And if you spread it across the spies, they would both still be in vigilance range.
Hmm.
So this
Plus,
way,
it pushes the extra damage that turn as well, which
right,
could be relevant.
we could still see like a takedown or something.
It's like a Dogmatica shock squadron. And if I'm Wu, this is kind of blood in the water moment. Um, Now, that is a fine answer to these spies, but if that's your response to this type of board, I'm starting to think maybe you're running low on the premium removal and threats. Could still have
Yeah,
stuff like Avenger, because Avenger isn't super strong on this board, but I'm starting to feel the ability to push a little bit more into this board.
yes, the Dogmatic Shock Squad is a somewhat inefficient Sentinel. It's 6 for a 4/6, but it does have plot. Looks like in this situation, the smaller spy swings into the Shock Squad, and that puts them in a spot where they can be removed by Blue Leader.
Hmm.
We then see a merciless contest from Nicholas, and Wu opts to remove the Blue Leader, allowing that spy to swing yet again. Now, the board is getting small, but Wu has a Queen Amidala to fill it right back up.
Yep. And now something like a Snoke would be quite good here, being able to clear some of those spies, present a board, but Yoda hasn't flipped yet. And while
Right.
he would have to sacrifice a big resource, I believe it's only Bo-Katan's and home ones that are big enough to kill a Snoke on the flip, would be able to freely flip and potentially kill the Snoke, leaving Nicholas with almost no resources and pushing 5 from the Queen, 2 from the, or 4 from the spy that survives, and 4 from the Yoda.
4 from the Yoda. Yoda is a very real threat here. And, normally in Star Wars Unlimited, you want to deploy your leader as quickly as possible. But
Hmm.
in this sort of situation, I think Wu holding back his leader is doing a really good job of establishing additional pressure. Like, let's say there's a super laser blast, Yoda can flip, we can see some other units get played, and all of a sudden Wu has a board again and is still pushing damage with
Hmm.
that Yoda.
I've played some similar style gameplay with set 1 Emperor Palpatine, and sometimes your opponent plays around the flip because of the removal, and then they just claim, not wanting to present anything into the removal, and you just flip and push 4, and that can be enough.
Yeah. So here we see a vigilance that clears Queen Amidala and heals. And uh, the experienced spy goes ahead and swings in. Another dogmatic shock squad hits the board, putting up a sentinel to defend against those spies. We see Yoda's ability used. This could be the turn where Yoda flips. Initiative taken.
I
What
was
will Will do to
curious.
deal with that spot with that shock squad? Doesn't
Looks
need
like
a
a
Yoda
Luke.
flip. There's Luke. And now we're going to see 4 more damage pushed to the base. Nicholas really is in trouble. Wu is slowly whittling him down.
I was curious if that would be the turn Wu would flip. Did not put the card on top, which indicated that he wouldn't. I think he just wants to leave this Yoda behind to threaten any Super Laser Blast plays.
Yeah, that seems very plausible to me. Now, the
Always just wants to be
restore on
chipping
Luke,
4.
not very relevant here because Nicholas has still yet to attack the base, but all those spies are providing good cover against effects like Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest. Those won't be able to find Luke here.
Mhm.
In addition, the spies are slowly but surely taking down Nicholas's base here.
This might be a board Nicholas has to Super Laser Blast, and this does not feel good as a Super Laser
Yeah,
Blast. Just 3
there's the
spies and a
blast.
Luke.
On the plus side, he does still have a lot of resources, so it's
Yeah.
possible he can do some follow-ups. But on the other side of the board, Wu has a lot of resources too, and is extremely likely to be able to rebuild here.
We haven't seen any home ones or Kellorans this game. It's really just been Queens and Lukes, so he's been waiting for this moment to rebuild the board. And immediately goes to home 1 Queen.
Yeah, home one Queen Amidala. Once again, the board is looking pretty scary. We could flip Yoda here and swing, but I think it's actually unnecessary, and putting it back might be better.
Yeah, the reason you would want to is it does put home 1 into 1 action lethal, but if your opponent has an answer to something, they are most likely going to be answering the home 1 first action. So that for 1 action lethal on the home 1 is almost never going to matter.
All right. Ooh, man, doesn't look like there's a follow-up play from Nicholas here. Initiative taken.
Looks like he only has 2 cards in hand as well. I believe I caught a Cad Bane unit.
Not what he needs here.
hmm And this is how Wu wins these kind of games. Just these moderate level of pressure, forcing Nicholas to take these unfavorable trades into these weak super laser blasts, and that's when he throws his haymakers and runs Nicholas out of cards, and even can fight through all 3 super laser blasts. Like if there's another super laser blast here, Wu can follow it up with a Kelleran or another home one, or even just a big body like a Bo-Katan. And I do think a lot of the skill in these kind of matchups is something we're not seeing in Wu's filtering, what he draws and what he decides to put on bottom versus what he decides to leave on top. Very important. And it's not super visible on coverage here.
Yeah, I think Yoda's ability to provide a ton of filtration. Here we see a high impact play from Nicholas. Timely intervention into a Vader, ambushes, and looks like the target was the queen, but of course Wu blocks that incoming damage with a spy token. But Vader also clears home 1. The problem is we are now looking at I think we're now looking at lethal between the spy and Yoda.
Yep.
I think that's it. I think that rivals fall on the queen. That
Yeah.
is not at all what Nicholas needs. He has no more resources. I think he just lost this game. Yeah.
Yeah. And put in between a rock and a hard place there of can't really wait to pass and rivals fall the Yoda because then Wu can just claim. And this is on
What is Wu
the
doing? Does
assumption
Wu
that
not realize he has lethal?
yeah, this is under the assumption that Wu knows he has not flipped Yoda yet this game. Now, to be fair, I don't know if he needs to flip Yoda to win this game, but he does have lethal on the table. And I think this is going to be the assumption that Wu has forgotten that he
He
hasn't
must
flipped
not. He
Yoda.
must not realize it. This makes
I
no
don't
sense.
think I don't think Wu would slow roll like this, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yep,
That's how
and
hard he's winning this game, I guess. He doesn't even need to he can miss, yeah, he can miss lethal on board and he's still way ahead.
mhm. Sometimes you do get laser focused into these kind of play patterns of all right, I'm going to push and then pull and then push and then pull, and you're so used to doing it with the cards in your hand, you get very locked into the hand that you're sculpting and the game plan that you're playing with your cards. You just sometimes forget that your leader is a card. I've definitely forgotten to do it a time or two.
Yeah, super laser blast. Again, Wu can just flip and win. He still
This
doesn't see
time,
it, I think.
this time I
Well, this
would,
time there's a risk. There could be a rival
yeah,
flip. There could
or
be
a
a power
power
of
of
the
the
dark
dark
side. So
side.
he's gonna bring out Kelleran first, and that's gonna bring out some other unit, and then he can flip and win. Mina Bonteri, not the best thing to find with Kelleran, but could be worse.
Hmm. Ideally, would be something like, I think we've already seen all the queens. Basically, something with 4 power so that he presents 2 1-action lethal threats. Under the assumption he doesn't remember that his leader can flip, having 2 1-action lethal threats forces Nicholas to have 2 answers.
Captain Typho, yes, there's the two 1-action lethal threats.
This is kind of forcing the third super laser blast.
Initiative taken.
And
Okay,
he
now
remembers
Wu
that.
remembers that he has his leader, flips Yoda, swings for the win. So that was a really, it was a bit of a long one, but it was a really excellent game from Wu. It's like we were saying in the pregame, if you can avoid overplaying your hand and, continue with that like moderate pressure, it
Yeah.
can be a little overwhelming here. Nicholas was not able to really stabilize things at any real point in this game.
Hmm. And just never given an opportunity to slam his big threats like Avenger, Devastator, and Reinforcement Walker, because those cards are only dealing with one threat. Avenger and Devastator in particular, only dealing with either a threat of your choice or one threat of your opponent's choice, depending on which one you play. And oftentimes Wu is building these boards that are 3 or 4 units wide, and none of them are in particular the problem. Like you can hit a queen with a Devastator, but then the spy just goes, or you can hit a Captain Typho, but the queen is still hitting you. And so there's no one particular problem, and those cards are just so slow at churning through the units on the board that it can be tough.
A methodical, kind of a methodical and efficient victory for Wu, even if he did miss lethal the turn before last.
Hmm. Very boa
But
constrictor like, just making your opponent play inefficiently ever so slightly every single turn of the game until you get to take advantage of that over the course of a long game.
looks like we're going to be moving on to the second game. If Wu can repeat that performance, he will win his third PQ in a row. But let's see if Nicholas can do better this time and make us go to game 3 of this match.
3 PQs is impressive enough as it is, but 3 PQs in a row in such a dominant fashion that Wu has been on these last 3 weeks with this deck. Um,
I do
really,
think Wu is one of the strongest players in the world in this game.
yeah, really unheard of. We've seen some similar runs in past events, but to do it back to back to back like this, I believe Lego Pizza has won back to back PQs before, maybe a couple times. And we've seen some other
Bobby
players with multiple
Sapphire's won
PQ
back-to-back
wins.
big events.
Yes, and that back to back sectors even more impressive, but this is of rare air, this kind of run.
Yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. They're shuffling on up. I believe the sideboarding is complete. And we're now going to see whether Nicholas can win this game and keep his PQ victory hopes alive for game 3, or whether
Hmm.
Wu can repeat his excellent performance from the first game of this match and ultimately go on to take the win.
And this time will, or excuse me, this final is timed. You see it at the top there.
Yeah.
Misinformed there, but neither player played particularly slowly. Um, not wasn't like a blitz pace of play either. But we are winding down here. I believe it was a 75-minute timer and took about 35 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, so I mean, I had thought we were doing untimed finals, but I see now there is a timer.
Hmm.
And yeah, so I think it's going to be interesting here. I think that we are looking now at we could see those tiebreakers come into play if Nicholas wins this one. I'll be real with
Yes.
you. I don't like to say it, but we could see the tiebreakers.
I do think the tiebreaker situation does favor Wu as well. We saw, I don't think Wu's base was touched that game.
I think that's right. I would want to look up the tiebreaker rules to make sure, but I'm hoping, quite frankly, that Wu wins this one so we don't have to do that.
If Wu
Okay.
wins this one too, it is impressive. I believe he went undefeated in games in last weekend's PQ as well, and has not dropped a game
Al-
today. So
Also, just to be clear, Nicholas, if you're watching this, no disrespect to you, man. But I think it would be cool for someone to win 3 of these things in a row.
yeah,
It'll also be cool if Nicholas makes the comeback and manages to, turn things around against one of the strongest players in the game here. I think that would be very impressive
yes,
as well.
slaying the
But
dragon.
let's see how this goes. All right. Here we go. Wu has resourced already. Nicholas is thinking it over.
I believe Wu kept his first 6. Nicholas is mulliganed to a second 6.
Here we go. All right, we're going to lead things off. Palpatine's ability used finds a dogmatic shock squad. Then it's going to be Mina Bonteri on the field for Wu. Initiative taken for Nicholas.
I think this is probably Wu's ideal turn 1 play. It's most likely going to get removed in some way or another in the first place, and being able to cycle that card early in the game can really make an impact.
What do you think of Mina compared to the Gonk droid?
Gonk is good. I almost prefer Gonk on turn 2 after your opponent has answered your turn 1 play, because the threats you want to cheat out are usually your 5 drops anyway. But Gonk
Yeah,
is
I can
certainly
see that.
the second best option, I think.
I think the Gonk droid is like the best if it doesn't get killed, but you kind of have to assume your thing might get killed, and Mina's the best if it does get killed. And indeed, it gets killed. Power of the
Yeah.
Dark Side, clearing Mina. Wu reveals a home 1 and a resupply. I have a feeling that resupply might see some use this turn.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to draw a card with Mina Bonteri's when defeated effect. Nicholas here is taking notes of the cards that he's seen, which is a good practice to do.
Mhm.
Wu uses Yoda's ability, looks at the top card there. Something getting sent to the bottom of the deck here. Initiative taken for Nicholas. There's that resupply as predicted.
Yep. And Wu being the only one to resupply, at least so far in this game. Last game, both players did, I believe, on turn 4 after a gonk into a typho from Wu. Something like a queen comes down here. Even a takedown to kill the queen, leaving behind 2 spies, that starts to apply that soft pressure and puts Nicholas on the back foot, answering last turn's problem on the following turns.
All right. Once again, Palpatine's ability used. You're my only hope into a battlefield marine. Not the hypest ever.
Showing a little bit of weakness from Wu. If I'm Nicholas, I'm thinking weakness is a relative term. He doesn't have a good play this turn,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it probably means he's stacked with 6s and 7s in his hand, which is not
Yeah.
necessarily the best news.
But yeah, I mean, I think You're My Only Hope, blind. Wow. And then a condemn for the marine. Okay, so that's basically making the marine irrelevant, but it does also mean that Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest are going to be a lot less relevant themselves now.
Hmm.
It's possible. It's possible that with Amidala making those spies, Nicholas thinks those cards won't be that good anyway.
Hmm. They definitely have lost their luster in this meta, and perhaps turn 2 or turn 3, almost dead cards unless you are at like 11 resources in the late game and can go super laser blast into a
Yeah, I
power
mean
the
they can
dark
be
side.
they can be really good follow-ups to a super laser blast or other big reset or whatever, but like there are some things that are bringing out more units than cards like that can necessarily handle. Wu's going ahead and making the attack, forcing Nicholas to show the disclose, and Nicholas shows the dogmatic shock squad. Now we see a resupply
Mhm.
carrier. Now Wu is really ramping up here. He is outdoing Nicholas in ramp.
I don't expect to see a flip this turn. He can legally flip. He's at 7 resources. Could be interesting to start to apply the pressure. And we're pretty far away from Super Laser Blast, but especially with that no glory. If I could present 2 threats and be attacking for 8 a turn, I might be interested. Even then, I'm a little skeptical. But if Yoda's my only threat, really, I think I'll just take my resource advantage and go to the next turn.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of risk. Like if you flip Yoda now, it's like what you hit for 4 and then maybe you get killed by Rival's Fall or something. It's just not that
Hmm.
exciting. Like you were saying though, if you had more threats, it might be nice to try and overwhelm the opponent with your ramp advantage.
Yeah, especially since Nicholas is 2 turns away from a super laser blast. Let's say last turn he had played a queen instead and a couple spies were lying around and that resupply carrier, then a flip gets a lot more interesting. But as it stands, I agree with Wu's play here. Just take it to the late game. You've shown that you can fight in the late game with Nicholas here.
Let's see here.
I really like Wu's utilization of this condemn unit as an attacker, just as a passing action. Even if Nicholas just passes afterwards, that's a lot of information you gain.
Okay. Home one brings back Mina Bonteri. The Rivals Fall that I was discussing earlier as a answer to Yoda comes out and answers home one instead.
Hmm. But leaves behind Mina as a threat, which, even if removed, is going to cycle a card for Wu.
Yeah.
We'll say less pressure this game from Wu. He spent more of his time ramping on resources. Um, it's a bit interesting.
Bunch of resources. There's the Dogmatic Shock Squad. This is, the Dogmatic Shock Squad is not a very efficient card, to be honest with you,
Hmm.
but it's still enough to handle these early threats.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, that's very interesting. So Battlefield Marine swings at the Dogmatic Shock Squad. So it's actually going to get killed here.
I
The
believe this
Disclose,
is to be able to set up the Yoda ability to filter
yeah.
and
So
maybe flip this turn.
this reactivates Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah.
But the Battlefield Marine wasn't really doing damage. You make your opponent show you something, so you get some information, and then additionally it activates Yoda's ability. And like you said, it could be a setup for a flip, which would then be a very clean way to answer the squad. We could see a Luke Jedi Knight. That's exactly
Yeah.
what we see. So
For similar
sets up
reasons,
Luke.
having a unit defeated makes a lot
I
of
think under
sense.
these circumstances, I probably don't flip Yoda.
No,
Um,
now, uh, every time I've been hesitant on like a flip, Wu has played a Luke instead, and that cleanly also kills the threat while presenting one and leaving your leader behind. So that's kind of the tension it feels like. And if you have Luke, seems like Wu is opting for the Luke every time.
and now the damage is starting to add up. We see Mina Bonteri swinging to base for 2. We see Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight on the field here, threatening another 6. We're reaching that point where Nicholas kind of needs to get some removal going, but I think what he really wants here is like a single target removal for Luke. A super
Yeah.
laser blast here would feel extraordinarily premature.
Also has not flipped his leader, so can still have an explosive flip. And I wonder if in this matchup you kind of have to save your flip for late so that when Wu is starting to apply this soft pressure and you're falling behind on board, you can kind of explode back into the game with a bunch of plot cards.
Yeah. I so we're okay, okay. Timely intervention, yep, double kill with Darth Vader, very solid play.
shows 2 Mina Bonteris in hand as to enable the disclose on the first Mina Bonteri, activates the draw. That Mina Bonteri is such a good card. She's like a
Yeah,
crazy good card.
yeah. One of the best 2 drops in the game. Only
Yeah.
overshadowed really by Nemec, released in the exact
Friggin'
same
Nemec,
set.
yeah, who's another card from the same set and is also bonkers good.
Hmm.
Okay, so now we're gonna see a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight on the field, clears Vader once again, so we're basically back to where we just were
Yeah,
before the Vader timely,
having
because
some deja vu.
yeah, another Mina Bonteri and another Luke. What would be really funny here is if Nicholas plays another timely intervention into Vader, but I'm not sure we're gonna see that.
Hmm. I will say Nicholas is doing a better job of bleeding out Wu's threats while keeping his base health high, and I think a lot of that is in part due to the lack of Queen Amidala from Wu. That feels like one of the
Yeah.
critical cards in this matchup.
Those spies really started chipping the damage in, especially after that Bo-Katan buffed up one of the spy tokens. The In the first game, that really felt like a major issue for Nicholas. And yeah, he cleared some of that stuff with Supreme Leader Snoke, but more spies were soon on the field.
Hmm.
Let's see what he does this time. 2 resources, 3 resources.
Be a condemn.
Condemn on Luke wouldn't be bad. Yeah, that's what we got. Condemn on Luke. So able to prevent the opponent's main damage dealer from getting that good of a result. Mina Bonteri swings in for 2. Resupply.
Ooh, a
Ooh,
confiscate.
confiscate. That condemn is off the board. Luke is free to attack again. Does Nicholas have another answer to this Luke? There's an entrenched. So this does mean that it's going to be more dangerous. Like Palpatine really can't flip efficiently into this.
Yeah. May require 2 pieces of removal from Nicholas, this entrenched, and potentially a fell or a vanquish if he ever wants to flip his leader. Although something like a
And now
Chancellor
we
Palpatine,
see Keller and Beck finding Queen Amidala. A big board is getting built up. This could be time for the first super laser blast.
yeah, with emphasis, Wu throws that first Queen Amidala onto the table, and very, very good spot for it. Although this is a high value blast from Nicholas' side of the field. This is a
Yeah,
blast
yeah.
where I feel pretty good. I don't feel like I'm forced into this. I feel like I'll happily take this.
Yeah, if I'm Nicholas, I am happy about a super laser blast in this situation. I feel like I'm getting big value from a super laser blast right now. Kill
Hmm.
Keller and Beck. Yeah, Luke is entrenched, but maybe the opponent's going to find upgrade removal and it still blocks Palpatine's flip. Get rid of the queen. Get rid of those spies and Mina, the small units that would make some other options pretty inefficient. I think a super laser blast here would be great, but the question is, does he even have it? He might
He's
not.
looking at his row. I'm suspicious that he does not have it.
He might have it and be checking to see if he had resourced one to know
Mm,
like how much ammo he has for the future. You know what I mean?
yeah. Could also be looking at some timely Vader stuff, but tapping 8 looks
He
immediately
has
like a
it.
blast.
Super laser blast. Field is cleared. We do still have 3 resources. There could be a follow-up. Uh, okay, so we see a blue leader and a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing shown for Mina Bonteri. So at minimum, Wu could play those 2 cards, pay the extra cost for the blue leader, and have 2 new units on the field.
Hmm. And this is the best blast we've seen in this matchup, but still, it's trading for a Kellerin Beck, which got a queen, a Luke, which killed a Dogmatica squad, and a Mina, which is drawing Woo cards. So all of these cards just have already accrued so much value, and this is the most worthwhile blast you're gonna get in this kind of matchup. And it's still, while feeling good, doesn't feel incredible like it does in most matchups.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Just a resupply carrier.
Resupply carrier.
Now we see that blue leader. It's going to go ahead and get the extra cost. So we have a 5-5. This isn't this isn't the best rebuild ever, but
No,
there
not the
are still
strongest
some threats
rebuild.
for Nicholas here.
Yeah. Could
This
be
does
Wu
seem
trying
to
to
me to be
slow
a
roll some
window.
threats.
Like playing
Yeah.
Avenger here would not be unreasonable, but Wu very likely has removal in hand for it.
Yeah. I mean, all of last game, I don't think we saw a single removal spill, and I don't think you're siding them out in this matchup. You do want the answers for the Avengers and the Devastators if your opponent ever gets a chance to stick them.
Yeah.
But you could start to play Wu's game a little bit of presenting a threat and making your opponent answer it. The problem is Wu is way better at weaving in threats with his answers. He can do a Vanquish plus a Calorin, or a Vanquish plus a Queen, something along those lines.
Yeah. So now let's see here.
I do wonder how much of this rebuild is Wu not having the strength versus Wu just slow rolling his threats.
Yeah. It's an interesting scenario. It still does feel like Wu is in control of this game.
I would agree, but
But
much more of a fighting chance for
yeah,
Nicholas.
yeah. I note that Nicholas has yet to deploy his leader either. Who and take a look
Yeah.
at that timely intervention into a reinforcement walker. And I suspect that with the base relatively undamaged here, what we're likely to see is at least some of this being used to draw. So a slime more there does get discarded for the heal. That kind of makes sense. That's not a very good card here.
Hmm.
Although I don't know, she's good if the opponent builds a bunch of spies, I guess. But I think
Yeah.
Nicholas is looking for other answers in that type of scenario.
Yeah. And the chip has mattered. Without the spies, it's not mattering as much, but the chip has mattered over the
Yeah.
first game.
Palpatine's ability being used, looking for those plot cards. Not a ton of time left in this match. If Nicholas
No.
does manage to win this one, it is extremely likely that we're going to tiebreakers.
Yeah.
All right.
Wu leaving a card
So
on top.
reinforcement walker now on the field. Wu spending a fair chunk of resources here. Let's see. Let's
Be
see what he's going to
another.
bring out. Vanquish.
Okay.
Okay. So he is indeed playing his removal, and
Hmm.
another resupply carrier, ramping
And
Wu up even more.
I do like this cute little line Wu took where he filtered a card from Yoda on top of his deck, but it still wasn't a card he wanted. He just put it there for the resupply carrier to put it into his resources instead.
Yeah, that's it's a cool tactic here. So now, again though, this is kind of a window for Nicholas to bring out a big card if he has one.
Yeah. Something like,
And Wu probably has the removal for it, let's be real. But the
yeah.
immediate, like if there's an Avenger or a Devastator here, bringing that out and killing one of the resupply carriers is, I think,
Mhm.
like pretty reasonable.
There is a big tension in this matchup where it feels like Nicholas wants an explosive flip with some Chancellor Palpatines, maybe some Cad Banes and stuff. But especially with the Chancellor Palpatine, normally in set five and previous, Blue Green Villain wouldn't have as good of an answer for that kind of go wide strategy. But now they have Bo Katan, and Bo Katan blows that kind of play out.
Yeah. Okay, and it is going to be Avenger. Nicholas, also thinks there's a window here. One of those resupply carriers is off the board. The other one swings into the base. Avenger is on the field, but I have a feeling it may not stay on the field. One
Yeah.
interesting question here is whether or not, what are the like true super end game options that these decks have? Like,
Hmm.
you sometimes see people playing like Relentless, for instance, and that provides a lot of resilience against some of the stuff that would normally be able to close out the game. In this case, a rival's fall from Wu. He indeed still has removal, and an Avenger is off the board. So now we're going to see what happens next here.
It took a little bit longer and it's a little bit different, but we are starting to see Wu fall into that similar play pattern of, all right, I'm going to have one or two threats and you're going to have one or two answers, but I'm going to be able to chip this damage in slowly. Now, Nicholas can have more potential answers, especially since he hasn't flipped his leader yet, but uh, falling into a similar sort of play pattern.
Queen Amidala hitting the field. 2 spy tokens are created here. Nicholas. Yeah, Nicholas is going to have to find some kind of answer here, maybe faltering a bit. Still a few resources from Wu. Initiative taken.
Wu has been forced to use his premium answers before Nicholas used his premium removal. Stuff like, I think we've only seen the one super laser blast, but there's still all the Snokes left in the deck. And this is Wu's second queen. I believe we've seen one home one, we've seen one Kellerin. So Wu's kind of churning through his premium threats a little bit faster this game.
Yeah, you know, I think right now I would say advantage Wu, but Nicholas is not out of the game and he's in a stronger position than he was previously. I could
Yeah.
definitely see a world where he manages to make the comeback here. Let's see how this continues.
Wu is forcing him into situations where he has to have the right answers at the right time.
Yeah.
But Nicholas is more well equipped and has more time to find those answers in this game, it feels like, especially with a flip waiting. Like if this turn he doesn't have the super laser blast or an efficient answer for this queen and the resupply carrier, he can just flip, finally crack and flip and play like a Chancellor Palpatine to protect the ground arena, a Slimore to protect his life total, stuff like that.
Yeah. Slimore. Okay, that's going to slow down a bunch of the incoming damage. The spies won't do anything. The queen hits for only 3. I'm not like thrilled by this Slimore play though, you know?
No, it is. It's gonna save 8 damage on base, which is good enough to buy effectively a turn. It feels like, but if that's the play, I don't know what exactly Nicholas is setting up. Maybe trying to bait Wu into playing more into a second super laser blast, but Wu's been too sharp. If he does play anything extra into it, it's not gonna be much.
It's going to be a vigilance here. I don't know. I think you probably kill the queen, heal 5.
That's my instinct. There is a world where you just want to mill, but I think we're way too far away from that.
Oh, he's doing it. Mill is going
Okay.
to be his game plan here. The problem with this is that these are data vault decks. They are harder to mill than most decks, even in a really long game, even with those
Yeah.
resupply carriers firing. I think, I don't know. I mean, maybe he'll be able to do it though. Mill is traditionally the win condition here.
Yeah.
So what else is he? Did he heal in mill? Is he doing kill in mill?
I think we're still thinking on it. Whatever he chooses is going to give Wu a lot of information. If he chooses heal, if I'm Wu, I'm expecting another blast or some sort of spot removal, and that's the option that Nicholas goes for. If he went
Healing
for the
mill.
kill on the queen, I would expect a little bit of weakness in terms of the removal from hand.
Yeah, so now we're going to see resupply carrier swing, damage reduced by Slimore. Slimore is buying some time here for Nicholas. Now we're going to see Palpatine's ability used yet again, searching for a plot card. Nicholas is playing this one pretty methodically.
Hmm.
I believe, based on the actions chosen with that vigilance, that Nicholas probably has some kind of mass removal and
Yes.
is trying to get Wu to play more stuff into it, and then he'll use whatever his big removal is, and his
Hmm.
ultimate plan is to go for the vigilance meal endgame.
That big removal could look like a super laser blast. It could also be something like a Snoke, or a timely intervention Vader. Even might be enough to convince you to go for the mill there. But
Wu swings one of the spies into Slimore. Then a blue leader comes in to defeat Slimore, and we see a play that was really impactful last game being made again.
mhm,
Bright Hope bouncing Queen Amidala back to hand, draw a card. Now, I will say drawing a card can be dangerous if we are heading towards a potential mill endgame, but it's a play that increases Wu's value considerably.
yeah.
Nicholas now
Returning that
at a
queen to hand is
disadvantage
the big
both
thing.
arenas.
Yeah. If you're Wu in the seat and you're also expecting a mass removal spell, having a queen to follow it up is almost the ideal. Maybe a Caloran into a home one and a queen and some combination of that, but at the baseline, just bodies that go wide post Super Laser Blast is exactly what you're looking for. And even more so than the card, getting the queen off of the board. It's like when you bounce a Falcon in the late game to protect it from spot removal. Very similar
Yes.
play pattern there.
Yes. This is very interesting.
It's It took a lot longer, but I think we're in a similar position to where we were last game. Although, again, we keep saying it, Nicholas with more tools and still hasn't flipped. So, still has some fight in this game.
All right. Thinking it over. Both players on massive amounts of resources here. Not sure how many cards are left in these decks. I believe Nicholas's game plan here is to try to get Wu to mill out.
Yeah. And unfortunately, looking at the clock, that's a tall task to do in enough time to also have, if we go to a third game, it's almost certainly going to tie breaks and those favor Wu.
Right.
But doing what he can, fighting in the match.
Yeah, I mean, he has to win the first game for that to even come up. We're finally seeing Chancellor Palpatine flipped here by Nicholas. Let's see what plot cards he's going to develop to try and get some results here. I think his plan may be if he can use the Palpatine flip with that discounted plot thing, bring out the plot cards, take an advantage in the board there. He can potentially force Wu to play more cards to regain the board, potentially into a board wipe.
Yeah, that I think is his strategy here. Now, has to be careful. I'd be scared of a card like Chancellor Palpatine, the unit on this board. You did mill over a Bo-Katan, but Wu has seen so much of his deck, you have to suspect that there's one hiding out somewhere. I don't want to give my opponent that experience. And I think, honestly, even if Nicholas doesn't play the Chancellor Palpatine here, that's the kind of play that Wu can use to swing this flip in his favor.
Okay, it looks like it's going to be Slymore and a Dogmatic Shock Squad, and he's still looking through there. I believe you have to show all the cards that you're bringing out with plot at once before you resolve any of them.
Yes.
Um, Sort of a weird situation, but I think the idea there is basically you can't resolve one plot, put a card from the top of your deck as your new resource, and then potentially resolve that one as a plot card as well.
Yeah, 100%. Has to all be down there on the flip before you start resolving it.
Okay. Now, Nicholas is being very cautious. He is thinking about his play. He's looking at Wu's discard pile, trying to figure out what options remain for his opponent. What options have already been spent? Looks like it's
Mhm.
going to be Slime Moore and the Dogmatic Shock Squad. Is there any other plot that is going to take effect here?
Looks like no. Cadman would be
Doesn't look
okay
like
on
it.
this board, but only defeating a spy, not the strongest thing in the world.
Okay, so there's the Dogmatic Shock Squad. There's Slymore. Still a fair chunk of resources left for Nicholas. Slymore is going to debuff any attacks to base, so that's going to give him some cover in the space arena in particular.
I
I think
believe
the token there
exactly 8.
represents Slymore's ability.
Yeah. I believe exactly 8 resources left up, so maybe 9, but enough for a super laser blast if Wu decides to overextend.
Bo-Katan Kryze hitting the field, -3/-3 to all of the cards here from Nicholas, making it so that these units are not going to be in a good position to trade against the units that Wu already has on the board. Now, Chancellor
Mhm.
Palpatine has yet to attack. We could see Chancellor Palpatine swing, even with the -3/-3. That is still going to be enough stats to take out either of the ready enemy units in the ground arena.
But this is kind of
Wu
what I was expecting. Wu waiting for this flip to go wide and then play the Bo-Katan to neutralize the flip as much as possible.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Fell the dragon. Bo-Katan is off the board. Yeah, it looks like Nicholas went to remove the counters, but Wu said no, they stay on until the end of the round.
Hmm. Still
Because
very good
Bo-Katan is
timing on that
not like
though.
Snoke.
Yeah. It's once its win plate happens, it's static for the rest of the turn, but also any units you play after it aren't affected.
Now we see a Captain Typho hitting the field from Wu. Captain Typho is going to be an effective blocker here. Palpatine could have attacked and defeated either of those remaining units, but Typho is on the board. Stats are not debuffed. 4/5
Hmm.
against a debuffed Palpatine. Palpatine cannot clear Typho in one hit.
The Slime War is doing a lot of work though, because otherwise this would be a huge swing for Wu. Protecting his board incredibly against the flip turn, being able to push upwards of 13, 14 damage. But the Slime War making it so we can really only push 6 damage and incrementally get ahead on the damage race.
Yeah. Yeah, Slymore is providing some nice cover here from the base, for the base rather. Initiative taken. Yoda's ability used. No more resources left for Wu. We could still potentially see a Yoda flip, but I feel like a Yoda flip would be an overcommitment here.
Yeah, that really opens you up to a blast being backbreaking. And this is
Right.
already a board that Nicholas wants to blast. Weirdly, you almost don't want to remove too many of Nicholas's units because you want to put pressure on the board enough so that Nicholas has to blast his own units away.
Yeah. But on the other hand, that spy does nothing against the base thanks to Slymore, so you may as well get your free hit on the unit instead, I guess.
Yeah.
The yeah, so right now, yeah, Wu's ahead on board, ahead on damage dealt to base. But we'll see what Nicholas can pull off here. Only a bit more than 10 minutes left in this round. I'm honestly not sure if they will finish game 2 in 10 minutes,
Yeah.
much less a potential third game.
And if it does go to a game 3 with like no time on the clock, I believe the tiebreaker is damage on base and then it goes to uh initiative determining, and so like if base health is tied at the end of the round, whoever has initiative, and in that case it would be Wu since he won game 1.
Overwhelming barrage. We were talking about this, before this match as a thing that gave the blue-green villain decks a little more oomph than the blue-red control ones in this matchup. We're going to have a relatively strong barrage here from Chancellor Palpatine, and there's a fair amount of damage that Nicholas is going to be able to assign. Mickey, if you're Nicholas, what's your priority here with this overwhelming barrage?
He's going for space. I think I want to try and clean up the ground and almost counter race Wu. I want to defeat the blue leader for sure. That one's definitely getting hit. Decides to go for the space units now instead. I guess makes sense if your plan is to control the board with your units. You can now use your Chancellor to trade into the Typho. But if you wanted to race, you could clear the Typho up and then try and either kill the Spy with the Palpatine or go to base for 8. But thinking more about it, I think I like this plan from Nicholas. Start to clean up the space arena. You can use your Chancellor Palpatine to clear up the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Palpatine swings in, clears Captain Typho. His ability does nothing because Wu's base has not taken a single hit, I think, in either of these games. Did Nicholas damage Wu's base at all in the first game? I don't think he
I
did.
don't think so.
That's not really what Nicholas is trying to do, though. Nicholas is trying to get control of this board and bring us into the mill world, or bring out his really big threatening units once he has control.
Hmm.
The question is, can he get there? The second question is, if he can get there, what the heck is going to happen in the third game?
Yeah.
Um, but for now, Palpatine clears Typho. Wu's board is pretty weak, but he has yet to flip Yoda, and he still has a lot of resources this turn. The only things left, though, Bright Hope and a single spy.
Starting to get a position where something like a Snoke, especially, or an Avenger, can start to really make impacts on the board. Especially because
Yeah,
we've started to see Wu bleed through the removal. We've seen, I believe, one Vanquish and one Rivals fall.
yeah. Let's see here.
I do also like how liberal Nicholas has been with his passes, especially when playing this kind of control deck. You're often the one reacting, and so you want to see what you need to react to first before you deploy a threat. And a lot of players are a little averse to passing. Your opponent can claim and blow you out, and you skip your turn. But especially in this control style deck, the later the game goes, usually the more you're favored. So, like these liberal use of passing from Nicholas.
All right, Queen Amidala hitting the field, bringing out 2 more spy tokens. Snoke here would be pretty sweet. Second overwhelming barrage.
That's not bad either.
Look at this. He actually gets well. So this can't kill Queen Amidala
No.
because
Like,
it's all resolved like simultaneously. So her ability will still save her here. But I think he can
mhm.
kill everything else.
I believe something will be left alive with 1 HP. There's
Is that
11
right?
HP across the spies and the Bright Hope, and only 10 damage from the
Oh
Chancellor
yeah,
here.
that you're right. That is 11. Okay, so he kills what? All the spies. He can't kill the queen. It's not allowed. So he then throws what? You throw in
I
not
think
like
you,
I think you just hit Bright Hope and you make it so that Snoke will kill it, I guess.
yeah,
Okay, so the second overwhelming barrage, not as good as a Snoke here, I think, but it's not exactly
no.
bad. Now we're going to see a lot of resources being spent by Wu. I think that was 7 resources. Keller and Beck. Wu is repopulating this field. Nicholas was able to do some major damage with those overwhelming barrages, but Keller and Beck bringing out a Captain Typho means that Wu has a powerful field once again. Does Nicholas have the third barrage? How crazy
Yeah,
would
with
that be?
6 resources, you could clear the Kelleran and the Typho. The thing is, though, that's the power of these green hero cards. Even with it being a third overwhelming barrage on a super stacked unit, it would just be a 1-for-1. It would be overwhelming barrage trading for the Kelleran and the thing that it pulled.
Kind of. It's a little more complicated than that because there is the threat of mill. So like
Yes,
if you
it took a
use the
card out of the
barrage and you
deck.
kill 2 units from the opponent's deck, that's still something.
Hmm.
But in terms of like immediate, like non-mill included card advantage, yeah, you're right.
And I wouldn't be shocked if this is another board state where Nicholas has to, or feels threatened enough that he uses a super laser blast.
I would not be that surprised. Um, I would not be that surprised.
Yep.
Super Laser Blast, good call there, Mickey. Board is wiped, but Yoda has yet to hit the board, and we have a lot of resources here for Wu. I
Yep.
don't
And that
know
was.
quite how thin Wu's deck is getting. It doesn't look like a huge stack of cards necessarily, but here we're
Hmm.
seeing home 1 into Keller and Beck. Gonna search through those cards.
Looks like low teen count would be my guess on how many cards are left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be another Captain Typho. There's only 1 Super Laser Blast left in the deck, and Nicholas
Hmm.
is in some trouble here with Wu having 3, like I guess 2 quite powerful units and 1 sort of mid-level unit. We're almost
Hmm.
out of time.
This is going to have to be a mill game from Nicholas if he does get there. He's going to have to find another super laser blast potentially, or maybe like a timely Vader or an Avenger is enough to stabilize the board to get to that mill game plan. Um,
It's going to
Condemn is
be
a good start.
yeah, so Condemn on home 1, followed up by a No Glory only results on Keller and Beck. I'm a little confused by that. I yeah, I wonder if the question is just like what has already like what's already in the discard or something.
Yeah.
I think it would have been discard pile and like how many copies of cards are left aside. I think it would have been more
Hmm.
efficient to kill home 1 and put the condemn on Kelleran because I mean I guess it doesn't really matter though because home 1's
Yeah.
ability granting restore to other stuff does not matter if Nicholas never hits Wu's base.
Yeah.
But
It
I
could
mean it
matter
will
in the mill
matter. It
game
will
plan.
matter once we start getting into mill, right?
Yeah. I agree with you. I think I would have done it in the reverse. Oh,
Oh,
this is why you leave it in
this
play.
is why he did it.
That's
It's
sharp.
Annihilator. Annihilator. He gets to look at his opponent's hand for other copies of Home 1. And I think he gets to go through the deck as well,
Yeah.
find other copies of Home 1 and get rid of them.
Yeah, and he knew there was a copy left. And look at the number of cards in deck. There are very few remaining.
There's 6. Around 6 cards left in deck.
Another vigilance here could put Wu into mill territory. But look at Wu's hand. He has a hand full of powerful cards. On the other hand,
Even
Annihilator gets the same ability when it's defeated.
yeah. And a 12/12 is no joke.
No.
And
He can
if you
start pushing
vanquish
damage
it,
to the base.
you're losing your only threat, and then you have to
Right.
rebuild from there with so few cards in deck.
This is very interesting. This game is not over.
No. This is we saw Wu enact this exact same game plan in game 1, but he was able to do it much faster. Wu is slowly, incrementally pushing that damage, but is he going to be able to do it fast enough? Does he have enough cards in deck to be able to do so?
Yeah, let's see here. If we see another vigilance resolve, heal and mill, we would be in a position where we would start taking that mill damage, but his hand is still strong.
Mhm.
We're so low
Looks
on
like
time though. I don't even know if this game is ending. Like Nicholas has played this much more successfully thus far than the first game, and he
mhm.
might be poised to win, but I don't think he's poised to win on time, especially not with a third round.
Yeah. And Wu has the advantage in that third round having the initiative, as well as just his strategy being able to push even 1 point of early damage could be enough to have the highest remaining HP on your base. Especially given that both decks are Data Vault decks. If one was a 30 HP base, then you would need to push 3 to make up that difference and make it 30 damage left to go on your base. But given that they start at the same life total, don't think that's going to matter much.
But we're basically out of time. I think we're gonna end with Wu winning on time because he got that first game.
Hmm. I do
It's a
think
little
they're.
unfortunate. I would prefer to see a scenario. I don't think they realize how little time is left. It looks like Nicholas is trying to like make notes of all the cards that his opponent
Mhm.
has, which is the correct thing to do in principle, but it's not correct in this time situation.
Yeah. And there might be a bit of a judge call. I don't believe Wu was supposed to see his deck off of that Annihilator trigger. It's your opponent that goes through your deck and removes them.
Oh, interesting.
Late, w- we had like 3 minutes left on the clock. There's 6 cards left in deck. It's not a huge deal here.
Well, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how the judge call is going to go. I think unless they actually DQ him, Wu has won the event because and they
Yeah.
shouldn't DQ him. Even if they gave
No.
him a game loss, he would still win because he would have initiative for the
Yeah.
last round, I believe.
We
I
would
have
we
not
would have.
bothered to look up the tiebreaker, but I don't
I
think they'll
think
even
we would
give him a
have.
game loss though. I think he just is going to
No.
win on time.
Yeah, and I think we will get an additional 3 minutes or so if there was a judge call, but otherwise, I agree. It looks like Wu's gonna win this in time. Although I'd be very curious to see who would win this game.
Yeah, Vanquish. Okay, so Vanquish comes out, kills Annihilator. Annihilator then gets to search for Captain Typhos, but I think we've seen all 3 of the Captain Typhos. That doesn't do anything.
Hmm.
If Nicholas has a Vigilance, he can play Vigilance, heal, and mill, and put Wu into cards in hand only mode. Now, interestingly, we saw an earlier game in the Swiss rounds where someone ran out of cards in deck but still managed to win. It is
Yeah,
possible to have happen. And we
and
might be headed there in a moment.
there's enough threats in Wu's hand.
Vigilance.
Like I was about to
There
say,
it
if you
is.
go Vigilance into Super Laser Blast, if you have that held behind,
Yeah. I think Nicholas could win this game, but he will not win this match if they're enforcing the time rules with the timer that we have here.
yeah,
We still have the potential Yoda flip, and we still have all those cards in hand. There is a Queen Amidala. Initiative taken. Resources being spent here. A-Wing.
Elrin loses a
Yoda
lot
could
of its
flip.
sting here
6
too.
damage on base. Wu is now milling out.
No home ones and left, and Kellerin is just a 7/7. If Nicholas has even a Snoke here to remove the spies and reduce the pressure, the Rivals
Uh,
Fall on the Snoke would get the Queen back alive, but
Dezel, we did we thought at first it was going to be an untimed final, but I believe it is a timed final, and they are basically out of time. Um, I think at first we did not have the timer up, but we learned this was going to be I think it's the 75-minute final or whatever.
Mhm.
So we will see what's happening here. I think Nicholas has played this well. I think Nicholas could very well win this game, but I do not think he wins this match.
Yeah, I would
Um,
agree. If this is a Snoke or a Super Laser Blast, I'd say he's favored in this
oh, how
individual
sick would
game.
Snoke be in this situation?
Looks like he's digging for potentially a timely Snoke, completely wiping the board.
Oh, dude, yeah, timely Snoke. Snoke gets on the field, wipes everything, and then
Also,
swings and kills the queen.
important to note, there's no cards left in Wu's deck, so there's nothing to discard off the flip of Yoda.
Timely, dude. I think he's gonna do it. Timely intervention. It might not be Snoke though. It might be something else.
Even like a
Timely Snoke
Sentinel,
would be so cool here to wipe this board.
yeah,
So yeah, no, and you're right. I actually thought of it right as you were leading up to it or whatever. Wu slow, yeah, it's Timely Snoke. Timely Snoke kills everything on the board. Wu has slow rolled his Yoda flip so much that Yoda doesn't have a card to discard from the deck, so Yoda can't flip and kill Snoke. Wu only has the few cards that are in his hand. I think Nicholas can win this game? Question mark. I don't know for
yeah,
sure. Bo-Katan shows up though and kills Supreme Leader Snoke. Wu is milling out and he has very little stuff left. But Nicholas still has cards in deck and Wu doesn't. And I think there's still a Super Laser Blast that has yet to
yeah.
be played.
That Bo-Katan
However,
is scary.
with the time, I don't think it matters.
Yeah,
I just don't see the relevance of this. I mean, Bo-Katan's scary, but Nicholas probably has like Avenger and Devastator that he can bring out and
yeah,
kill Bo-Katan. I think if you made me predict right here, right now, what happens, I say Nicholas wins this game and then loses on time. That would be my
yeah.
prediction.
I don't know if
Actually, I'm
he'll
not
even
even sure if he
technically have the
wins this game,
time.
quite frankly, because I think
Mm,
they're already in like bonus rounds and it will
yeah,
take Wu too long to lose to Mill. But if we
I think
had
he.
infinite time, I think Nicholas wins this game.
Yeah, I think he would win this game.
Yeah, there
And look,
is an
there's that
Avenger in
Avenger.
hand too. So that Avenger can be used to kill Bo-Katan unless Wu brings out more stuff, which leaves him potentially vulnerable. But Yoda uses his ability, damaging himself. Oh, hey, check this out. Yoda
Putting a card.
damages himself and puts a card back on top, and now Yoda can flip and discard the card that he just put on top to potentially kill this copy of Lieutenant Childson. It's really, I'm not gonna lie, this is a really interesting and crazy game. They're
Yeah,
playing like these last ditch, very complex sorts of moves, very edge case. The problem is that it doesn't matter at all. There is the
yep,
handshake. Nicholas has lost on time, but he gave a very valiant showing, I believe, in that final round. I believe
yeah,
he would have won that game if they had unlimited time. And then who's to say what would have happened? Unfortunately, though, it was a timed finals. And that
yeah.
means that Wu is the winner.
And Nicholas, watching him over the course of this tournament, a very methodical player, which is important if you're playing a control deck, but it's also important to know when you got to pick up the pace and when you got to push for that time, especially in this style of matchup.
Yeah,
Now,
I think taking notes on what was left in the opponent's hand when you had like 2 minutes on the clock,
yeah,
probably not the most optimal use of time.
hmm
However, well played to Nicholas for getting this far, and big congratulations to Wu, our winner of this PQ, and he has now won his third planetary qualifier in a row with this Yoda Data Vault build.
yeah, very, very impressive. I, depending on how you want to call that game, technically did not drop a game over the past 2 weekends with this deck.
Yeah, it's complicated, but yeah, I hear you.
Even if you count that as a loss in that, uh,
Even if you
only
count
one
that as a loss,
loss.
undefeated in matches.
Yeah, it's still crazy impressive run.
Right. Man, that was such a cool game. Like it was a crazy
Yeah.
game, but it was very cool.
hmm Very scrappy
So someone
for
in chat asks if finals are usually timed. It really so I believe by the tournament rules, finals are supposed to be timed in the way that this one was, but mini events run untimed finals because that's more
Mhm.
hype for the viewers or whatever. However, this one did not, even though we erroneously thought it did at first. To be honest, I think we're getting close to 10 p.m. over there. I think probably the store wants to close
Yeah.
and is not super hyped about the prospect of another, 45-minute game to
Yep.
finish off the match.
It's been a long day for everyone involved. The players, the tournament organizers, the store owners. I'm sure Tim and Claire would also love to get home and get to sleep at some point. And so, yeah, very impressive.
The stream, we have yet another winner's interview with you. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right,
This is-
so that was obviously a very crazy finals. Ultimately went to time. I would be curious. Do you think you could have pulled out that last game?
I think
with
it.
unlimited
No,
time?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay.
If he had like no answer to the bow, I was flipping Yoda that turn, killing the Charlton, hitting him for 5, and then like if he doesn't have an answer, he had like 4 cards in your hand, but probably not. But he probably needed like 3 more turns to kill me. I'd
Right.
assume, and I was playing as fast as I could during that game. Like I take
Yeah.
very little time, so like I'll tell. I don't feel like that bad about it. Like it's just
Mhm.
it is it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Timed finals, these things happen. I actually thought it was a super interesting and engaging game. All
Yeah,
the like
I find
weird,
these
like,
matchups fun.
last-ditch tech and stuff that was coming out.
I find the like blue green villain versus blue green hero mid range to be like pretty fun matchups. But yeah.
Yeah. Talk to us about your run over the past 3 weekends. You found the meta to be Anakin Data Vault, Home on Green. You locked in on a Yoda Data Vault, and you haven't lost since then.
Yeah, I've actually not lost a match in 3 PQs. I'm like 22-0, which feels decent.
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
It's like I think this Yoda deck's kind of awesome because it doesn't really have any like scoop matchups. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't like it there are some matchups like I don't want to like if I could say I'd want to avoid, sure. But like it can kind of beat anything. I've always like gravitated towards decks like that don't have like spike matchups. So like, Quinlan was always like a 50-50 deck and Kira for the most part was, except when I was crazy and ran her during like Django jump to life speed meta. But that's like where I like to kind of be. And there's now I'm not playing another constructed event until the sector, so we'll see if we can cook some stuff up to like mess with that. But there's just so many high-powered decks right now that it's very difficult for something new to like pop in. Like I don't think Yoda's in a tier of its own. Like I think Han 1 Green, Anakin Data Vault, even like things like Piet and some of these blue-green villain decks are in that like sphere. So it's tough for something new to be like, okay, I can smash Yoda, and then all of a sudden you just can't beat like all these other things that are doing very different but powerful strategies. So
Yeah. 100%.
So